Well, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you've graced us with your presence, first of all, thank you. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I will work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer. Sometimes, believe it or not, I don't. But either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. Guys, lots of stuff to get through tonight. Got new products back in stock. You guys, the viewers, have sent me lots of pictures of lawns, leveling projects, all this kind of stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun content. And in addition, of course, to your questions. We got like a new blog post that we can talk about. So yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well. Hopefully your lawns are beginning to green up and are beginning to look their best. I mean, I know we're still early in the season, so it still might be, you still might, might be have exactly where you want it to be, but just give it time, and the lawn is gonna get there. All right, so let's see who we have in the live stream tonight. All right, first up we got Mr. Luis Ayabareño. He's kicking it off. He says, Ron, my neighbors just seeded their lawns. He's starting out heavy. Seed their lawn. Soil is mostly clay. I want to give them a gift. When can they use Essential G and the carbon kit, now or after germination? So Essential G I would do now, Luis, and then the carbon kit afterwards. So the reason being is Essential G is really about improving soil quality. So you can do that really anytime. They've already done the prep work. They've already started seeding their lawn. So doing on Essential G now is a great idea. And really for the carbon kit, which is Release 901C or Release 0, Nutrizolve, and Biospectrum. While Biospectrum does improve the microbial activity in the soil, the other products, the liquid, are really foliar based. I mean, you can use them as a drench, but really, what I teach and show, and what how I primarily recommend that people use them as a foliar app. So we're going to want to wait until after the new grass seed germinates for the carbon kit. That is what I would do. But Essential G, you can throw that down now. So you're a good neighbor, man. You're hooking your neighbors up with a carbon kit of Essential G. Now, here's the thing, though, Elise. Have you thought about this? Have you thought this through? I mean, while I'm sure they're going to appreciate it. You're creating competition for yourself, or is it you just want someone to play with? Is you need someone to you need company out there in the lawn? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to create like a play buddy. So yeah, just keep in mind, once you get someone on this into the lawn game, then it becomes the silent competition between you guys, which makes both sides better. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know, guys. We're coming to you tonight as always on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. If you are on Instagram, you just feel free to drop your questions in here, and I will work through them in the order that they come in, just like always. But I mean, you're not going to be able to see the comments and any pictures I show on YouTube. You have to be on YouTube to be able to see that. So if you're interested in that, come over to YouTube, check us out. And there we go. We got Michael Carroll saying, "Hey Ron, happy Friday from Martha's Vineyard." What's going on, Michael? Hopefully you're doing well. Happy Friday to you as well. Also want to take a second to say congratulations to people to some friends and family members that have graduated, and that some that still have to graduate tomorrow. So you guys know who you are. Congrats on one graduating college, and then also on graduating high school. It's a big accomplishment. So yeah, only good things from here on out. I'm sure this is the time of year where a lot of you guys have friends and family that are doing that. So wanted to acknowledge them as well as part of this. All right, so we have up next Mr. Jermaine Battles. Actually, no, first of all, we got a super chat. Let me make sure I get that. I'm going to try and do a better job tonight as far as staying ahead of the super chats. We have one here from Ted Rogers. Let me make sure we get that down there first. Thank you so much, Ted.
Super chat received.
He says, "I appreciate you getting back to me on the weed control question. Thanks for everything." You're very, very welcome, Ted. Again, no problem at all. Again, sometimes, guys, when you guys email me, again, if like 3 days go by and I don't email back, it's likely because it got buried in like the mountain of email that I get. So just email me again. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be mad about it. Just feel free to reach out again. If like typically 3 days go by and I haven't answered you, it's probably because it's at the bottom of a huge pile of email that I have to work through. I'm glad that it was helpful. Again, as always, if you need anything else, definitely let me know. And yeah, appreciate you asking questions and trusting me to be able to give you good advice to help get your lawn in better shape. All right, next up is Mr. Jermaine Battles. He says, "At Ron Henry, I notice my Bermuda Tipway 419 is not growing as evenly. San Antonio, Texas. There's still time. I mean, Jermaine, granted, in San Antonio, it should be warm enough now that I would imagine your Bermuda should be waking up, but it's just a time thing. Every soil is different. Every lawn is different, depending on the nutrient levels, other conditions, how much sunlight the lawn is getting. All these types of things can influence how long it takes for it to wake up. I wouldn't worry about it. We're just now getting into mid-May. So the lawn will really begin taking off. I noticed, the back lawn between last week and this week, a noticeable improvement. Front lawn, same thing, noticeable improvement. And I saw something that some of you guys have been asking questions about. That's a sign that the heat is here. Like, if you guys have Bermuda grass or zoysia grass, you may have an idea what I'm talking about. But there's this little pesky problem that tends to happen this time of year that sticks around for a few weeks. And I'm already getting email about it, so we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight as well too. So just be patient, Jermaine. Give it a bit more time. It will green up. It will green up. Just give it time. It's well on its way. As long as your nutrient levels are where they're supposed to be, you're mowing regularly, the lawn is going to wake up and begin doing its thing. You got Bermuda grass, man. It's really difficult to do Bermuda wrong. All right, next up is Mr. No Name. He says, "Hey Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts, the weather has been perfect for my Bermuda. Got a fungus and bug treatment this week." Oh, let me see. I missed this question. Got a fungus and bug treatment in this week, along with spot spraying. Let's get those likes up. Thank you so much for that, No Name. And let me make sure I didn't get Ted up here as a show sponsor, because I didn't do that. See, I'm slipping already, man. Ted's gonna be like, "Ron, what the Hades, man? I gave you a super chat, and now you don't give me my due." So there you go. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you, Ted. So thanks so much. But yeah, let's get the likes up, and definitely, man, it's this weather, especially with it at nighttime, is getting into the like high 50s, low 60s. That's Bermuda loves that. It's plenty of heat, plenty of warmth. Unfortunately, it's also great conditions for disease to set in if your lawn is predisposed to that or has been exposed to that in previous years, which is why, if you're a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy or just even watch the live stream, this time of year is when I recommend applying a preventative fungicide. So if you haven't done that yet, it's a good idea. It's best to keep your lawn disease free than try and cure it after the fact. It takes a lot longer to fix the problem than prevent it in the first place. All right, next up is Mr. Daniel B. He says, just got a golf course lawn store Turfplex notification. I need some. Good timing. I'm in. Yeah, dude. So Turfplex, Nutrizolve, Bloomplex, what's the other one? Greens Plus have been like a nightmare to keep in stock this season. I mean, mainly for some production issues, and just as soon as we get it, you guys are buying it up. So literally this afternoon, another shipment came in. So if you want it, buy it, because it's one of these things. We're going to continue getting it, right? But it's going to be one of these things where it's a week, maybe two, between an order going in and new shipment, more shipments arriving. So if you're liking the results you're getting with Turfplex, Bloomplex, Nutrizolve, be sure to load up. We just got some in stock at the golf course lawn store. It's under. I'll actually link it in the chat for you guys, just because I'm that kind of guy. It's in the lawn fertilizer section. So if we go, actually, I'll just show you guys really quick. If we go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, they're all going to be listed here. So you can see Turfplex, Nutrizolve, Bloomplex, Green Plus, all in stock. There's no out of stock notifications at all. That's been a while since that's been the case. So feel free to take advantage of it, guys. So yeah, I'll link this in the chat for you guys now. So anyone that is so inclined, did not get the email, you can get what you need to keep that lawn a nice mean green. All right, next up is Mr. Papa Moslow. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. What's going on, Papa Moslow? Hopefully you are doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. As always, appreciate all the love and support. So guys, let's talk about, we have one topic, we're gonna wait a little bit on that. So I want to show you guys, every week we have to do an update on Robert Rainey's lawn, right? So he sent me a better picture today, kind of a cool shot. He has his main lawn, then he also has some other property outside of it. So this is like a drone shot he sent. It's kind of cool, showing the golf course lawn that's fenced in, his main lawn. You can tell the area that gets a lot of love. And then even in the big field, I believe all that is his, you can still see my man laid the stripe action. And, in true lawn nerd form, like he's made sure the stripes are lined up in the angle that he wants to take the picture. So both the lawn stripes in his main backyard and the main stripes in the big field, they're all lined up. You know what? Actually, we got to clap it up for that, because the attention to detail cannot be overlooked. Excellent job, Robert. Keep it going. I do not envy you having to mow all that. I'm sure you got some riding equipment, but even riding equipment, man, that's a lot. That is not a small amount of property to have to cut. So great job. Keep it going. Keep it going, man. Great work. All right, next up is Mr. Jackie Bear. Always a regular, always being supportive. He says, Brother Ron, let's have an excellent stream. That's the goal, man. I'm going to try and do my best. I'm going to do my best and try and keep it fun and entertaining. As always, you know how I like to do, like to have a good time. And next up we have Chris Style 405 says, I'm throwing down some 3400 tomorrow. All right, nice. Go Chris, throwing down some giving it a lot of heavy hit of nitrogen. Sounds like a plan. If that's what you want to do, by all means go for it. By all means go for it. Next up is Ahmad Jones. He says, what should I put on my Bermuda lawn since I have killed all weeds? Really, so if you've got rid of the weeds, at this point you are, I'll show you. Once you've gotten the weeds done, if you've not done a soil test as yet, Ahmad, it would be good to get one of these done so you can see what your nutrient deficiencies, if any, are. Feed your lawn based on those nutrient deficiencies, and then mow it a whole lot. So, to make it easy for you, we actually have an infographic that shows that. If you go just to shop and you just click on shop, it'll take you here. And if you scroll down, you'll see, at a very high level, macro level, 10,000 square foot level, you want to get a great lawn. These are the 5 things you got to do. 1, eliminate weeds, right? Kind of goes without saying. No one likes weeds in their lawn, so you got to get rid of them. Thing 2, do a soil test. I just spoke about that. Thing 3, fertilize your lawn based on those soil test results. So you get the data, treat your lawn, amend your soil based on the data from the soil test. And then finally, mow, and when you think you've mowed enough, mow some more. And then step 5, just enjoy, right? Enjoy the domination. So if you do these 5 things, it's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult to not have a pretty good looking lawn. And when I say mow some more, by that, twice per week. That's what I'm asking you to commit to. If you can mow twice a week, that's going to produce a result that most people are going to be very happy with. So So twice per week mowing, get a soil test done, fertilize your lawn based on that. If you're down for it as well, consider introducing like a biostimulant program. Like I'm a big fan of applying Essential G or some granular biostimulant monthly just to help feed the soil. Help improve. It's almost like I think almost like a supercharger, a turbocharger for your soil. It really just helps enhance how well any fertilizers or any other products that are soil-based work. So it's a great thing to do. And you can apply it along with fertilizer. It's not like if you apply Essential G, you can't apply fertilizer and vice versa. The two, like literally the way I do it, I have a short video that talks about my application sequence, and I literally do Essential G like first, and then once I'm done with that, the very next thing I do is fertilizer, and like in the same morning. Like I did like a couple of YouTube shorts showing that, like I did Essential G. It was a Humic Max this past time, and then my liquid program, and then I wait, and then the next day I'll water the fertilizer and Essential G in. So yeah, that is what I would say, Ahmad. Again, Essential G is always a party favorite, and then fertilize and feed your lawn based on soil test data is what I would recommend. That's gonna lead you to a place that you're gonna like. All right, next up is Jason Harrison. He says, I just got a mow in. I didn't get mine in. It rained a lot today, so I didn't get to mow before the live stream. Gonna have to happen tomorrow. He says, I have 3 bags of Essential G and liquids ready to go once the cores are punched. We'll probably add some growth regulator to the mix for the front yard as well. I like it, man. It's not a bad plan. So you got your aeration done. So you're gonna do your Essential G, do your liquids, throw a little PGR in there for good measure. And this time of year, there's another benefit to using growth regulator in your lawn. In addition to helping the turf become hardier, more disease resistant, obviously slowing down how quickly it grows. There's another side benefit that a lot of people don't, especially with warm season turf, don't really think about that you get as a benefit of PGR. Cool season folks might know what I'm about to talk about. But for warm season folks, growth regulator, we think of it as like, hey, we want to mow it short, keep it nice and tight, and not have to mow as much. But there's another benefit to it, especially in the May-June timeframe as well. So we got another super chat, one from Bashan Brooks. Thank you so much, Bashan.
Super chat received.
He sent my question via email. Thanks for all you do. I do have your question, Bashan. Also got the pictures. I got them all queued up. We'll take your question, and then I'll talk about the one thing that I've been alluding to as far as things you're going to see this time of year. Kind of was the theme of this live stream. Things to expect now that the heat is here, and so what you can do about it, right? All right, so Vashan did send some questions in. He sent me an email earlier, and he was asking about what would I would use to clean up some weeds in an area that's next to his lawn. So his lawn is like a little area right there that he wants to get under control. I'm going to show you guys. I could describe that it's quite weedy, but a picture speaks 1,000 words. So this is Exhibit A. I mean, I've seen worse, but that is not, that's nothing to be proud of. It's not a great looking lawn. And then Exhibit B, you can see what he's got. There's some broadleafs in there. And then finally, a close-up, a little mixture of everything. A little bit of, as the folks like to call it, a bit of a salad bowl going on. So what Vashan asked me by email was, Ron, if you were facing this, what would you do? And I'm like, Vashan, you already know the answer, but I'll answer it again because you asked again, and why not? Is I would hit this with the concoction that you guys already know what I'm gonna go with, which is Celsius and Certainty. Really, given that it's primarily broadleafs, from what I'm seeing in the picture, you can likely get by with just Celsius. But if there's any Linger and POA in there, I'm already starting to see some nutsedge, like in the corner of my lawn between myself and the neighbor, where nutsedge grows every single year. There's already some starting to come in. I did a little YouTube short on that a couple days ago, one evening. Just if you guys follow me on YouTube, the shorts, you guys saw that I was showing you guys some of that. So yeah, so if it were me, I would do Celsius and Certainty. So let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if we go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, you go to the carefully curated weed killer section, probably more correctly known as herbicide section. You scroll down, you get to the warm season area. You can do one or two things. You could either go with the kit, which contains Celsius, Certainty, surfactant, and marker dye. If you already have some of those things, you can get by with Celsius and Certainty. If you already have your surfactant, your marker dye, then you don't need those. You can just go with either one of these, either or both of these, I should say. Now, as far as the reason why I'm a huge fan of this combination, because I've gotten some email from folks saying, I could just go use 2,4-D, and I could use some other I could use like Speed Zone. And yes, there are other herbicides. Like these guys are the one negative to Celsius and Certainty is that they are not inexpensive. They are they're not inexpensive herbicides. The benefit, the pros to these is that I've sprayed them when lawns have been completely dormant, which is, obviously there's not a whole lot of risk there. I've sprayed them when lawns are completely green, both transitioning and also when they are fully greened up, like this time of year. I've also sprayed them in the summertime, so when you have to be really careful. And the thing about Celsius Uncertainty is that you can spray them and they are very effective over a broad temperature range, meaning when temperatures are cool, they're gonna work just fine. It's just gonna take a little bit longer. And when temperatures are hot, you can use them and they're also gonna produce a good result. And they will work a bit faster as temps go up. Some of the other herbicides that I've gotten questions about here recently, again, and there's nothing wrong with them, like Speed Zone, Dismiss, 2,4-D, they're all excellent products as well. Like, we sell a three-way that has some 2,4-D in it, but you have to be more careful with those. Especially like take a product like Dismiss or Speed Zone, those two mixed together are a really good combination for knocking back a lot of weeds and lawns, but it's gonna discolor your lawn. Like I've tested it on my lawn, and it's gonna be 10 days of discoloration, but a lot of you guys don't want that at all. You want the weeds gone, and you don't want your lawn that you're trying to get green to turn anything else, any other color other than green, right? And that's why we carry these particular two and talk about them so much, because as far as a set of herbicides that pretty much anyone can use, they both come with measuring cups. The rates are really easy to go through, and that do a very good job cleaning up a broad spectrum of grassy and broadleaf weeds. It's really hard to beat Celsius Uncertainty, which is why I recommend them so much. Like, I sleep well at night recommending that to folks, even ones with limited experience, knowing that they're very unlikely to damage their lawn if they follow the rates. You're not going to get an outcome that they don't expect, whereas some of the other ones, you have to just know, hey, I'm going to spray this, but I'm going to take a hit to my green as a consequence of doing so. So to go back to your question, Vishal, what I would spray this with is Celsius Uncertainty. I would mix them both up. What I would do if there's no POA in the lawn, what I would do is I would use Celsius at the higher rate. So on the measuring cup, you guys are not going to be able to see this. I don't think it's going to come through. We'll see. How good is the camera? We'll see there. Actually, yeah, it's coming through a little bit. So on the measuring cup right there, there's a marking for 0.450, which is what you'd want to use with 4 gallons of water. So if you had a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, which is what I typically use, you'd use 0.45 of Celsius with 4 gallons of water. And then for certainty, if you're dealing with maybe some sedges, you can go with 3 to 5 of the small scoops. Again, there's 2 with a spoon here. Let me show you. There's a measuring spoon that's included with certainty. This guy right here, right? So there is if it focuses, there's a large N and there's a small N. You're going to want to use the small, unless you're targeting POA and a few other weeds. For the most part, you're going to live here. So 3 to 5 of these with 4 gallons of water, especially if you're combining it with Celsius, is a great catch-all. Put a little bit of surfactant in there. I do like a 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi pour on my surfactant, and away you go. That's going to do a great job cleaning up, weed, like the majority of weeds that you guys are going to encounter in your lawns. That is what I would use if I were you to tackle the problem lawn that you just sent to me, though. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, do let me know. I do, and I also appreciate the super chat. Let me see here. So we have a question from Nepets2609 from Instagram. He says, currently watching the stream and doing plugs in the backyard. Dude, you're hardcore. I got to clap it up for that, man. That's pretty awesome. You're aerating your lawn and you're watching the live stream. More power to you. He says, let's see. So pulling plugs out of the backyard, so it all matches. Oh, you're not aerating. You're transferring plugs. Now I understand. All right. So it all matches. Sent you an email with some pictures of the backyard. Disaster. We have some chairs, everyone. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll have to see if I can find your email. I don't see that. I see a picture from Andrew, but I don't see a picture from you. So if you don't mind, send it. Ooh, man, Andrew, this is looking good, sir. Goodness gracious. We definitely got to show that. That's looking tight, man. Yeah, but if you can send the picture again, they just haven't come across my email as yet. So if you can, also, make sure that they are, that they're small in size, that they don't get hung up by any email filters or anything like that. But yeah, send me the pictures. I'll take a look at them and I will weigh in. Thank you so much for the question, and I appreciate you watching the show. All right, next up we have, but let me, before we do that, what I was getting to, right? I was kind of leading up to that. We're climbing the hill. I was talking about all the, one of the things that you guys need to be concerned about this time of year, and what you can do about it. So This time of year, and I started seeing it in the area between my lawn and my neighbor's lawn. My lawn, not so much because of something that I've already been doing. You might start seeing some stuff that looks like this. And you might say, pray tell, Ron, what is that? What is going on my lawn? I've been doing everything. I did a soil test. I've been fertilizing. I've been mowing. What is this craziness that's going on in my Bermuda and zoysia grass? Please help. What you're looking at there are seed heads. And what that is, this time of year, as the lawn is transitioning from being exposed to cooler temperatures to consistently warmer temperatures, it invokes a stress response in the grass, to where the grass is thinking, hey, it's getting hotter. I might die. Let me get up here and throw out seed heads and send out babies. You know, these granted, most Bermuda grass, most hybrid anyway, is it's sterile. So the seeds aren't going to really do anything, but it's a stress response as the lawn transitions out of cool weather to warmer weather. If you have, if your soil tests or your soil is where it needs to be from a nutrient standpoint, if you're also watering often enough, most of the issues that you see, like this seed heads that you see in your lawn, it's a 2 to 3 week problem. In my lawn, traditionally, that's what I see is, it's starting now. This will stick around until like the first week of June. End of May, first week of June is about as long as I will see that. So the thing is, nothing to be worried about. It's a completely normal thing for this time of year. If you mow shorter, all that's going to happen is they're going to start growing shorter because grass is smart and it wants to live. So if you're thinking, okay, I'll just mow more frequently and I'll cut it shorter so I won't see them, what will happen is they'll just grow. They'll just start throwing out seed heads at lower heights. That's what the grass will do. Something you can do, and the reason why I don't typically have a lot of seed head problems in my lawn, I mean, I get them like everyone else, but not to the extent that a lot of some of the pictures you guys have been sending me, is, believe it or not, is Primo Max, is growth regulator. One of the benefits of Primo, in cool season lawns, this is often used to suppress seed heads, to suppress poannual, like annual bluegrass, from throwing off seed heads. Because you think about it, in cool season lawns, you got a ryegrass lawn, a Kentucky bluegrass lawn. There's not a lot of great options for eliminating poannua. So what you can do is you can use Primo as a way to not cause them to throw that white flower, the seed head that shows up in the middle of them. So you don't see it as much. It kind of blends in a bit better than a green grassy plant that's also throwing out white flowers, its seed heads in the middle, right? So that's one of the benefits of Primo. And what it's often used for in cool season turf is for seed head suppression. Turns out it also works for warm season turf too. So for Bermuda, for zoysia, if you have a grass type like Xeon zoysia doesn't do it as much, but like El Toro zoysia, that throws a lot of seed heads. So this is something you can do that will make it, it's going to suppress it. You still will have some, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as if the lawn is under regulation with Primo Max. There's a big reason why I tend to do this. I do this starting in like late April, early May. Like the beginning of May is partly why I also use Primo. Some of your lawns, if your lawn is not 100% green, not 100% grown in, it is going to slow down, like how quickly your lawn grows, because that's what it's designed to do. But I will take that trade. I'll take that for not having a lot of this going on in my lawn, because this just looks really unsightly to me. I prefer to not have seed heads or to have them suppressed than if my lawn takes a little bit longer to fully establish and fully fill in from dormancy and everything that I put it through in the springtime. I am good with that. On that note, I mean, this is how the lawn is looking as of 45 minutes ago. This is right before the live stream. So you can see this lawn has been under regulation since the beginning of this month. And I mean, it's a far away video, so you couldn't see seed heads even if there were there, but there aren't any really in the back lawn. The only area that I've seen seed heads so far this year are in the area between my lawn and my neighbor's lawn. And that is where that video that I showed you guys is taken from. So if you're interested, I also have a video on the topic. We are seed heads, expect us. If you guys are like a geek, there's another group there's another like invasive group that is famous for saying that's part of what they say. But yeah, this is a video that I did on seed heads a couple of years ago. So if you want to like dig into a bit more, that will explain it. But in a nutshell, it's a normal thing. It's a stress response that your grass has. There's nothing really to worry about with it. It's, again, if you're watering properly and you have good nutrient levels in your soil or where they need to be, it's normally a 2 to 3 week problem. So just write it out. Use growth regulator if it's really bugging you. There's other benefits other than seed head suppression of growth regulator, but yes, that's the question I've gotten. I said, I'm just going to wait because I'm going to talk about it in the live stream because it's something that's going to happen. It's going to be a thing this time of year. And just get ready to start mowing more. With the temps, in reaching the nighttime temps being in the 60s, high 50s and low 60s, like the lawn is going to start growing a lot more aggressively. So just get ready to start ramping up your mowing, especially if it's not under regulation. All right, next up, we have a question from Mr. Ahmad Damra. He says, "Hey Ron, when applying liquid fertilizer, do I have to water it in right after, or wait like an hour to dry and then water?" It depends on the liquid fertilizer. It depends on what you're using. If you're using like straight urea and you're mixing that and then you're spraying it, you're going to want to water that in right away. If you are using the fertilizers that we sell in the golf course lawn stores, so like I'll show you here really quick. So Turfplex. Turfplex, Nutrizol, Bloomplex, Greens Plus. Actually, Greens Plus you could water that one in, but these three that are really for not for extended feeding, you can spray them and allow them to dry in the plant. Same is true for 901C, for NutriKelp, for the carbon kit. You don't have to water any of these guys in. So the sequence, and I've gotten this question a couple of times, and I thought that video that I put out was explained it pretty well, but obviously not as clear as it could have been. So let's say, right, it's about to be the middle of the month, and you wake up in the morning and you got a bag of Essential G, you got a bag of your granular fertilizer of choice. I recommend Humic Max. It's my vintage, but you're using whatever you're using. And then you're also going to be spraying some liquids. What order, what sequence should you do them in? I'll tell you what I do, and hopefully the logic of how I like to apply products to my lawn makes sense for you. So when it comes to granular products, right, save certain herbicides. But for the most part, we're talking about like soil amendments, like granular biostimulants and fertilizer. They do need to get into the soil profile to begin working, meaning they do need to be watered in before they will really begin doing what they're designed to do. But if you are going to be applying a granular biostimulant like Essential G, like Humic, and a fertilizer like Humic Max, and you're also going to be doing the spoon feeding program that I advocate, which is spraying liquid biostimulants and fertilizer twice a month, 1st and 15th. What I would do, and what I've done and gotten great results with, that's what I teach in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, is you will do Essential G first. So your granular biostimulant, whatever it happens to be, you'll apply that first. You'll follow that up with your granular fertilizer, right? So the granular biostimulant's down, your granular fertilizer's down. The next thing you're going to want to do is to mix up whatever you're spraying, right? So in my case, it'll be, it'll either be one or two concoctions. It'll either be Turfplex, a little bit of Nutrizol and the carbon kit, or it'll be 901C, a 901C carbon kit and a bit of Nutrizol, along with Primo Max. And I will spray that after the granulars. Now, here's the thing. The granulars need to be watered in, right? So Essential G and a granular fertilizer like Humic Max, they need to be watered in to activate, to begin working. But the liquids don't. Right, so the Primo needs to dry on the leaf. The 901C, the carbon kit, none of those really require being watered in. You can think of them almost like lotion, right? When you put lotion on, you don't like put lotion on and then wash your hands and wash it off, right? You put the lotion on, like think of your skin, like the dermis. Think of it as almost like the foliar of the synonymous with like the leaf of your plant, and you want to put the lotion on, and allow it to dry, let it to be absorbed in your skin. It's the same thing with growth regulator and most liquid fertilizers. Not all of them, but most of them are this way, to where you'll spray them and allow them to dry, which is partly why you'll notice that the rates on the fertilizers that I recommend and that I use are so low, because that's how you can spray them and not have any problems with burning the lawn while still getting a great result. So now we have applied our granular biostimulants, we've applied our granular fertilizer, you've also sprayed whatever liquids you're gonna do. What I would do is one of two options. You can wait 4 hours to give the liquid fertilizer, whatever you sprayed, your growth regulator, give it adequate time to dry and run irrigation in the afternoon. Or you can do what I typically do, which is just simply wait until the next morning. So my granular fertilizer and biostimulants typically don't get watered in until the following day. So I'll apply those, like say Saturday, like say tomorrow. I'll put them all down tomorrow, spray my liquids also tomorrow morning, and then just don't worry about it until running irrigation until the following day, which will be Sunday morning, right? So you can do that. You can wait a day, or you can run it in the afternoon. The big thing is you want to really have like a 4-hour window after spraying liquids, after spraying growth regulator, to ensure that it's completely dry, that it's gonna, you're allowing that lotion to dry on the plant leaf so it can be taken up, and then you can water your fertilizer, your Essential G in, and you're good to go. So I've gotten this question like a bunch this week. I even did a video on it, and I thought it was pretty good, but I keep getting it, so I figured I'll take a little small segment here and talk about the sequence that I would use when it comes to if you're doing granular and liquid products, if you're applying them on the same day. Hopefully it makes sense why I do it this way, right? If you think about it, the granulars need to get down in the soil and the liquids need to dry in the plant leaf. So if you put the granulars down first and there's any of it on the plant leaf, I mean, even though you're spraying a relatively fine droplet, that can be enough to begin already washing it off the leaf, getting it down where it needs to be into the soil. So it makes sense to me that you would apply granulars first, and then you would do liquids after. If you spray liquids first and then you apply granulars, now you've made the plant leaf kind of tacky, it's wet, the granules are more likely to stick to it. That is a strategy that could work for certain like post-emergent herbicides, like Spectricide's an example of a granular product that you do want to apply when the plant is wet. But for fertilizers, granular biostimulants, that you ideally a dry lawn, and then you spray your liquids afterwards, and then water them in 4 hours later or the following day. So hope that helps, Ahmad. I've gotten that question a bunch of times, so I figure take a little segment here and talk about it, and hopefully my logic and the reason why I do it that way makes sense to you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments, and I will be happy to revisit it. But that's how I do it, and I get really good results with it. Also, the folks in the Golf Course Lawn Academy also get great results doing that as well too. So on the topic of amazing looking lawns, so Andrew Phillips just sent me some pictures of his lawn. He's an Academy member. I believe he hails from the great state of Texas, and he sent me some pictures of his stripe action. Man, that is looking tight, man. That's good. And bless your heart, you still got a tree there. You're leaving the tree in place. You're edging around there. It looks really good. The color looks awesome, man. Looks really nice. Great work. We got another picture here with a strong domination line. I gotta hand it to him. I mean, this domination line is strong. You can see the neighboring lawn there on the left. It needs some help, but Andrew's holding it down. He's got his stripe action going. He's mowing. The lawn's looking great. Color's looking great. And then of course, guys, no lawn care collage would be complete without a vanity strip picture. And I gotta tell you, his is looking solid. It's tough to beat this one. That's the color looks good. I mean, he's looking tight. He's got his edge game on. I mean, overall, man, that is good. And Andrew's a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy. He lays it down and gets and does his thing, man. Lawn is looking awesome. And the thing is, it's only May. It's only May. Bermuda hasn't even really hit its full stride yet. Wait till like June really is here, and we got plenty of heat, and the lawn is really doing its thing. It's gonna be fire. Awesome job, man. Lawn looks awesome. Thank you so much for sending the pictures, and keep doing it, man. Keep doing the work. It looks it's looking great. All right, Nahum says resent the pictures. I hope it goes through this well. If not, oh well. I will have to take a look and see if they came through, and they did. They did. Oh yeah, I got these pictures. Okay, yeah, I did have your pictures. I didn't. The handle you sent is not your email. So okay. So I'll just keep using your handle. You are Napets. I'll call you Napets because you maybe not want your real name out there. So okay, so Napets sent me some pictures of, I think it was like 16 yards of what he says of top dressing he's putting down. So take a look at this, man. That's quite the backyard. My man, that's a lot of top dressing material. I think in the email he said 16 yards of product is what he's putting down. You can see he's out there, got his wheelbarrow or his wheel cart, and he's got some, looks like a John Deere. Some equipment to tow it around, and he's getting it done, man. So it looks like a huge project. I would say a fun project, but I'd be lying if I said it looks like fun. And I believe this is his front lawn, which is already looking really good. So right now he's just working on just the back lawn, but that's it's gonna be solid, man. The front lawn is already looking really nice, and that back lawn, once you're done with all that top dressing work, figure I'm not sure if this is your first one, but if it's the first time, figure 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, worst case scenario, depending on how heavy you go, for it to fully recover, and it'll be looking great, man. Nice work. So I did see the pictures. You're right, it does look a bit patchy, but it's gonna get better, man. All the love you're giving it now, the lawn cannot help but get better. So keep it up, keep me posted as far as how it develops. And I do appreciate you sending pictures, supporting the live stream, and giving me content to be able to show off to everyone showing their projects. So good stuff. All right, next up is Mr. Richard Masterson. He says, good evening, everyone from Rhode Island. What's going on, Richard? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to the live stream and hanging out. Appreciate you as always. And then Ryan Hefferman says, I can't get my watering down with this drip irrigation. It's frustrating. Yeah. So you know what? What is? That's a common thing. You guys, I've been hearing a couple people talking about this drip irrigation thing. What, pray tell, is it? Is it? I know what it is in like a regular in a normal garden, but from a standpoint of like watering a lawn, what exactly is that? Yeah, I don't know. I'll do some research into it and find out. But I mean, the big thing, Ryan, is make sure you're getting down. You know, now that we're at some temperatures, you're going to start want to ensure the lawn's getting an inch of water per week. That can come from rainfall, or it can come from your irrigation system. The way to tell how much water, an easy way, is just to go out and get like a shallow dish or like some tuna cans. Obviously, make sure there's no tuna in them. Lay them out in a few areas of your lawn, and run your irrigation system. Depending on how long it takes for that to fill up, which represents about an inch, that will let you know how long you need to run your irrigation system to get a good result, to put down the adequate amount of water. You know what I mean? So if you want to, go for half an inch and break that up into 2 sessions, like water maybe on a Monday and another time on a Thursday, depending on how you like to do it. Some people like to water 3 times a week. Just make sure over the course of the week the lawn sees about an inch of water for warm season grass, and it will do well. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be a lot too much help for you on the drip irrigation, because I'm not exactly sure what that is in the context of like a lawn. I know what it is for a garden, but for a lawn, I can't imagine you have like I can't imagine what I'm thinking about. I don't think you're doing on your lawn. Is just what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna have to look into it. I'll just do some research. All right. Next up is Ted Rogers. He says, "My dude, what's going on, Ted?" There you go. You see your name is still in lights, man. Thank you for the super chat. And again, appreciate all the love and support. Hopefully you're doing well. And then Strong Arm 918 King says, "Hit that like button, my fellow beings." Definitely hit the like button. We got 150 people in here right now, and there's only 57 likes. Surely we can do better than that. Surely we can do better than that. So if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button ever so gently, I'd really appreciate it. It costs absolutely nothing to do. Think about it. How often in life can you do something that helps somebody else out that doesn't cost anything other than just moving your mouse over and tapping? Not hard to do. So if you guys wouldn't mind, I'd really appreciate it. Sends good vibes to YouTube and gets more people coming and watching the live stream. Robert Rainey says, "What's up, everyone? What's going on, Robert? We already showed off your lawn project. Your back lawn, the shot you sent there of the main area and then the rest of your property, looking really solid. Keep up the great work." All right, next up is KT Patriots. Says, okay, it's a good question here. He says, "Hey, Ron, happy Friday. When spraying PGR, do you walk into your spraying path or walk backwards, or does it matter?" I walk into it. I walk forward. And I still have some bare, not as full spots in my lawn. Should I wait to do PGR? It's really your call. It's your call. Part of the reason why I do growth regulator, as I was saying earlier, in the maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, is that it also helps with seed head suppression. And I really don't like the way seed heads look in my lawn. So I prefer that. Even if the lawn takes a little bit longer to wake up, which really right now it's looking great. I prefer that versus it taking a bit longer to fill in. So whenever I'm spraying growth regulator, I walk in a straight line. I walk forward. In other words, guess what I'm trying to say. I don't walk backwards whenever I'm spraying growth regulator. I walk in a straight line. So yeah. So does it matter if you walk over what you already sprayed? No. It's going to be just fine. I mean, I've not seen areas of my lawn that, in other words, there's no boot prints where the lawn is darker or lighter based on me walking through it. I mean, I've done it. I'll put it this way. I've been taking care of this lawn, this property for the better part of 9 years, I think, coming up on 9 years. And I want to make sure I'm correct on this. I've never walked backwards spraying. So not making a pass. I mean, like I might do like a small little area, but like in general, I'm walking forward, because otherwise, how can you see where you're going? Because when I'm spraying, especially if I don't do it early in the morning when there's dew, so I can kind of see my boot prints. What I'll do is I will, like if there's a fence there, or before the fence was there, I would pick like a spot in the distance, and I would just start walking towards it. That's how you keep your line straight. Just keep walking, walk towards that point. If you walk straight towards it, you're going to be walking in a straight line, right? And then you do an about face, step over, a couple of feet, find a spot, and then walk that way. You know what I mean? And that's a great way of minimizing overlaps and ensuring that you walk in a straight line. So It's your call. If it were me, I haven't seen a picture of your lawn. If it were me, I would be spraying Primo. Again, I can only tell you what I would do. Now, if your lawn looks like, let's say, take a look at like Steven's lawn, right? So, or like this lawn's here. If you were about to do a big top dressing job, right, when it looks like this is his first time where it's going to be heavy, yeah, wait on the growth regulator. Remember, this stuff literally when you spray Primo, in 2 days, the handbrake, the growth handbrake is going to get yanked. The lawn is going to really slow down how quickly it grows. So it's not like fungicide or insecticide when there's a certain time of year when it's ideal to do it. You could introduce this now. You could do this 2 weeks from now. You could do it starting in June if you wanted to. So if your priority is to let the lawn get completely filled in before you begin regulating growth, that's completely fine. There's no problem with that. Again, literally from the time you spray it, 2 to 3 days later, it's going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's going to really slow down how quickly it grows. So if you want to wait for it to fill in, you can do that. Something you can do to help the lawn fill in more quickly is to mow it. Believe it or not, mowing helps. Like the more you mow your lawn, it's gonna encourage new growth. It's gonna help it to thicken up. So mow your lawn if you want to get it to thicken up a bit faster. This time of year, you're starting to get to the point where you're going to be mowing twice a week. You know, we're definitely in the window now where twice a week mowing is a thing, especially if you are in the Southeast United States. You know what I mean? If you get that higher temps, twice per week mowing is what you're gonna want to start training yourself to do. All right, so we have a question here on Instagram from the Maestro. He says, saw the most beautiful lawn and I had to approach the homeowner. He's using triple 19 monthly. Would you recommend spoon feeding something that strong? Depends on the rate. So I wouldn't even say it's that strong. It really depends on the rate. I mean, if you figure Humic Max is a 1608, which is, you're right, it's not a triple 19, but it really comes down to how heavy he's applying it. So if you take like a triple 19, right, and you apply that at times 0.19, and you apply that at 3 pounds per thousand, right? You are putting down just under 0.6 of a pound of nitrogen. So 0.57 pounds of nitrogen is what you're applying. With Humic Max at 1608, I'm applying like 0.48 pounds of nitrogen. So between that triple 19 and Humic Max from a nitrogen perspective, there's not a whole lot in it. It's about a tenth more of nitrogen when applied at the same rate. So no, it depends. Is it too strong? No, but it really comes down to how much of the product you're applying over 1,000 square feet. Now, if he's applying that, at 5, 6, 7 pounds per thousand, that's going to be a lot heavier. That's going to be a bit more. But if you can use a triple 19, you can spoon feed with that if you want to. But it really is application rate. You know what I mean? It's like, when you go out and you're spraying, spraying Primo is spraying like 0.3 ounces of Primo over 1,000 square feet. Is that too much? Depends on your grass type. Depends on what your particular lawn calls for. So whenever you think about a fertilizer, you need to think about it in terms of how much of the active ingredient, how much nitrogen am I applying based on this rate? Because a triple, you can get, in other words, you can get the same, you can apply the same amount of nitrogen that the lawn actually sees with like a straight urea with like a 4600 as you could with a 1608, depending on the application rate. You know what I mean? Now, if you apply them at the same rate, meaning if you did, let's use like another granular. So you have like a 24% nitrogen granular fertilizer product, right? If you apply that at the exact same rate, meaning the same amount of pounds to the ground as you do, say, Humic Max, you are going to be applying more nitrogen. But you can adjust the rate on a higher nitrogen percentage fertilizer to achieve the same amount of nitrogen input. You see what I'm saying? The answer to your question is, it depends. You know what I mean? It depends on what rate he's using. So is it too heavy? Probably not. He's probably, if the lawn looks great and the color's awesome and the lawn's looking really good, he's likely doing something right. But it really comes down to the rate you're using. How much of the products you're applying over 1,000 square feet? How much active ingredient? How much of whatever you're trying to feed are you putting into the ground? And that's what dictates whether you're doing enough or you're doing too much or too little. So I hope that helps, Maestro. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. All right, Ted Rogers says, I put down Humic Max this week and my yard is super green already. Good, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to make your lawn green. One, I wouldn't recommend it and or sell it if it didn't work. But yeah, I'm glad that you're getting a good result, especially this time of year, right? Now that we're getting consistently warmer temperatures, the lawns are just going to take off. When you start feeding Bermuda a nice healthy diet of nitrogen, healthy diet of N with other nutrients, it's going to do very well. All right. Next up is Loretta Blackshare. She says, "Hi Ron, I did my very first soil test. You know what? It's not equipment, Loretta, but the fact this is your first time doing a soil test, we're going to clap it up for that, because that's one of the least expensive things you can do, and yet one of the most important things you can do to in a lawn care program. So I'm glad that you did that. So great job. All right. So the rest of your question or comment. It came back that I need a synthetic fertilizer 12, 6 pounds per, I think you mean 1,000 square feet, or organic 5 at 8 pounds per 1,000. What is the best brand of fertilizer to use? Again, it's brand is subjective. It depends on what you prefer. If you're gonna go organic, if you want to use synthetic, you can use a 12. What I like, Yardmaster makes a 12. We also carry, it's one thing to say, I can just show, easier to show. If I were gonna, I haven't seen your soil test results, but if I were gonna use like a starter type fertilizer, you could use a 12, or you could use something like this, the complete 14-7-14. This has all three. Granted, albeit less of the phosphorus, but it has 14% nitrogen, 14% phosphorus, potassium, and then and 7% phosphorus, as well as humic acid and kelp, which is why I like this product, because it's not just a fertilizer. There's also some soil amendments in that as well. So if I were doing, if whenever someone asks me, hey, what should I apply to my lawn if I need a balanced fertilizer, this is what I recommend from a synthetic product. From a organic product, what I would say go with is the new fertilizer offering from Miramichi Green. This is a 444. This has got equal amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Also has a bit of humate in it. Has some iron, calcium, and one other. What is it? What's the other ingredient in there? So iron and calcium. And it also includes a bacteria or a bacteria package. So if you could think of like biospectrum, you may have heard me before, Loretta, if you've been watching the channel for a while, talking about biospectrum, which is a soil microbial enhancer. So it's a food to help improve soil microbial activity. This organic fertilizer, the 444, has that added to it. So it has that component added to the fertilizer as well. So if we're going to go organic, I would use this, the 444. If I were going to go synthetic, I would go with the 14-7-14. Either one of them can work. The one thing you'll find is the 444 with organic products. This is typically a thing, right? With organics, you don't tend to get the same amount of coverage out of the same amount of product. So for example, the 14-7-14, that synthetic covers, I want to say just under 12,000 square feet. I think that's right. Yeah. So yeah, you look here with the 14-7-14, it covers up to 11,400 square feet when applied at the rates that I recommend. And if you go to the 444, which is your organic, you get like 7,200 square feet out of that. I think it's on the bag here somewhere. Yeah, it's big there, right there. 7,200. Do I have another thing to show you? Yeah, so if you look here right on the bag, it says covered up to 7,200 square feet. So you are getting less coverage when you use an organic product, given the same amount that you're putting down. But that's true for all organics. You know what I mean? Part of why synthetics are synthetic and some of the benefits is that they can be juiced up, right? You can put more nutrient in less volume. So that's a benefit of synthetics. Either one can work. If you like an organic program, go with the 444. If you want a synthetic, go with the 14-7-14. I'll tell you, on my front lawn, I am running the 444, the organic, this year because I want to compare, see how it does. And on the back lawn, I am running the 14. The Humic Max. I started out with the 12-0-24, and I am now running Humic Max on the lawn, and that's what will be on there until the end of the season when I transition back to the higher phosphorus. So I'll send you both products. You can decide either one of them is going to produce a great result. You really can't go wrong either way. If it were me. Depending on how the lawn is looking, if it were me, I would probably start with the 14-7-14 I would open up with that. And then if you want to go switch to the organic for your feeding in the following months, you could go that route. But as far as like getting like raising your macronutrient levels a little bit faster, the synthetic is going to do that faster than the organic will. So yeah, the more I think about it, 14-7-14 to start, and then you could move to organic if you like an organic program. You could stick with the 14-7-14 all season if you wanted to, but some people prefer organic fertilizers. Hence why we now why we now carry that. So that is I believe the organic that is linked to you. And then this is the synthetic, the complete 14-7-14. So I'm not sure if I labeled the other one. So synthetic, and there you go. So either one of those can do a great job. Hope that helps. Great job getting a soil test. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. Don't hesitate to reach out. All right, so we have 2 super chats. Let me run down here really quick and grab both of these. We got one from, I think Ted was, I think we're still at 20 with Luis being, no, Luis did not do the super chat. I don't think I don't think so. It was, so Luis was at 1 here with this guy. So thank you for that, Luis.
Super chat received.
He says, Ron, I fell behind on mowing because of work. Grass was too much for my earthway reel. It felt like I was committing a crime to have to use a regular mower on the lawn. Oh, I got you. Yo, so you're push mowing it. I got you. So you had to break out the rotary mower. It's okay, man. I mean, as long as you don't make a habit out of it. If you got to knock it down real quick, hopefully you bagged your clippings because you had a bit more growth. As long as you did that, you're gonna be just fine. You can transition back to the earthway now that you've got the lawn under control. You've regulated, you mounted up, taking care of business. You can go back to your push reel mower to keep it looking good. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then next up we have Mr. Archie Amos. Thank you so much, Archie.
Super chat received.
He says, LG come out of hiding. We'll see, man. I'm not sure if LG's here. He might be lurking. You know how LG is. He likes to hang out and lurk. You know what? Even though, so Ted was first and Archie was second. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to, because I want to make sure Luis is acknowledged. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add Luis Barreño. And if you don't mind, Archie, sharing the glory for like 10 minutes, and then we'll just put just you up. All right, we'll transition Luis out, but at least I want to acknowledge the fact that he did give a super chat and asked a great question. So there you go, both you guys, your name in lights, whatever it means to you guys. That'll be like that for a little while, and then I'll switch it up just to you, Archie. Again, thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate all the love and support. You do have a question, which is, wow, I almost missed you watching TV, the Lakers are on. My question, I guess you're a Lakers fan. My question, should I be seeing my lawn seeding? Not dominant, but apparent. Any suggestions? When you say seeding, are you talking about like seed heads? If you're seeing seed heads, like I was showing earlier, if you're seeing this kind of stuff in your lawn this time of year, completely normal, especially if you haven't used growth regulator. If you haven't used Primo Max on your lawn, you are going to see some of this, completely normal. I think that's what you're asking. If you're asking, should you be seeding your lawn this time of year? If it's not like, should you be seeing seed heads, but should you be seeding your lawn this time of year? If you are doing a renovation, meaning like you're burning down your existing lawn and starting over, like you want to do hard mode, you want to try and grow Bermuda grass or some other grass from seed, or any warm season grass rather from seed, then yeah, this is a great time of year to do it. Like the soil temps are consistently in the 60s and trending up. So yeah, as far as if you were going to do renovation and try and grow a lawn from seed, now would be a great time of year to do it. And again, if you're asking about seed heads, I also answer that as well. So I appreciate all the love and support. I know you're trying to get LG to come out. So you know what? I'll put on some Tango Bolero. That normally gets him going while I scroll up here and look for the next question. Thank you so much for the all the love and support, Archie. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's see. Where did I left off? The hardest part, guys. And the problem is when I do this and I scroll too far and I forget, I miss someone's question, they get like hate mail. Man, you missed me. What's going on? I was here all night and you didn't answer my question. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. Higgy Pop says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. We finally have some warm weather. Tell me about it. It's awesome, right? Have a great show. Thanks for all of your advice. I really do appreciate that, Higgy. Thank you for watching the content. I always notice you always leave a comment on the videos whenever I post something live, so thank you for that. It does not go unnoticed. So appreciate you coming in just to say hello. Let's see. Ben Zito says, I use a new and this is on Instagram, says, I use a new tenacity called Sublime. It leaves bleaching absolutely horrible. Yeah, so that's one negative with tenacity. So it is again, as far as a a herbicide to use. Like if you're planning a seeding project, it's really nice from a standpoint of it's both a pre and post emergent in one product. So if you spray it and water it in, it has pre-emergent tendencies for about 2 to 3 weeks, and you can also use it as a post-emergent. It's actually really good for crabgrass in cool season turf. The negative to it is that the surrounding grass that you spray will temporarily, again, keyword temporarily, it can get discolored, it can get bleached a little bit, right? It's not going to say that way, but that's like a side effect of it. That's why really on the label, if you look for tenacity, they recommend against like broadcast spraying a lawn with it. I mean, not necessarily I think because it's going to injure the lawn, but just really because it's going to make the lawn look ugly. Most people are not going to want their lawn to turn, not green anymore for a couple of weeks after using tenacity. So if you're spot spraying with it, it tends to be just fine. But if you're spraying a larger area, or if you're broadcast spraying, you expect a little bit of discoloration just due to the way that the herbicide works. So the good thing is that hopefully the weeds are gone. Just know the lawn will recover. It's going to bounce back from this in a couple of weeks. It should start greening up and getting a lot of its color back. So sorry you're dealing with that. But just kind of the nature of the beast. All right, next up is Mr. Kevin Hester. Kevin says, just got my mower back. It took 5 weeks to get it sharpened. Thank goodness for the cooler temps. Back in the game. Nice. At least you got it back, Kevin. That's one thing, man. Again, it doesn't really matter this time of year. It's not gonna help for me to say this now. But if you guys are diehards and watch the stream, religiously, you guys know, like in late February, like February timeframe, even in January, I think a couple times I was saying that, like, get out there and get your equipment sharpened up early. Like, go to the shops. They're normally not busy in the late winter, early spring. They'll turn your stuff around really quickly. And they're happy to get the business, I'm sure, and you won't have to wait quite as long. 5 weeks is a long time to be without your mower. But to your point, at least it's happening now. Like if you had to be 5 weeks without your mower in like June, you would have a nightmare in your hand. It would be a pretty big problem. So at least you got it back. So I'm happy to hear that you're getting a good. You got your mower back, that you're in great shape. All right, so I got some pictures here from Kelly. He sent some pictures here really quick. I think I can get these up here for you, Kelly, on a top dressing project. I'll work on that while I take the next question. I'll see if I can multitask. We'll see. Typically not very good at it, but we'll see if I can make this happen. And I'll get your pictures up and show everyone your top dressing project. Okay, so next up is Ahmad Damra. It says, what is the rate to apply Primo Max if I have a mixture of common and hybrid? That's a great question. So if it's all blended in, you can lean towards, like for hybrid Bermuda, there is the application rate is 0.25 up to 0.38, like just under 0.4. So what you could do is you can lean towards that higher end of the hybrid rate and see how it does. I mean, if you're applying it every couple of weeks, that should still produce fairly good regulation for the even for the common. You know what I mean? It's, again, if you're mowing regularly and you're spraying it at that 0.4, just under that 0.40 rate. Again, that's the monthly rate. That should produce a pretty good result for both of them. So let's actually break this down. If you are going to spray the high end of the monthly hybrid rate for a Primo Max, right? Which we'll round the 0.3 up to 0.4. What you would do that is you would take that 0.4, cut it in half. So let me get over here, wrong camera, would help if I enabled the right camera, right? 0.4, this would be the high end of the hybrid rate monthly for Bermuda. So what we'll do is we will take that rate, the 0.4, and we'll cut it in half. And every 2 weeks, you can spray this 0.2 0.2 with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet on the 1st and the 15th. That should do a pretty good job as far as definitely keeping the hybrid under regulation and also the common as well. What you can do is you can play with it a little bit. You can see if you want to maybe take it up to like 0.25 if you find that the common is not doing as well, and see how the hybrid how it tolerates it. You can try that and see. But I'm thinking that if you're applying it every couple of weeks and you're mowing regularly, it should slow down the growth of them enough to where you're not going to have like one part of your lawn where it's obviously growing a lot faster than another part of your lawn. So I would lean towards the higher end of the hybrid rate, which again, if we're just rounding up, is 0.40 per month. If you're doing it the way that I would recommend, you're going to be spraying half that. So 0.20 ounces 0.20 ounces of Primo with 1 gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. So again, for you guys here on Instagram, this is the 0.4. That'd be the monthly rate on the high end for hybrid. So you take that, cut it in half, and you spray on the 1st and the 15th, 0.2, mix with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. That is what I would go with, Ahmad, and see how you get on. I think that you're gonna be happy with what you get. Again, as long as you're also doing your mowing, your regular mowing as well, it's gonna do a good enough job that you're really not gonna notice an area of your lawn that's growing a lot faster than another area. So play with that and see if you like the results. So appreciate you chiming in. We got Madam saying, Reeds saying hi. What's going on, Madam? Appreciate you coming in and saying hi in the live stream as well. And next up, we have Natalie Tran. Natalie Tran has popped in. She says, hi, Ron. I am behind on my armyworm and grub treatment due to working on my roses garden. Okay, so Natalie, here's the thing. Now, if you were not the very first customer of the Golf Course Lawn Store, I might even just, like push this question aside because you're telling me that the roses are more important than the lawn. I don't understand. You're losing me here. But you're asking, is it still okay to apply it now? Yes. I'm just messing with you. You can absolutely still apply a Celiprin now. What I would use if you're trying to control armyworms and grubs, I'll show you what I would recommend. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to shop, and then go to fungicide, insecticide. I would use a Celiprin in either a liquid or a granular. Either one of these will work. I'm pretty sure you have a backpack sprayer, and I know you do your prodiamine and everything via liquid. So I would go with the liquid of Celiprin. So Celiprin SC, you can spray that now with no problems. As far as the rate, 0.20, so kind of like the high end of the hybrid Bermuda rate, 0.20 ounces of that mixed with, let me do it this way. I think that's a Celiprin here. 0.20 right there, mixed with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. Now, the thing with the Celiprin, the high end, the actual higher end of the application rate goes all the way up to 0.4, right? But I've gotten good results, and folks in the academy have gotten great results. People that I've recommended this rate to have gotten great results, and I've also ran it by Syngenta as far as this 0.20 rate, and they said, focus. They said, yeah, the 0.20 rate, that's a good catch-all rate, especially if you're using it as a preventative. If you get an active problem in your lawn, you could bump the rate up, but if you're using it strictly as a preventative, 0.20 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet is going to produce a great result. So, and again, another reason why I would recommend the liquid, let's say, right, you didn't care about grubs, which I know you care about grubs. Let's say you didn't care about grubs. If all you care about is armyworms, you can even back the rate down, because for armyworms, the rate for a Celiprin for an active armyworm infestation anyway is a lot lower. It's actually like it's under 0.10. It's like 0.07 or something like that, right? So that's one nice benefit of the liquids, is that you can easily adjust the rate that you're applying, that you're putting into the soil based on what you're trying to accomplish. But as a catch-all, 0.20, gallon of water, 1,000 square feet, and you'll be squared away. That is what I do on my lawn, neighbor's lawn, Alex's lawn. That's what I do, and I get great results with that. So, not too late. I would get it down now. Now that your favorite, the rose garden, is all done. Now that the roses are pretty and they're looking good, you can go now give the lawn some attention. And yes, you can apply it now. Not too late. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. Appreciate the question. All right, next up we have Michael C. He says, hey, Ron, question. I live in Pennsylvania, and the lawn in the shade is more green than the lawn in the sun, has a little brown. What could be causing this? Thanks. So if you live in Pennsylvania, I'm assuming you have cool season grass. And if it's like a fescue, like those types of grasses enjoy, they do better with, or they do quite well with less sunlight. So if you have like a bunch of trees and it's cast, relatively light shaded in an area, it's not uncommon for the lawn in the shaded part of the grass in the shaded part of the lawn to do better, to be greener than an area that's getting a lot of direct sunlight for cool season lawns, right? Because if you think about it, cool season lawns have you have 2 seasons. You have 2 peaks. You get one that starts like March timeframe and really runs now all the way through May. June it starts to get hot and the lawn starts seeing stress and begins to to see to start getting what you're talking about, where it starts to get it turns brown and is just trying to survive the heat of the summer. And then in the fall, you get another growth spurt, another peak where it begins to, as temperatures go down, where the lawn gets another flush of growth. So you get like really 2 seasons for cool season grass, whereas with warm season grass, it starts growing. We get like one like long extended one. It starts like in March timeframe, depending on where you are in the country, and lasts until September. So it sounds to me, whatever your grass type is, I don't even say, I mean, but whatever your grass type is, it's one that that does better with less direct sunlight than without than shade. And also, if you're watering them, perhaps you're not putting enough water on the lawn that's getting the direct sunlight. I mean, it's not, even in Pennsylvania, it shouldn't be that hot yet that you should be seeing that much stress. But if you're underwatering the lawn, so in other words, it's not getting enough moisture, the area that's getting direct sunlight is gonna show heat stress faster than the area that is shaded, which just makes sense, right? Like less sunlight, when you water it, it's not going to evaporate as quickly. It's going to stay cooler. That's the moisture is going to stay in the soil in that area more so than in an area that gets a lot of direct sunlight. So what I would say is let's start, if you can. I mean, if you're not watering, start. That's thing one, and maybe try increasing the watering that you're doing in the area that's getting direct sunlight by just a little bit. So if you're watering, say, the entire lawn for 20 minutes, maybe give the area that's getting more direct sunlight, say 25 minutes, or just step it up a little bit, give it a bit more water than the area that's in the shade, and see how it does. If in a week, see if it starts recovering better. But if it seems to like that, if a little bit of water was the trick, that's likely what it's going to be. Because the more I think about it, Pennsylvania shouldn't be hot enough yet that the lawn is seeing any kind of heat stress yet. So it's likely you're just not putting enough water on the lawn, and the shaded area is just tolerating it better because it's in the shade. So that is what I would do. I would consider increasing your watering a bit. Good, that's a good question. I like it. So let me see. Let me go here and look at my show notes and see what else I wanted to chat with you guys about. Oh, that's right. So we had Kelly. So Kelly had some the pictures that he sent in showing his top dressing project. So let me make sure I show these in the right order. Thank you so much for even putting annotations in. It makes it that much easier for me. So first up is picture 1. So he shows the before. This is how the lawn looked before, and you can tell it's before because it says on the screen before. And then it is followed by an aeration, which I'm a big fan of. I like what I'm seeing here. You're following the program. You're getting your quarter aeration done prior to top dressing. Then, I mean, so you've got an odd looking leveling rake there, Kelly. I mean, here's the thing. We'll just pause for a second. I can't fault the results. I mean, if you look at the other area around the leveling rake, the furry leveling rake, it looks like it is working the material into the soil profile. So it definitely works. It's just it's a first. I've not seen that technique, but it appears to be working. So we move on. So we'll show his specialty leveling rake, and then next up is the work in progress. This is what it's looking like now. Nice. So I would drag that in a bit more. It looks a touch heavy in the area that's closest to us. It might just be the angle of the picture, but yeah, looking good. I'll take it. And then finally, he sent me an after. So this is what it looks like, I imagine, today, or what it looks like now. So thank you so much for that. Looking really good. Looks like it's recovering nicely, Kelly. Again, that's a very odd leveling rake that you're using there. Again, if you guys have ever seen this model, let me know where to pick one up. But again, you can look, you can't hate it. I mean, it's definitely working the material in there. And yeah, we'll just have to just keep studying that, and it might be a new thing. I might have to do a new video update and say, hey, instead of using the traditional leveling rake, you got to get one of these guys and let them do it. So thanks for the picture, sir. I really appreciate it. The lawn looks great. It's going to look even better here in the next couple of weeks as it recovers. Keep doing what you're doing. Lawn looks awesome. Great work. And I'm glad your fur baby got to have some fun and kick in and contribute to the top dressing work as well. All right, short grass is up next. He says, finally fully greened up and growing fast. I was getting worried, LOL, slow spring this year. Yeah, man, here's the thing. In the Southeast, that late cold snap we got in March did a number on the lawns. I mean, the lawns were all, we were all like partying, we were out there sipping lemonade and just getting ready to go, getting the mowers to go out. And then we got that snap there where temps got into the 20s a couple of days and 30s. And it was just, it literally took the lawns that were greening up and just slammed the brakes on and caused them to revert. So that just slowed the entire process. And now the lawns are really catching up. So glad that your lawn's doing well, short grass. From here on out, it should be smooth sailing, should be warm weather from here on out till the fall. Let's hope. And yeah, glad that it's growing in. So, and that's true for pretty much all you guys. If you guys are finding, hey, I've done a soil test. I've started to fertilize. I fertilized my lawn according to those soil test results. I'm mowing regularly, and it's still just taking a little while to green up. Just give it patience. Give it a little more time. Over the next week or two, you're going to see a big change in lawns across the entire country due to the warmer temperatures that we're getting that are consistently warmer. Right, like the up and down stuff is not great for lawn green up. Now that we're consistently warm and getting warmer, the lawns are going to do a lot better. So I'm glad that you're happy. Crisis averted, short grass, and just keep mowing it. Keep it looking. Keep doing its thing. All right. Next up is Justin Judkins. He says, "Hey Ron, I know you split your PGR application each month, but do you apply on the same days as you fertilize?" Yes. My curiosity is around needing to water in granular fert, whereas PGR is foliar. Yes. So I answered this question earlier, but one more again, I'm going to cover it real quick. So yeah. So let's just stand snap, right? And it is now, we'll go back in time, and it is now May 1st. And Ron's about to go out tomorrow, or tomorrow's May 1st. I'm about to go out and I'm going to do my granular biostimulant. I'm going to do my Essential G, my granular fertilizer, and do my first primo application of the season. So it's happy days, right? Like life is good. I'm a happy guy, right? You would do your any granular products, apply those first, then spray your liquids after. Like, so if you did like your granular at 8 in the morning, once you're done with that, at 8:30 in the morning, you're spraying your liquids. Allow that to dry. Give it 4 hours is what I would say. Give it 4 hours. In the afternoon, you could run your irrigation to water the granular in, or you can simply wait till the next day if you want and water your granular fertilizer in. The granular does not need to be watered in right away. It's not like if you spray a lawn with like straight urea where you really need to water it in after application to prevent burning. Like the stuff that we sell, the fertilizers that we sell in the Golf Course Lawn Store, they're not going to burn the lawn if you let them sit for an afternoon and you don't water till the following day. So the answer to your question is yes. Starting from now until September, anytime I'm spraying in the lawn, there's going to be Primo Max in the tank. So if I'm spraying, let me see here. If I'm spraying on the 1st, there's going to be Primo in the tank. If I'm spraying on the 15th, there's also going to be Primo in the tank. So yes, I do them on the same day. I just will either delay until the afternoon to run irrigation, and in most cases, I just water the following morning. So I hope that helps, Justin. And if you need anything else, let me know. And Natalie says, I meant prevention, not treatment. Yeah, so prevention, again, same thing. You can still apply it now, Natalie. Acelepryn is what I would use. 0.20 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, and you are good to go. That should produce a great result in the lawn. And by great result, like bugs won't eat your lawn up, right? Which is good. That's how you know. Like that's one way you'll know, right? If you failed with your insecticide program, you can grab a handful of turf and it peels up really easily. Or armyworms are munching your lawn here later on this season, then it didn't work. But I mean, if you get your prevention down, your preventative, you'll be just fine. And no, it's not too late, so you can absolutely go ahead and do that. All right, let me amend the super chat and make sure Archie is up here, so we are good. All right, thanks so much for that. All right, next up is Jermaine Battles. He says, at Ron Henry, I received my replacement Turfplex. Thanks. Yeah, man, sorry about that. So so what Jermaine is talking about is like sometimes USPS. I mean, there's no innocent party. Any of the carriers sometimes they'll drop or damage products and shipping, like especially liquids are susceptible to this. So with Jermaine, he had a bottle of Turfplex. It got damaged in route to where some of it leaked out. So we just sent him a replacement, and he's all good to go. So I'm glad it made it to you, Jermaine. Happy days, and let me know if you need anything else. G Freeze up next. He says, hey Ron, hashtag Stripe Action Gang, Friday night chat, thumbs up. I do like it. I dig it. G Free. We also got so Eric is sent me a picture. Eric Meehan sent me a picture of his lawn where he's getting ready to do a top dressing. He sent to me this picture. He told me a couple days ago he's getting a service to come do the top dressing work for him. And this is what his lawn looks like as of like 2 days ago. And already that's solid. I mean, if you're going to top dress that is not going to take very long for the lawn to recover from top dressing if it already looks like that. I mean, this color looks great, man. The stripe action looks great. It's not going to take long for it to bounce back. Make sure, I mean, again, you're paying a service, so they're going to do what they're going to do, but hopefully they're going to go light. I mean, because your lawn, just from looking at this picture, it doesn't, I mean, at least with the area I'm seeing, doesn't look like it needs a lot. Like the left side of the picture, like there, it looks like that could be a low spot in there, perhaps a little bit, but overall, the lawn looks fairly even, where it shouldn't take a lot of material to get it into good shape. So good stuff. Keep me posted. You got your before picture. Make sure you take a during and then after, if at all possible. You want to document the process. Tony Israel is up next. He says, hey, Ron, I aerated and top dressed a month ago. Still experiencing dips and valleys. Should I apply another layer of sand to fill in the gaps? Yeah, absolutely. So top dressing, for most people, depending on how bad your lawn is, right? It's not necessarily a one and done type thing. Part of the reason why, Tony, why I recommend doing your top dressing early in the season, like this time of year, is because if you needed to, say you had a lawn that was really like a BMX dirt park, right? So there's all kinds of bumps and ruts and stuff in it. If you do your first top dressing in late April or early May, you can do one then. It'll take a few weeks for it to recover. You can do another one in June, the first part of June, and then you could do your last one in mid to late July. So you can really get 3 top dressings in the course of a growing season if you wanted to. And in most cases, by the time that you get to that second or third one, the lawn should be looking really good. I mean, what you will find is if you do another top dress this year, it's not going to take as much material to fill in until there's not going to be as many low spots. And it's just, the lawn is going to recover faster because the areas that were low before are less low now. So it's going to take less sand. So the grass is going to go through it faster. So subsequent top dressings, I have found that recovery is much faster than the first time you do it. The first time you do it, it could be 3 or 4 weeks before it fully recovers, depending on how heavy you go. But the ones that come after that tend to recover quite a bbit faster. So yeah, I absolutely would. If you've still got it in you, if you're not put off from top dressing from the work that you did a month ago, and you got the desire to get out there and do it again, by all means, there's no problem at all with doing that. Highly recommend it. Next up is Mr. Robert Rainey. He says, well, I'm getting out of real mowing and going back to rotary. The trusty old Toro Time Master is coming out of the shed. Right. Okay. That's a good one, Robert. I mean, you're kidding, right? You are kidding. I hope you're kidding. Let me see. Oh yeah, you did. You are. He says, not. I'm kidding. Thank goodness. I was about to say. I mean, you, Mr. Mowing at like 0.2, 0.3, all these kind of crazy heights. You with a rotary, you probably like break out in hives. I mean, you can tell, man. The part of your lawn that you really love, you can look at the color and see, and the rest of it that you just kind of make sure it looks reasonable. You can tell what's mowed with the rotary and what's mowed with the reel. It's very apparent which of those two lawns is mowed with what. I figured as much. I didn't think that you'd be someone that would go back to rotary. Not that there's anything wrong with the rotary mower. There's nothing wrong with the rotary mower. Nothing wrong with rotary mowing if you have tall grass. A rotary mower is actually the correct and best tool for the job. So, but for shortcut turf, tough to beat real mowing. Robert Murther's up next. He says, happy Friday, everyone. What's going on, Robert? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. Appreciate you. And then next we have Kenneth Sherrill. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Happy Friday, Kenneth. I saw a short you posted earlier this week where you're talking about your mower attachments, one being an aerator. Do you prefer the needles or the plugs whenever you aerate? Of the two, it depends on what your goal is, right? If your goal is to relieve compaction, a core aerator, one that removes, that pulls plugs out, that does something that looks like, if I can find it, nope. Yes, that does that. So whenever you're done, if your lawn looks like that, that is superior in my opinion. Like as far as relieving compaction in a lawn, like this is a better way to go if that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to create voids in the soil you're about to say you're about to fertilize, right? Or you're about to put down a granular biostimulant. You're just trying to get some more water and air and nutrients down into the soil profile. There are benefits to doing spiked aeration as well too, or solid tine aeration is probably a better way of saying it. But again, for me, if your goal is to relieve compaction, core aeration is better. If you're looking to something you can do monthly and not do a lot of injury to the turf, meaning when I'm done running a spike aerator over the lawn, unless you actually know what you're looking for, you don't really see it. You know what I mean? You'll see a little, I mean, the color will go away a tiny bit, but it's nothing like core aeration. Like core aeration is if you had to say it from a standpoint of stress and affecting appearance, core aeration is like an 8 or a 9, and solid tine aeration is like a 3. It's like a 2 or 3, right? And it has a lot of the benefits of allowing water to get down into the soil profile, allowing nutrients, air. If you're fertilizing, accomplishing the similar goals as far as fast tracking those into the soil. What it does not do as good a job of is relieving compaction. You know what I mean? It doesn't relieve compaction nearly as well as removing cores would do. So I have a mower. I have a machine that can do the solid tine aeration, so I'm going to be doing that more regularly. But core aeration is still. I mean, if you can only pick to do one, if you only do one in this season, I would pick core aeration. If you have the ability, if you have a machine that can do solid tine aeration, what they call their soil roller attachment, then yeah, I think as a way of doing something monthly, if you have the time to do it before you do your granular fert, nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Because again, once you're done soil rolling the lawn or spike aerating the lawn, you don't really even see the damage to it, because if you're not looking for it, you really won't even see it, which is nice. So they are both excellent tools, but they're designed to do different things. So it's not really one or the other. You could do core aeration once and then do solid tine, or you could just do core aeration and just call it good. You know what I mean? So they accomplish different things. There's pros and cons to both, is what I'm trying to say. So hope that helps. Next up is Robert Rainey. He says, Primo is down. Nice. I like it. You know, Robert, I remember when we were first talking, you're saying, man, you know, I remember when you were the first time you were going to start using Primo, you're worried about it. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I want to use growth regulator. I'm kind of worried about damaging the lawn, and I'm not sure it can work. And now look at you. You're throwing it down like there's nobody's business. You're living your best life. You know, you're mowing at crazy heights, all this kind of stuff. You are now a wild man. You know, so it's like anything else, man. As long as you read the label, follow the label, you know, read the label twice, measure twice, make sure you take all the precautions as far as, like, you know, calibrating your sprayers. So you're putting down the right amount of product over the right amount of square footage. It's pretty hard to not get a good result if you do that. So glad that you are doing well and that you got your Primo down. All right, Ted Rogers says, he says, I'm not tripping at all. I'm grateful. You are very welcome, sir. I am grateful for you to coming to watch the show and live stream. Appreciate, you know, the thing that is most valuable, which is your time and attention. You guys are spending a little bit with me here on Friday nights, so I really do appreciate that. All right, next up is Casey Bear. He says, if I apply Dimension to EW now, will it prevent Bermuda runners from spreading or slow the growth of established Bermuda? It shouldn't. I'm trying to think. I've not really seen anything. I'm not as familiar with the Dimension label as I am with Prediamine, but I've read it before, and I don't recall seeing anything about it, you know, causing problems with, like, the runners tacking down. As long as you stay within the correct rates, as long as you stay within the correct application rates, you should be just fine, Casey. You really shouldn't get a negative, a problem where, like, the runners are runner across the lawn, they just kind of hang out. They just kind of, like, they're like floppy runners. They don't ever tack down. You shouldn't really experience that. So again, just read the application rate. If there's any guidance that speaks to that, I would obviously take heed. But I believe as long as you apply it at the correct rates, you should not have a problem with. It's definitely not with the runners spreading. It's more about them like tacking down. You know, them throwing out roots is what you could see if you over apply is a problem you could have. But I mean, I've not seen that be an issue with Prediamine or dithiopyr when applied at the correct rates, at the label rates. Not typically a problem. All right, next up is Terrence Stamps. He says, hey, Ron, thank you for your feedback. I appreciate you taking the time to answer questions. No problem at all, man. I mean, it helps you guys and also helps me get better. I get exposed to a lot of stuff that, you know, think about it. My world, for the most part, is Bermuda and zoysia grass, like warm season turf, right? And I know quite a bit about those. So the live stream and also just answering your questions that you guys pose to the YouTube content is a great way for me to force me to go do work, right? Learn and research like what are strategies for closes and turf for certain grass types, and what herbicide combinations can you use on different grass types you can't use on others, and this kind of thing, and what works better for what. Like a lot of that comes from the questions that you guys asked me. So it helps you guys out, and you also help me get better also in the process, which ultimately makes it better for everyone, right? Because I put out the content both on the live stream, the YouTube videos, and also in the form of blog posts. On the topic of blog posts, we released a new one this week. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and to our free guide section, click on blog, you'll see because it's the season of killing weeds in your lawn, if you want an organic herbicide or a non-selective organic weed killer that comes in a ready to spray form, this is it talks about obviously Celsius and tenacity later down in it, but it first opens up with the Miramichi non-selective herbicide, the non-selective weed killer. This is a great product. I mean, that show like before, this is like 10 minutes later, this is 15 minutes later, and then like the following day. So the product absolutely works as far as, like I can show you guys a better picture. It absolutely works as far as producing the results. But again, this stuff is non-selective. So what do you mean by that, Ron? What do you mean when you say it's non-selective? I mean that do not spray weeds in your grass with it. That's what I mean. So that's it, just posing, looking cool. That's me spraying the lawn. This is it 20 minutes later, and then 24 hours later. So just sprayed, 20 minutes later, already discoloring very nicely. This was, this is in, I'm trying to think about when I shot this thing. I think it was like June last year is when I took this picture. And then finally 24 hours later. So there you go. So you can see it does a great job, as a non-selective organic herbicide that you can ARMI-listed products. So it's a great, if you want like an organic way to kill weeds that's non-selective, this is a great option. And we have, again, the blog post I was just showing you guys speaks all about that. So the one we released today talks about ways of killing weeds in your lawn. What's the best spray for doing it? Again, talks about the Miramichi product. It talks about my trip to Miramichi Green where I interviewed them and explained how a lot of the products worked. And then obviously your more synthetic products like your Tenacity and Celsius. So if you guys are interested, check that out. It's already posted in the description, the show note of this description, or the description for this live stream. And I will also likely make it the pinned comment. I'll make it a comment on the live stream after the show ends. So if you guys are interested, you can read that blog post that went live today. All right, Terrence says, this is my question. What is the best to get Creeping Charlie under control? It seems to take over as the season continues. Thanks again. Creeping Charlie isn't too bad to control. I mean, I think if you want something that's easy, like there's Spectricide will do it. I want to say that Celsius will do that, but let me make sure I'm not lying to you here. Let me make sure. And I'm answering this question, Terrence, assuming that you have warm season turf. You have warm season lawn, right? I want to say that. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I am wrong. Let's see. On the label, it does say, yep, creeping bentgrass and creeping Charlie, ground ivy. Creeping Charlie's on there, and it's not even the high rate. So if you look here at the Celsius label, I can show you guys. We can read it all together. And if we go down here and find, yep, right here. We go down here and we find, you see it has different rates for different weeds. So this is the lower application rate. I actually sprayed at a heavier rate than this. And you see Creeping Charlie listed there, so it should knock it out without a problem. So yeah, so if you have for warm season lawn, again, Celsius is what I would go with. If you're just trying to, depending if it's a small area, Terrence, we offer it in 2 sizes. You can get it in a 10 ounce, which is really the best deal. I mean, as far as coverage, this covers up to 2 acres, this size. And then you have, there you go, it's a 10 ounce, that's up to 2 acres. And then you have the single dose pack, which is this guy right here. This will cover, for Creeping Charlie, you probably could get by with using one of these in 4 gallons of water and covering 4,000 square feet. But the way I recommend to use this is to use one of these single-use packets in 2 gallons of water to cover 2,000 square feet. Throw a little bit of surfactant, a little bit of spreader sticker in there for good measure. These two together should do a good job cleaning up Creeping Charlie and any other broadleaf weeds that you got going on in your lawn. That's what the strong suit of Celsius is. Broadleaf weeds, it's really, I mean, broadleaf weeds, not yellowing your lawn, and you can spray it over a broad temperature range. It's really hard to beat Celsius in warm season turf for if those are the constraints that you're after. So that is what I would go with. I will send you a link to it here in the chat, so to make it easy for you. If you need anything else, let me know. And I do appreciate all of the love and support. Okay, next up is Casey Baker. He says, let's see here. He says, can I apply Nutrizolve liquid soil micronutrients on Bermuda sod that's been down for a month? Yes, you can. Also, is it safe to throw a light coat of 16.4.8 PGF Complete by the Andersons on month-old sod? Yes, as long as it comes down to application rate. So given that you're dealing with a 16% nitrogen product, I would do like 3 pounds per thousand. You know what I mean? 3 pounds per thousand is going to end up putting down just under half a pound of nitrogen. So like 0.48 to be precise is what it works out to. If you do 3 pounds per thousand, you're not hitting the lawn with a huge, spike of N. It's going to be just fine. And then as far as Nutrizolve to fill in the micros, you're going to be good to go. So yeah, for Nutrizolve, I would spray that at 6 ounces per thousand. So 6 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. And then for the 16.4.8 product you're talking about, I would apply, given that it's new sod, I don't know what the label calls for that. They're probably going to tell you to apply it heavier than what I'm saying. But for new sod, start out light. 3 pounds per thousand is going to be safe. You're going to get a good. You're not going to injure the turf applying it at that rate. So that is what I would do if you're trying to be conservative. Also, given that it's relatively new sod. Great question. Papa Mo's Low says, will applying headway G at the preventative rate, will be applying headway G at the preventative rate when I get back in town. Is that rate of 2 pounds per thousand square feet? Yeah, it's just over. It's like 2.2, 2.3 pounds per thousand square feet. But yeah, call it 2 pounds per thousand square feet is a good preventative rate. That's going to cover the majority of lawn diseases. And then once you start going, if you're using it as a curative, that's when there's a bunch of variants. You know, it can go up to as much as 3.5, 4 pounds per thousand if you're using it as a curative Papa Mo's Low. But as a preventative, then you're going to be absolutely fine with that 2 pounds per thousand rate, which is a kind of a cool thing if you don't have headway as yet. It sounds like you already have it, but if you didn't have headway and you're looking for a fungicide option that's going to be just as good, but it's a liquid, Pillar SC is a nice option because this per 1,000 square foot, this is a cheaper product. This is less expensive than headway, and there's only one rate. Like the rate for this is a single rate. It's 1 ounce. 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. Like one bottle covers 43,000 square feet, which is an acre. And there's 1 ounce. Like the rate is simple for preventative and curative. 1 ounce for over 1,000 square feet is all you have to do. So there's no guesswork of what rate should I be using. 1 ounce per 1,000. And the thing with Pillar and Headway, they're both fungicides in the same families. They're different active ingredients, but they're both a group 3 and 11 fungicide. So they're both you can interchange them really if you wanted to. What I would say is if you're doing preventative now, you already got Headway, just do that. Like run Headway. Run Headway, you can do it now, and if you want to do another app in June, that would be just fine as a preventative. If you were doing it as a curative, like you had a big problem in your lawn and it was going to take a few rounds of fungicide, I wouldn't repeat the same one more than I would not go more than twice before switching it. So if say I had really nasty, let's say summer patch or large patch in my lawn, right? My whole lawn's covered up in it. It's a big mess, and I'm trying to arrest the spread of it. You could get by with doing Headway like once, and then a Headway again 21 days later. If it's still if you're still seeing new large patch, which you really shouldn't, but if you're still seeing that in areas of your lawn, that's when I would roll to a different fungicide. I would switch to Pillar or to like a different family altogether. Like there's one that's not really expensive. It's like 336F, like Cleary's, I think is what it used to be called. But that's like a group 1 fungicide. You can switch to that if you want to rotate. But yeah, to answer your question, Headway at 2 pounds thereabouts is going to be just over 2 pounds is going to be just fine as a preventative rate. So I kind of went up on a tangent there, but yeah. Hope that helps, Papa Moslow. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, we have a question here or a comment from the let's see. So from the Maestro, he says, so my local big box store sells broken bags, busted bags at half price. Sounds like a good deal to me, as long as most of the products are there, right? Is there any benefit to spreading things like black cow compost or peat moss weekly just to add organics to poor clay? I don't know if I would do it weekly. Once per month is fine. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess here's the thing: if you're going really light, weekly, I guess would be okay, but it seems like a lot of work to do it that way. I would opt for more going a little bit heavier. By heavier, I mean like quarter inch, maybe, like that kind of heavier, once per month versus, because every week going to have to spray or apply, compost over your lawns. It sounds like a lot of work to me. You know what I mean? So I would do monthly. Monthly would be fine. Peat moss, no, I really wouldn't. There's not a whole lot of nutrient benefits to peat moss. The black cow compost, I've heard good things about that. I have not used it myself, but there are people that use that and they love it and they swear by it. So if you can get that at half price, and there's some bags that are broken, by all means, go for it. By all means, go for it. No worries at all. No worries at all. All right, next up here on YouTube, we are back. We have Enoch Buxton Jr. says, "Hey everyone, hit the like button ever so gently in my Ron voice." Whatever that sounds like. Okay. Definitely. Hit that like button. Doesn't cost anything. It's a free way to support the channel. Ahmad Jones says, "My wife not gonna like me mowing twice a week." She might, I don't know how big your lawn is, but it doesn't really take that long to get a mow in midweek. You know what I mean? And then also if you're using Primo, if you're using growth regulator, we are now at the point where twice per week mowing is going to be a thing. When you get into June, that's where you're really going to need to be doing that. And depending on how, where you are in the country, you might be mowing every 2 days, every other day. If you're really, if you're in a part of the country that's really hot and the grass grows aggressively, but twice per week really isn't too bad. Most people are able to do that. Most people are able to do that. Maestro says tiny front lawn, 1,000 square feet. Yeah, if you want to do it, twice per month, you could then. Maestro, I guess what I would say this. I would ensure that you don't see the compost anymore, like it's grown in. The grass is growing through it before you apply more. How's that? That's what I would use as a litmus as when you should do your next application. So hope that helps. All right, next up is David Duncan says, "Can you help me identify what type of grass I have?" Sure, if you send me a picture of it, I can take a look and give you my thoughts on it. If it's warm season grass, if you send me a picture, I can take a look. Something else you can do if you want, and this works pretty well. If you take that same picture, and most people don't realize this, but Google has an image search. If you go to Google and you go to images, and you put the picture in of you can use it for weed identification and also for identifying your grass, and it does a fairly decent job. You put that in, and it will tell you what kind of grass it thinks it is. You know what I mean? So if you send me a picture and it's not super apparent to me what it is, that's what I'm going to do. You know what I mean? But it shouldn't be too hard to tell. But yeah, send me a picture if you want, David. I will take a look. My email address is, why do I not have it down here? It is ron@golfcourselawn.com, but it got buried by all the other stuff you guys sent to me. So I will bring it up here to right there. Yep. So this is it. That's my email address, ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you send me an email with the pictures of your grass that you want me to take a look at, I will tell you what I think. All right. Next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, "Hey, Ron, checking in. Can you..." Nope, if I get this up. I'm checking in. It looks like I need to start cutting 3 days per week. The heat for sure is on. Not putting down PGR until do my leveling in another week or so. Just send a few pictures. Yes, I saw your domination pictures, Andrew. I think, I'm trying to see. Yeah, these are them. If you guys are wondering what Andrew's lawn looks like this time of year, that's his lawn. That's picture 1. This is picture 2. His vanity strip is looking pretty awesome. And then picture 3 is right there. So the color looks great. Looks like it's filled in very nicely, Andrew. And yeah, that sounds good. So you're already mowing 3 days per week already because the lawn's not under regulation with Primo. I could see that. And but yeah, it totally makes sense too. If you want to wait until you get your top dressing work done and it recovers from that, completely makes sense. I can see why you want to do that. All right, Steven Edmund says, dropping a like. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much, Steven. I appreciate the kind words and support. Next up is Cooper's dad. He says, helping a neighbor with his 1-year-old neglected 419 that is thinning. Wants to use PGR to help him with his once per week mow schedule without it growing too tall. Should he avoid using PGR in the thinning areas? Yeah, I probably would. I mean, because if he only wants to mow the lawn once per week, it's going to take, he's not doing the thing that is going to cause the areas that are thin to become less thin. Like if you want to help a lawn thicken up, mow it more. Like make sure your equipment is sharp and just increase your mowing frequency. That is going to help the lawn to thicken up and grow in faster. You know what I mean? So if he's like saying, hey, schedule, work, whatever I got going on, I can't get out there. I can only mow it once per week. And I want to use growth regulator. Can I use growth regulator? Yes, sure. But it's not, the growth regulator works well. It is going to slow down how quickly the lawn grows. But as far as encouraging the lawn to spread and to thicken up, regular mowing is what helps with that. So what I would say is this. I would try and convince him to mow his lawn twice per week if he can. You know what I mean? I don't know how big the lawn is, but if he can get him to mow it twice per week, he's going to like the way it looks. Like I always say, guys, all things are being equal, right? Using the right fertilizers, very important. Having a good fungicide program and insecticide program, doing those things, the preventatives, very important. Using growth regulator and doing biostimulants, also very important. But as far as from an appearance standpoint, mowing is where it's at. So, whenever you do all those things, and then you're also mowing your lawn twice per week, at least twice per week, it's really difficult for anyone on your street to really be able to match that, because mowing is what really helps tie it all together and produces that great color. I mean, if you look at Andrew's lawn, I mean, this is not a lawn that is mowed once per week. It's mowed, he said at this point 3 times a week, but I mean, maybe in this picture he's at twice a week. And the fact that the color looks great, it stays green between mowings, that turf looks nice and dense, like all of that is a byproduct of regular mowing combined with a nutrient program. So you got to make sure, what I would say Cooper's dad is I would try and encourage him to increase his mowing, because that's going to help the lawn thicken up. If he doesn't care about it thickening up that much and he just wants to not have it get too tall, yes, you can use growth regulator, but you're really missing, the benefits of that regular mowing really brings to to a lawn program. So I would encourage him to do that. Next up is Calvin Winston. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday. I have a fungus in my lawn. I think, how can I be sure? Looks like brown patch or a patchy slow start to the lawn. Thoughts? If it's like large patch, which you'll typically see, it'll be like a ring, and the grass, there'll be green grass in the middle, but they're like a ring where the lawn is discolored or dying. That can be, they can be large patch. You can also have necrotic ring spot. That's also a thing. If you have just a bare area where nothing, like the grass is not growing in there at all, he could be dealing with spring dead spot. And if it's spring dead spot, applying a fungicide now is not going to do anything for it. Spring dead spot has to be prevented, believe it or not, in the fall. So like the fungicide application you do in the October, November timeframe is what helps prevent spring dead spot. So if that's what he's got going on, if that's what it is, it's just time. You know what I mean? The lawn is going to recover. The grass will eventually grow in that area, but it's probably not going to be until like June timeframe until it starts looking really good. You know what I mean? If you've got a ring, it could be large patch. It could be a lot of things. The answer is just apply a fungicide. So apply a headway or apply, if you want to use liquids, you can apply Pillar SC. I mean, you look at what it covers, brown patch, brown ring patch, dollar spot, fairy ring, fusarium patch, gray leaf, large. I mean, all the common ones, rhizoctonia, a special one for St. Augustine. I mean, pretty much all the common ones is what this will take care of. So you don't really have to know exactly what it is. If it's one of the more common lawn diseases, which is probably one of the ones on that list, if it's any of them other than spring dead spot, it will help arrest the spread of the disease and allow the lawn to heal. If it's spring dead spot, you're just gonna have to wait. You have to wait till like June-ish for the lawn to recover. So I hope that helps, Calvin. Nice of you to thank and hope that helps. I know it's not great. No one likes having disease problems in their lawn. I've had it in my lawn. I've dealt with it before, but it's just one of those things, man. So. Andrew Phillips says, I just put down headway G as we got a lot of rain here in Texas. I may put down a preventative treatment. Yeah. So yeah, headway this time of year, headway or pillar Or if you want a combination insecticide and fungicide, you can do Caravan. So you can do Caravan G, which is a combination insecticide and fungicide. The only negative to Caravan, which again, it's kind of like everything else, right? It's kind of a compromise, is the insecticide that's in it doesn't have any control for armyworms, and the fungicide that's in it, which is azoxystrobin, won't do anything for you against dollar spot, right? So that's where Pillar and Headway are better in the sense that they have coverage for a broader range of lawn diseases, and why Aceleprint is better because it has a coverage for a broader range of lawn damaging insects. The downside of doing like Headway and Pillar, Headway, Pillar, or Aceleprint is that it's more expensive because you're buying two products then, right? But the net result is better. So there is that, and that's what I do on my lawn. I use Aceleprint, and this year I sprayed Pillar. But in years past I've done Headway. So, but either way, either Headway or Pillar, really interchangeable. Either one of them you can do and get a great result with. Just depends whether you prefer granular or liquid. All right, next up is Jonathan Daza. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. How often should I put out fungicide and grub control? I live in Los Angeles and I have turf type top fescue. Grub control, I typically only do it once per year. So late March, early April is when I get my my insecticide down. I'll use Aceleprint. There are people that will do Aceleprint now, and they will do another application in late July, early August, just to ensure they have coverage into the fall in case there's armyworm problems. So I have not had to do that. I typically only do it once per year. Grub control, it's for me. It's again, if all I'm trying to do is control grubs, I will do that again late March, early April timeframe, one and done, and that has served me well. If you want to be ultra conservative and you're just really worried about having insect problems in your lawn, you could do one now, and you could do another one in, like I said, later on, late summer, early fall. But for most people, one is all you need. If you want to see, like this question is actually answered, Jonathan Dazas. If you go to the store and then you go to the guides, you see here we have a lawn care schedule. This is a free schedule that we have that's part of what's in here, which a lot of you guys asked for, is a month-by-month application breakdown. So if you click on number 5, item 5, it tells you month by month what I do on my lawn, what I recommend doing, for a great lawn. It talks for everything from like scalping to a soil test to pre-emergent, to what fertilizers, like I was telling you, as far as insecticide, getting your Aceleprint down. Then now we're in May. Primo will start, fertilizer, consistent mowing, and then either Headway or Pillar SC. So I've got it all broken down month by month by month, and this is completely free. You know what I mean? In the academy, in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, you get, it's more detailed, you get application rates, and obviously you also have the access to the private Facebook group where we can bounce ideas off each other. It's a really cool group of guys and gals that just, are really serious about their lawn. So it's really nice from that community aspect of it. But if you're just looking for something that's going to, if you follow this, is going to produce a really good result in your lawn, coupled with, you'll see one thing that's listed every month is consistent mowing. These stuff coupled with consistent mowing, it's going to be really hard to match you in your neighborhood. So hope that helps, Jonathan. Fungicide now, grub control, if you had a time machine a month ago, but the next best time is now. So you can do them both now, and really that should be good enough for this season. If you're really worried about it, you could do an insecticide app in the late summer, early fall. And if you are concerned about spring dead spot, that's when another fungicide app later in the year, October, November timeframe comes in. So, but all you asked about was you asked about both of them. So yeah, so for right now, you can do both. And in the fall, fungicide again, October, November, if you are concerned about spring dead spot. If you're not concerned about it, then don't do it. And then grub control, it only if you're concerned about armyworm problems or grub problems in the fall, which again really shouldn't be a thing. But if you are and you want to be conservative, you can do another application. But I get by with one. So Cooper24 is up next. He says, "Ron, I have some bare spots I plan taking care of in the fall when I aerate and overseed. Is there anything I could do to keep those areas healthy in the meantime?" Yeah, so assuming there's nothing going on with those parts of the lawn, Cooper, I would treat them the same way I treat other parts of your lawn. So if you're watering, make sure it gets water. If you're, if you're putting down fertilizer, make sure that area gets fertilizer. I mean, it should be getting the same treatment as everywhere else in the lawn. The thing you might find is that if it stays bare, if you just have bare soil there, it's, the likelihood of weeds starting to grow in that area it's more of a likelihood. So what I would say is this, is if you've got like parts of your lawn that are doing well, if you can transfer plugs in there, that can work. If you want to try just putting some seed down now, it's still, it is a little bit late for seeding, but if it's a few small areas, I might try and get some kind of grass growing there if I can, just so that the weeds don't have a chance to take root there. You know what I mean? So if for that reason alone, I don't know if it were me, I would say I'm going to give up this area and I'm just going to let it be bare until the fall, if it were me. But from a standpoint of treatment plan, whatever you're doing for the rest of the lawn, I would do for those areas. And I would also try and figure out why it's bare, right? Like if the rest of your lawn is doing well and you have a couple of spots in your lawn that are bare, is there debris under the soil? Is there a disease problem? Is it not getting enough sunlight? Is it not getting enough water? I would try and diagnose why that part of the lawn is not behaving this, or not responding the way the rest of the lawn is, because if you don't fix that, what makes you think that in the fall it's all magically going to get better? Like if grass isn't growing there now, why would you think that it's going to necessarily do a lot better when the fall rolls around? You know what I mean? So I would take this time to do some diagnosis and try and figure out why that area is struggling. All right, next up is Andrew. Nope, it's already answered that one. That's a sidebar. Next up we got here is Lavendi. He says, I have a weak thin spot on my St. Augustine. Should I skip those when applying growth regulator? When you say weak or thin, for me, no, not really, because as long as you're also mowing, it should, like St. Augustine grows very aggressively too. It should still spread and fill in that part of the lawn. Lavendi, I think, if memory serves, I think you're in Florida, right? So if you have an area of the St. Aug that's thin, and you haven't been mowing very much, I would start picking up your mowing frequency. That again is going to encourage more growth. So yeah, but if it were me, again, without pictures, I would say if you're telling me you've got like a huge area that there's no grass there, then yeah, applying growth regulator isn't going to do a whole lot. But if you got just an area that's not quite as thick as the rest of the lawn, I would still spray it, man, and just make sure you're doing your mowing, and it will still spread and fill in. It'll thicken up over time. So yeah, so it depends. Without pictures, it's really hard to say. But if it were me, given that you're in Florida and now that it's getting hotter, the area should thicken up very nicely as long as you're mowing regularly. All right, Jack N says, what's your take on putting down some chicken crumble as organic on the lawn? I'm not sure what chicken crumble is. A lot of chicken, like the byproducts of chicken goes into fertilizers. Like some of what's in the Miramichi organic is like, it's a byproduct of chickens. So I don't know what chicken crumble is. I've never heard of that before. I can't see that it would hurt though. I can't see that it would hurt. So I'm not sure what chicken crumble is, Jack. Let me look here. Is it? Unless chicken crumble is like dead chickens or something. I don't know what that. I'm almost afraid to search here. What is chicken crumbles? I don't know. I see something. I don't know. I'll do some digging here. I see something that looks like it's food, and I see I'm not sure, man. I have to do some research. I don't know. I don't know what chicken crumbles are, so I can't tell you for sure whether or not that would be a good idea to put on your lawn. Chicken waste, like the byproducts of what chickens produce, that yeah, sure, no problem. But chicken crumble, I don't know. I have to do some digging on that one. All right, Progression Decibel is up next. It says, I got my soil test back. My backyard is horrendous. Your words, not mine. Macros and micros way low. Many bare spots, moss, algae, poa annua. If I begin with humics, fertilizer, etc., and overseed, can I expect results by the fall? It will be better by the fall, yes. I guess one thing you didn't say is, what kind of grass do you have? Do you have a progression? If you have Bermuda or zoysia, yes, you can. We're only in May, man, the first part of May. If you've already got your soil test done, as you begin feeding the lawn based on those soil test results, and you're just doing a complete nutrient program, biostimulants, all that, and you are regularly mowing, like you're doing the work, it's gonna be like you're not gonna even recognize your lawn by like late July. It's gonna be completely transformed. It's gonna look a lot better. So when you say results by the fall, yes, it's definitely gonna be better than it is now. How good, it depends on where you're starting. But it's impossible for you to do all those things coupled with regular mowing and for the quality of your lawn to not improve, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So hope that helps. I would get started and just keep and just enjoy the process, enjoy the journey. Just realize that that if as long as you're consistent, it's impossible for the lawn to not get better. And he says, I'm in Cumming, Georgia. Greetings, by the way. Nice. Cumming's not that far from me. Yeah, so I know exactly where Cumming, Georgia is. So I used to go do some matches out there. So yeah, yep, know where that is. You're not that far from me. All right, next up is Isaac Momperaus. I like saying your name. It's a fun name. Last name, Momperaus, is here. He says, hey, Ron, I just started my first sand leveling of my Kentucky bluegrass and perennial ryegrass. 12 tons of sand. Bless your heart. I'm surprised you can still type. You're still alive to even join the live stream after that. I have about 3 tons left to spread, so only 9 tons. That's still a ton. That's still a lot, man. Still tons. Doing the shovel fling method rather than dumping piles and drag level. Dude, you are spreading 12 tons of sand like by casting it with a shovel. Wow, respect, man. Like that's wow. That's you're a bigger man than me. I would definitely have some machinery for that. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Wow. That's you gotta take a picture. Take a picture if you don't mind of the area, if you don't mind sharing it. A picture of the area that you're top dressing. That's a lot of material, man, to be using a wheelbarrow and throwing out manually. That's a lot of work, but it'll look good once you're done. It will look nice. All right, next up is VMH. She says, hey Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, VMH? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. I can't call you Captain Crabgrass anymore because you've already gotten past that. So yeah, hopefully the lawn's doing well. You guys send me some pictures. I haven't seen any pictures of the lawn this season yet. What's going on? All right, Justin Judkins is up next. He says, for Primo, would it be better to err on the side of more water or less water in your sprayer? My thought is to add a little more water to ensure I got adequate coverage. Yeah, so it really depends. So there's a couple of things you can do to maximize your results whenever you're spraying growth regulator or really any foliar absorbed products like fertilizer, herbicides, anything like that. And one of the most important things you can do is to calibrate your backpack sprayer. So ensure that you're putting down, a gallon really is what I actually use, a gallon of liquid of product mix over 1,000 square feet. I got a video showing of how you can do that. I'll link it here in the chat for you in a second. You can add more water. You could technically spray 2 gallons of water per 1,000 square feet if you wanted to. But then the thing you get to realize too is if you're spraying that much liquid, and again, 2 gallons, a gallon and a half, not so bad. 2 gallons, you're starting to get up there a little bit, right? The thing with 2 gallons is you want, whenever you're spraying growth regulator or liquid ferts, you want to coat the leaf, but not to the point of runoff. You know what I mean? I wish I had that video. I could actually show you guys what I am talking about. I think I can show spray. I think I can show it really quick because there's a little section in that video where I show it was actually a challenging piece of content to make because I had to get my lens and actually zoom in on a plant leaf and spray it so you can actually see the difference between a large droplet and a small droplet. But the point I'm saying is even if you're using a fine droplet sprayer, right? But you're spraying a lot of carriers, you're spraying a lot of liquid, even though it's a fine droplet, you're still likely to get some runoff. And the idea is we really don't want a lot of runoff when we're dealing with foliar products. You want to spray it, have it stick to the plant leaf and stay on. So I would tell you to, what I would tell you is to, okay, yeah, here we go. This is it right here. All right, cool. So this example right here, this is actually in the video, which I will link to you in a second. Okay, so I can't get rid of this because it's not actually gonna go to theater mode. I think I can. No, that's not working. All right, so if you go to here, so if you look at the difference, I can zoom in a little bit to right here on the screen. Yeah, so if you look here, you can see on the left, this is the idea of a large droplet. So let me get my face off of here as well because you don't need to see me. It's not important. You see the large droplet of like what that does to the plant leaf as far as like the size, like that is more likely to run off and not stay on the plant. Whereas on the right, you see how the plant is coated with that finer droplet. So what we're after is what looks like on the right side of the picture whenever you're spraying Primo, liquid fertilizers, those types of products. What you're going for on the left, this is more like if you're spraying like pre-emergent or any kind of any product where you want it to not stay on the plant leaf, you actually want it to run off and get in the soil. That's where going with that larger droplet size makes a lot of makes a lot of sense. So I say all this to say, I would work on calibrating your sprayer because a gallon of product mix, a gallon of water mixed with Primo is plenty. That's more than enough to cover 1,000 square feet. So if you take the time to calibrate your sprayer, get used to doing that, and you get your walking pace down, that's going to produce a great result. That's what I do. That's what I teach. That's what most people that spray growth regulator, that is what they do. That's the mixture or the ratios that they do. If you want to go to 1.5 gallons, that would be okay. But I mean, 2 gallons, that's more like the amounts of carrier that I would want to have if I'm doing like, if you're doing like pre-emergent, you really want to make sure it gets down the soil, or you're spraying like a fungicide or insecticide, you just want to have extra carrier. I mean, that in that case, that's when I would go up to that rate. But for like a foliar product, I typically don't spray that much of it. It's usually 1 gallon per 1,000 square feet. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully the little image that I showed there illustrates that. I mean, the problem is even if you had a foliar, even if you went with a fine droplet, if you spray a lot, like 2 gallons, like a lot of liquid, that fine mist is going to start looking a lot like what's on the left side if you're spraying too much carrier, too much mixture on it. You know what I mean? So you want to coat it and have it stick, right? And have it stay on the leaf, not run off. Kind of like the idea of lotion, right? You want to put lotion on and let it dry. You don't want to put lotion on and put it on so heavy that it runs off, because then you don't get the benefits of it. Okay. So hope that helps, Justin. I will send you a video here, a link to a video on sprayer calibration, so you can check it out if you want. Yeah, this one right here, and I'll send. Hopefully that'll help, because it's really not that difficult to do. It's really not that difficult to do. Why is it not showing up? All right, well I'll find it. I'll get it to you here. I'll get it to you. I had it, but I'm not. There it is. I got it now. All right. So this is the link to that. So at Justin Judkins, and away you go. So that video on how to calibrate your backpack sprayer is it's a quick watch, and it'll get you squared away. There's multiple ways of doing it. Like my technique that I show is not the only way, but it's what makes sense to me, and I explain in the video why I do it that way. All right, next up is Reynard H. He says, I just moved to Georgia 8 months ago. Should I put anything on the lawn or just wait until next year? I would not wait. I mean, depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you move, if you want to maximize the color of the turf, I would get a soil test done. So I would get one of these, a soil test kit, and I would fertilize the lawn, or feed the lawn based on your soil test results. I would mow. And really, if you fertilize and mow, that's a great way to start the season if you're just kind of tippy-toeing into this. But I mean, there's tons of things you can do between now and next year. You can start doing a granular biostimulant. You can do Essential G. You can start spraying the carbon kit. I mean, there's a host of things you can do that really don't require you waiting until next year. You could do a lot of that starting now if you wanted, because really in Georgia, our season is really now starting to move into high gear. You know what I mean? You got all of May, you got the rest of May, June, July, August. It's not really until September, like the latter part of September, that the lawns really start slowing down. So you still got plenty of time to work on your lawn and get it looking as good as you possibly can. I would not wait until next year, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Things you can do. I mean, you could still apply pre-emergent, but really for the most part, that ship has kind of sailed. Really, pre-emergent is something you would want to have applied if you're in Georgia late February, early March at the latest, if you're really trying to get ahead of it. But outside of that, fertilize it, mow it, and enjoy. That's what I would say. Next up is Doug350Z. He says, back from mowing. Ron, overseeding for now, I don't recommend. Still seeing some rye. Hope the heat will help. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're right. So that's the thing I noticed too. So there's another property I was looking at. There's another lawn I was looking at where they it's been not this past year, but the previous year, they overseeded with ryegrass, and this year rye started growing through again. So it's I don't know if I want those kind of problems. The more I think about it, I was thinking about perhaps doing a rye overseed this fall, but the more I see that, I'm like, I don't want to be having to spray Celsius, a bunch of times to be trying to get rid of this. I just might not do that. I might not try and create a problem where there isn't one. How about that? So yeah, the heat will help, Doug, but it's really not going to be until next month. So if you really want it gone, I would spray it out. I would get Celsius and I would spray it out with, there's a bunch of herbicides you can use, but Celsius is a great option for getting rid of ryegrass. I would get rid of it. I would not just wait for it to go away on its own. All right, next up is John K. Powers. Do you have any suggestions for dog-friendly fertilizers for a backyard? John, better than that, even better than just suggest, I could just say, yes, go get an organic fertilizer and that'll be just fine. But even better than that, I've got a blog post that covers that very topic. So to answer your question first, and then I'll give you the blog. As far as fertilizers, really anything that we sell in the store, any of these are pet safe. They're fine for pets, as long as you keep the dog off of them, at least for liquids anyway, until they are dry. So if you apply granular, water it in. Once it's dry, the puppy can go back out on the lawn. If you have, if you're spraying liquids, spray the lawn. Once it dries, the pet can re-enter the lawn. You know what I mean? So any of these guys will work as far as options for being pet friendly. If you're really trying to be ultra conservative, you're really just saying, hey, listen, I don't want, let me get my thing back up here. Yeah, if you're really saying, hey, I just want to be ultra conservative, I want to go the organic route, I don't want to take any kind of chances, then you can go with any of the Miramichi products. So like the Release 901C, the NutriKelp, pretty much like the carbon kit would be a good option. And then also for your granular, you could go with this. This is literally an organic fertilizer. It's OMRI listed organic, so it's been scrutinized by folks other than Miramichi Green. So it's a very good product as far as being having that labeling, as far as being OMRI listed. As far as guidance for pets, if you go to the store, the Golf Course Lawn Store, and then go to guides and blog, we have a blog post specifically about that topic. It says safe lawn care products for pets, not just dogs, but all pets. So what kind of fertilizers are not safe for pets? Talks about some of the challenges of fertilizers, like what some of the problems that fertilizers can present to animals. So that if you're interested about that, there's as far as like what could poison them and the kind of issues you can have with that, ways to prevent that, symptoms you can see whenever a dog's exposed to that, and then what are some good pet friendly fertilizers you can use, kind of like your question. And you see the 444 is listed there because it is organic. And then as far as if you're using using a herbicide, it's really tough to beat the Miramichi spray, the ready-to-use organic herbicide. Again, but this is non-selective, so you really wouldn't want to spray weeds in your grass with it. You'd want to use that, sidewalks, driveways, patios. If there's a way to isolate the grass and spray the weed, that could work too. But you really want to keep this off the lawn because it's going to damage the grass and the weed that it gets on. And then for pest control, you got the Miramichi organic pest control. This product is really well received as far as ways of taking care of like flies, ticks, chinch bugs, roaches, no-see-ums, a lot of the pests like that are just irritating to be around and that mess with our enjoyment outdoors. This is a great product as well. So again, I'm just going to send you a link. I'm not going to go through the entire blog post, but I'll send you a link to this. I think you will find it very interesting reading. So let me see here at John K. There's a lot of Johns in here. John K. Powers and Pet Friendly, if I can spell, lawn care. So there's a blog post all about that topic: fertilizer, weed control, and then finally pest control. So check that out. Those products in there, what you're gonna find is they're from Miramichi Green, but really any of even the synthetic products like the Lebanon Turf fertilizers or other fertilizers brands are safe for pets if you use them properly. So if you apply them and water them in, like granulars, apply it, water it in, then you're fine. You're good to go. But again, if you're trying to be super conservative, check out that blog post. We built a curated list of options for people that are trying to be super safe when it comes to what they apply on their lawn to protect the fur babies. I get it. They're like part of the family. All right, next up we have Trav Smitty. I think that's correct. Mr. Chat. Actually, no, first we got a super chat. Let me get down here really quick and grab Dalvin's super chat. Thank you so much, Dalvin.
Super chat received.
He says, hey, Ron, I'm thinking about smoking the back lawn. I have a lot of common mixing with the Yukon seed I planted last year. What is the best combo to do this? Taking the easy route this time and just laying sod. If I were going to kill off a Bermuda grass lawn, I would use glyphosate and Fusilade 2. That is what I would use. So I'll show you thing one. So there's thing one and thing two. Thing one, as far as the glyphosate product, we actually now carry one on the golf course lawn store. If you go here, if you go to shop and then weed killer, we now have Roundup Quick Pro. This is a 73% glyphosate product. So in the video that I have on how to eliminate Bermuda grass in weed in flower beds, like what I use show in that is like a 47% glyphosate. So this is even higher percentage of glyphosate, and it's got a little bit of diaquat in there as well, which is going to really, it's like diaquat's like a I think it's classified as a defoliator. It burns the leaf. It burns the leaf of the plant that it gets on. So this mixed with Fusilade 2, which I will send you a link to in the chat, like that combination, I'm gonna do three things because I like you, Dalvin. Normally I wouldn't do this because this is you. I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna send you a link to both the Roundup to the Fusilade 2, and then I'm gonna show you the video showing you how I mix them together. But again, keep in mind, this combination is non-selective, meaning do not, if you spray this on your lawn, it's going to kill it. You spray it on your Bermuda grass, it's going to kill it. As far as a one and done, this combination is what I have found is able to do what many people say is impossible. Like people say you can't kill Bermuda grass with one go with herbicides. You actually can if you use Fusilade and glyphosate. Glyphosate by itself isn't typically enough in one go, but if you stack it with some Fusilade, which again is not, it's kind of an expensive concoction to use, but those two together does a great job against Bermuda grass. Again, I've got like some Bermuda grass that I sprayed out last year in my flower bed, in my mulch bed, it's not flowers, in my mulch bed, and it still hasn't grown back. Now granted, it will start growing there starting next month when grass from the lawn creeps into the bed. There'll be new grass in there, but the grass that was in that bed is no longer there. So if you want to see, actually I didn't show you that. I'll show you the results. I actually can show you the flower bed, or the mulch bed. So if you go to, let me scroll down here. If you look at right here, actually let's make this easier. If you look at here, this is before. This is the area that you can see here in the lower left-hand corner. That's like actually my lawn. These are the pavers. And this is Bermuda grass. It's all in my mulch bed, right? Not good, right? So this is before. And this is 2 weeks later. It is very dead. You know what I mean? Dead, gone. And it stayed like that. Like it didn't come back for the rest of the season. And it's still gone now. So it really won't be until, like I said, until June-ish time frame, whenever the lawn really takes off, and the Bermuda starts creeping in there again, and then I'll have to smack it again. But it won't be what was in the lawn before. It will be what was previous. It won't be what was there before. It will be new growth. So this is thing one. This is thing two. And then I'll send you the video that shows you the rates. I want to say, don't quote me on this. Watch the video because in the video I cover it. I want to say the rate that I use for Fusilade 2 is 1/2 ounce per 1,000 square feet. Yeah, it's like 1/2 ounce per 1,000 square feet is what I use. I believe that's correct. So you could use 1 ounce. So let me think about this. If you're doing a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, you'd end up with 2 ounces of Fusilade, and then like 2 of those packets for 2 of those packets of these. I'll show you. So the Roundup Quick Pro, when it comes, you get packets that look like this. You get packets that look like this. You could throw 2 of these in the tank, and that's going to cover 4,000 square feet with 2 ounces of Fusilade, if I remember the rates correctly. I believe that is correct. But I will help you here. I'm going to send you the video because in the video I tell you exactly what I would use. All right, there it is. How to get rid of Bermuda in mulch beds. Yeah. Rid of. There it is. That's video. Okay, so let me get this to you. Yep. and hopefully this helps. And this is good for any of you guys if you're interested in it. And these links that I sent to you, Dalvin, are also the ones I linked in the live stream are also in the product description of YouTube of this video as well. So you got the two products, and then you have the how I actually mix them and use them together. And that combination, Fusilade 2 and glyphosate, will knock out Bermuda grass. So you can do that after it's dead. Then figure I'd probably give it 3 or 4 weeks after you spray before I'd consider resodding it. But then you could kill it. You can rake out all the dead material if you want all the dead grass, and then you can do sod. So hope that helps. That's a fun project. Sounds like a fun one to work on. But that combination, Fusilade and glyphosate, will absolutely smoke Bermuda. I mean, Fusilade's not cheap, but again, it's like it saves you time. You have to get out there and use multiple rounds of glyphosate, hoping that it'll get rid of it. Whereas this, one and done, and you'll be good. All right. Next up is Trav Smitty. All right, Trav, he says, just got my shed done today. It is awesome. Started raining for the first time this spring in West Texas. It was a great day. Now, here's the thing. A shed is while it's technically not lawn care equipment, it is used to hold lawn care equipment. So for that reason, carry the one, half stripe. We'll still give you an applause for that. We're still going to clap it up. Normally wouldn't, but the shed still counts. So congrats on the new shed. Use it in good health. Hopefully it's big enough so you don't have to replace it anytime soon. Does everything you need. And I'm glad that you're finally getting rain in Texas. I gotta tell you, man, in Texas, you guys, when you guys come in both the live stream or in the comments, it's either one of two things. I have yet to have anyone from Texas, or at least from mid or west the central Texas or West Texas, come to me and say, you know what? The weather's been awesome. It's been just the right amount of rain. It's either like, oh my God, Ron, it hasn't rained forever. The lawn's like, it's drying up, it's dead. Or, oh Lord, we're getting way too much rain. Everything's flooded. This is terrible. When will the rain stop? It's one extreme or the other. You guys are never like, oh, this is good. Like, we're getting a nice, even amount of rainfall and life is fine. Never happens. Either feast or famine with y'all. It's a common theme with West and Central Texas for some reason. All right, next up is Salman Hussein. He says, my lawn is emerald green zoysia. All right. He says, and I was wondering what the proper technique for applying sand in the future. Is it necessary to use a roller mower, or can I use a standard mower instead? You can use either one. If you want to, so after you top dress the lawn, after you level the lawn, you can begin cutting with a reel mower if you want. If you want to take the cutting heights down like shorter and get like, you want your lawn to look like, I can't find my own video. That's pretty sad. This is, I think this is it. Yeah, if you want your lawn to look like this, right? If you want that kind of look where it looks like, a golf course fairway, then you're gonna need a reel mower. If you don't care about it looking like a golf course fairway, right? If you don't want that really shortcut turf look, and you just want it just to be smooth and level and flat, then you can absolutely use a rotary mower. You can cut zoysia successfully with either one of them. If you're trying to cut shorter, it will you want to use a reel mower, and it will look better. Frankly, it will look better if it's cut under an inch. If it's cut under an inch and a half with a reel mower, it's gonna look better. But that's not for everybody. Not everyone has the time or desire to reel mow their lawns. But to answer your question, once you top dress, it's not like after you top dress your lawn, now you must move to a reel mower. That's not true at all. You can continue cutting your lawn with the mower that you have now, no problem at all. As far as technique for applying sand, I've got more videos than I would like to claim credit to on lawn leveling. So I'll just pick one of them and send them to you. I'll send you, why not? We'll pick this one. I'll send you this one that talks about top dressing, all about leveling. Shows you how you can do it with a machine, and also shows you how you can do it with manual tools like a wheelbarrow, shovel, and a leveling rake. So I'll have you covered for both ways in case you are looking to actually do it. It's a lot of work, but you'll really like the way your lawn looks afterwards. Even if you're not reel mowing, it's gonna be less undulations. It's gonna be smoother looking. It's just appearance wise, it looks better. And a big benefit, Salam, and most people or Salman, I'm sorry, Salman, is that top dressing also helps improve drainage. That's like one of the biggest benefits that really isn't discussed enough. That the ability of your lawn to pull moisture away, water away from the surface. So if right now your lawn, say it's set up, it's graded properly, obviously, right, to where water will eventually drain away. But if you get really heavy rainfall, you may find that an entire day or day and a half goes by where the water is still pooled on the lawn. If you aerate and then top dress your lawn, that will become less of a thing. Look, like my lawn will get flooded. Like if I get a heavy rain, it will literally turn into a swimming pool. If you look at some of my YouTube shorts, I can show you like videos of it, like of it being like completely covered in water. And 3 hours later, it's all gone. It's all pulled away, and I could even mow that afternoon if I wanted to. So that's a big benefit of top dressing that, you know, a lot of people don't really think about, don't speak enough about, but it's an awesome, it's a real good reason to do it, even if you have no intentions of real mowing. And I'm trying to find, yeah, this one right here. Yep. So this YouTube short is, I'll link here for you in the chat. This is going to show you my lawn all flooded. Is a good video showing you that. And if you guys, I mean, I can link it here. You guys can actually see it as well. But I mean, when it rains heavily, my lawn gets, so yeah, if we look right here, let me reload it. Yep. So if you look at the short, this is what my lawn looks like. If I get like a really heavy rainfall, look at that. I mean, there's water all over that. This is from a couple of months ago, but you can see how it gets completely flooded. And literally all that water in 3 hours after the rain stops is completely gone. Like it's all gone. You know what I mean? So, and that, the reason why that's the case is from top dressing. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, any other questions, let me know. Great. Sounds like a lot of fun. Archie says, no, I don't do seeding. Bermuda is aggressive enough. Yep, I agree. You really don't need to. You can, it will, you know, given the ingredients, sunlight, heat, and some nitrogen, just sit back and let Bermuda do its thing. All right, next up is Matt. Let's see here. Let's see. He says, hi, this is Matt with 5 pallets. Matt Jackson. This is Matt with 5 pallets of zoysia in Austin, Texas. I ordered the leveling rake you suggested last week. Today I used pure potting for the top dressing, and I'm happy. Awesome. I'm glad that the leveling rake worked for you, and that you got a material that works well. And you said the rake really does make it easy. Yes. I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't say it makes it easy. It makes it a lot less bad compared to using a broom, like the other options. If you use like a broom to move the material around, which you can, a leveling rake is way better. You know, so yeah, I'm glad that the recommendations worked. That you got yourself a good leveling rake, and it makes a big difference in how the result you get. It makes it easier for you to kind of plane the material, work the material in, and they're not that expensive. It's one of those tools that once you buy it, you're going to have one, and you're not going to replace it anytime soon. So I am glad to hear the recommendation worked well, Matt. So keep it going. Keep me posted on how the lawn develops. Instagram, you guys are quiet tonight. You guys are just sitting here lurking, just chatting, just taking it all in. And normally someone would have a comment, but I guess not tonight. You're just listening to me gab away. All right, let's see. Terrence Stamp says, Ron, did you say you would recommend the 444 over Humic Max? No, I would not. I would, for me personally, I use Humic Max on, that's what I've used most of, right? So, and this year I'm running Humic Max in the back lawn, and I'm using the 444 just on the front lawn, just to play with it. It's an experiment, just to play with it, so I can compare front and back and see how a completely organic program on the front lawn does and versus a synthetic program on the back lawn does. Humic, it depends on which way you want to go. Both, you can get great results with both of them. I am a huge fan of Humic Max. If I had a choice between the two, I would go with Humic Max, especially if your lawn is a larger size. But they're both great products. It's like, if you're asking like what is, like, they both have benefits. Like Humic Max has like almost 9% humic acid in it, and there's more nitrogen. There's more potassium in it, right? So from a standpoint of supplying macros, you get more out of Humic Max. But then if you need phosphorus, the 444 has phosphorus. If you want a little bit of iron, a little bit of calcium, the 444 has that, whereas Humic Max does not. You know what I mean? So there's something to be said for both of them. In other words, they are not really they're designed to do different things. And if you're asking what I would use, either one of them would be great. But for me, when I'm using on the back lawn, Humic Max, I'm using on the front lawn, the 444. You can get a great result with either of them. So hope that helps. All right, Archie, you have done it. I hope you're happy. You have awoken him. You have awoken him. The LG hath entered the building. Got a super chat.
Super chat received.
He says, Archie, I'm always lurking about like a creeper in a van with no windows. You're in the white windowless van. All right, LG. So with $50.04 super chat, I'm not sure what the 4 cent is for. I'm sure there's some symbolism behind it because with you there always is. But based on that, you are now the show sponsor. Your name in lights. Let me make sure I get your son avatar. I want to make sure you're well taken care of. I don't want you to be like, hey man, where's my son avatar? You left me out. That's what I'll be hearing. So there we go. Got you all covered there. So there you go. Your name in lights, whatever that means to you. Glad you have joined the show, sir, and having fun with us. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate all of the love and support. And just so I can event this, I'll even put some Tango Bolero on for you while I look for the next question where I left off. Okay, I saw Devin. I think he was up next. Yes. All right, here we go. So Devin is weighing in. If you guys saw the golf superintendent that was on the live stream 3 weeks ago at this point, it was like, cool season grass expert, just in general, turf expert is what he does for a living. He says, hey, Ron, anyone who does follower app should upgrade to a T-Jet XR 1104 VS. We use these at the course, and I'm not sure why I never got one for my sprayer at home. A game changer. Remember to calibrate. Yeah, so the one he is talking about is, where is it? Spray tips. Do I have it? I think I have it labeled foliar. I have this big notes file that I use to make sure that I can so I can have things quickly to be able to reference. And yes, the one he's talking about is this guy, the 1104. Yep, the 1104 VS. So this Mamma Jamma right here. Let me see if I can find it and link it. So this guy is what I use to spray my lawn. It's like literally, if you have a backpack sprayer, it's like the best $9.60. I mean, if you got Prime, $9.60 that you'll spend. Even if you got to pay some shipping, it's still worth it. Like one of these guys, it produces a very beautiful, fine droplet size. I mean, if a droplet size could be beautiful, that's what this would be classified as. Produce a very nice droplet. Does a great job coating the leaf. That video that I sent to you, where I showed the plant, like the side by side, the one on the right is sprayed with that one, the XR 1104 VS, and the one on the right is sprayed. I want to say it was sprayed, I think, with the air induction tip. I think it was sprayed with this guy, with this one, with the larger droplet tip. So this one you really don't want to use. You want to use the 1104 VS, the one that that Devin mentioned, the one that I referenced in the video. And if you guys are looking to get one, pick one up because they're not really expensive. And again, literally like the best $10 you'll spend as far as upgrading your sprayer. This guy right here, the foliar spray tip, that is the one that I would get. And as you just found out, they also use them on the golf course. If it's good enough for golf courses, it should be good enough for our lawns at home, right? Good enough for our lawn at home. All right, so we got a couple questions here from the Instagram. All right, Shauna553 says, I'm late. My neighbors are finally interested in their yard. I told them I'd help. Is it okay to blanket spray Celsius and Certainty instead of spot spraying? Yes. They have a lot of weeds, about 3,000 square feet. Yes, you can spot spray with it, or you can blanket spray. I've done both. That's another reason why I like it, right? I mean, if you go, it's a great point. If you take something like Speed Zone and Dismiss and you blanket spray with that, you're gonna give the lawn a nice big yellow ouchie, right? So for spot spraying, a little bit of yellow discoloration in one area, not so bad. But for the entire lawn, I would not blanket spray with those two. If you're going to be blanket spraying a warm season lawn, Celsius and Certainty is a much better choice for the reason that it not saying it's impossible, but it's far less likely to discolor your lawn than some of the less expensive options that might work a little bit faster. But again, there's always a trade-off, right? You can injure your lawn in the process. And it's just, when I say injure, I mean temporarily. I mean, I'm not speaking bad about Dismiss and Speed Zone. They are good herbicides, but the byproduct of one, I mean, they're less expensive, and also the fact that they work so quickly is you do tend to get some discoloration with them, which is why I don't really recommend them, because I don't want someone to mess up their lawn and then be like, you're mad at me because I recommended this thing and it just most people will not tolerate or do not want, even if they think they do, they don't want their lawn being discolored to get rid of weeds. They want the lawn to stay the same color or as much the same color as possible, and they want the weeds gone. And that's why I recommend Cell Season Certainty, because it does that. All right, Alfred NV says, you're very well welcome, Shauna. And then Alfred NV says, we need the Bolero music and that rum drink you like. So as far as the rum drink, it's not really a rum drink. What this is an Arnold Palmer's lemonade and iced tea. No rum drink. No rum drink. That's all I'm having. No drinking during the live stream. I don't want to start talking crazy. So yeah, I'll have that afterwards. Bourbon or something later. So hope that helps. If you guys need anything else, let me know. All right, Gary Keller Jr. is up next. He says, happy Friday, Ron. My grass is really deep green on my cool season grass. Put down complete last month and just threw down my humic yesterday. Got some rain today. Need to take some pictures and send to you. You do. It's a great post. It sounds like you're doing it all right, but the comment is not useful without pictures, Gary. Do I have any from you? I don't think so. Yeah, so I already got Matt Jackson's. But yeah, I don't have anything from you as yet. Gary. Yeah, I don't have anything as yet from you of what's going on in your lawn. But I mean, if you send them, if you send them to me, I'll take a look and we'll get you all squared away. And if any of you guys send me pictures or saying, hey, can you tell me what this grass is? Or you sent me a picture saying, hey, what weed is this? If I can't get the picture here during the show, I will answer you after the live stream is over. I promise. Even if it finishes after 11 o'clock, I will stay up. I'll make sure I get all your answers, your questions answered. If you're up, you'll get the email. If not, you'll see the email in the morning when you check your inbox. But I will answer your questions tonight. There was one other set of pictures I got from a viewer about a top dressing project, and that was from Mr. Isaac, Mr. Pomperhouse. So I'll show you guys those really quickly. Let me get those loaded up here. And thank you, Isaac, for not sending two pictures that are too crazy. So it looks like, first of all, my man started out with some core aeration, because you guys know I'm a big fan of doing core aeration as part of top dressing. So you see, he went out and rented some big equipment. Very nice, very nice. I like it. I dig it. And then this is the after the aeration is complete. Let me move this up a little bit. You can see there. Looks like he made several passes, did a pretty good job beating it up. It looks good. Very nice. And then next, it looks like he is, Isaac is not, he's not like me. He's not a man that likes to leave the cores on his lawn. I get it. Some people are like that. Some people are not core on the lawn type people. And you can see that there. He has looks like he rigged all the cores up into piles, and he was going to probably discard them after the fact. And then finally, the piece de resistance, the top dressing, the after picture of his top dressing work. Let me move this up here really quick. You can see he's out there, got some help moving the spreading the top dressing over the lawn. Very nice, man. Did it exactly right. Looks great. Definitely send me pictures after you're done is seeing how the lawn recovers. But it looks really nice. The thing I like most about that picture is you can see plenty of green. So it looks like you already did your top dressing and you've already drug or raked it in, and you can still see quite a bit of grass. So that's nice. It's gonna be a quick recovery when you do it that way versus when you beach the entire lawn. So I like that. I like how that looks. Matt Jackson says, how do we send you pictures? Ron at Golf Course Lawn, you can email them there, and I will do my best to try and get them on the show. It just depends on whether I'm going to be able to get any more pictures on the show tonight. But if you can, especially if make sure they're smaller in size. If they're really big, I got to resize them because they'll take too long to load otherwise. All right, next up is Luis. He says, I feel like an insane person because I'm the only one in the neighborhood that's always doing stuff in the lawn, and the neighbors look at me like I'm crazy. It's okay, Luis. You're in good company with us. We are all like that. It's fine, man. You got to be that. There's one in every neighborhood. In my neighborhood, there's several of us. On my street, there's two of us. There's Alex and there's me. So, and the thing is, at first, they look at you like you're crazy because probably in a little bit we are, right? We'll own up with that label. But after a while, they'll just get used to it. They'll just be like, "Oh, Luis is out there in the lawn again doing his thing," and they just, they'll look at you like you're crazy at first, but then once they realize it's your thing, and especially as the lawn starts looking really incredible, they'll just be, that's his, that's how he, he relaxes, and who knows, one day they might even ask you for tips, and then all you guys will be out there messing around with your lawns, right? Be fun times. So no, you are not the only person, and if you're looking for an accountability group to ask if that type of behavior is weird or whether it should be stopped or anything like that, it's wrong place. Like, I think all of us are going to encourage you to do more of that, not less of it. You know what I'm saying? So you're fine, man. I wouldn't worry about it. You're just ahead of the curve. They all got to catch up. All right, next up is Mitch Smith. He says, "Hi, Ron. What's going on, Mitch? Hopefully you're doing all right." And we got Brew Cruise Fishing. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Well, someone stole my St. Augustine seed in my front yard." Dude, what do you mean someone stole? I mean, you got to send me pictures of this. How does someone steal your front lawn? Someone stole my St. Augustine in my front lawn, so I did a renovation all April, dug it up, etc. Installed 9,000 square feet of Tahoma 31. Rainy weather in Texas, always welcome. So they stole your St. Augustine lawn, huh? Did the person, did their name start with Fru and their last name like rhyme with Gishin? Was that who did it? Like, they got rid of the St. Augustine, so then you just had to go out and get Tahoma 31 and put it in? I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I had to guess that would be who I would look towards as the culprit for removing your St. Augustine. Very nice, man. I'm jealous. Tahoma 31 is very nice. If I were going to do a renovation on my lawn, I'm not saying I'm going to do that. If I were going to renovate my lawn, it would be either Zoysia or Tahoma 31, and more than likely it would be Tahoma 31 because let's just face it, I like Bermuda grass. So that is what I would roll with. The one, I'll say this, the one saving grace, I mean, there's several, but the one benefit, and a lot of the people that have Zoysia lawns have, is that if Bermuda happens to get into Zoysia, there's a way to get rid of it. But if you have like a beautiful, say you have like your Tahoma 31 lawn, right? It's gorgeous, looking awesome, right? And then some common gets in there for some reason, good luck. You know what I mean? What are you gonna, there's not really a way to selectively remove common from like any kind of a hybrid lawn. So the one cool benefit of a Zoysia lawn is that you could use like Fusilade, right? You can use Fusilade to remove Bermuda in Zoysia, which is kind of nice. We don't have that for Bermuda, unfortunately. So, but it doesn't matter. I still would do Tahoma 31. All right, next up is Brew Cruise Fishing. He's back. He says, "I did my first mow with the Buffalo 27 and looking amazing." Nice. That's a nice mower, man. Very nice. Good choice. Papa Mo's Low says, "Turfplex order has been engaged." Awesome, man. I appreciate all the support. Definitely, guys, if you guys are thinking that you want to run Turfplex, Boomplex, the Greens Plus, or Nutrisolve, literally more came in today, this afternoon. And Lord knows how long it's going to last, because every time like it comes in, I send an email out or a text message out saying, "Hey, it's here," then you guys buy it all up and we have to wait another week or two to get more in stock. So if you want it, I should take a screenshot of it because literally this season, you rarely see this where all of them are all there. So if you want them, go ahead and get them. Obviously, the Ramichi fertilizers, we always have like the 901C, the NutriKelp, those are always there, so you can grab those. But if you want to use like Turfplex or Nutrisolve, either one of those two guys are staples for a lot of you guys in your programs. Make sure you, what I would say is order enough to where you're good to go for, I would say at least a month, really 2 months. Get like 2 months worth. That way you know you're covered. That way as you work through it, if it sells out, or more correctly, when it sells out again, you're not going to be down without product to be able to spray on your lawn while we're waiting for more to get in stock. So there is that. All right. Yamaha Gold says leveling rake. What did I say? Did I not say? The dog leveling rake. Yeah, the dog leveling rake was pretty awesome, man. Right? Did you guys see that? For any of you guys that are new to, I don't even know if I have it here. Which one was it? No, I'm trying to find the picture now. Yeah, it was of the specialty leveling rake. Guys, listen, so you guys know the one that I can recommend, but this is a specialty leveling rake. You can tell it does a really good job working that material into the turf. You see how it's nicely settled in nice there? So it's a special one. I've not seen one of those. I don't know where you could pick one up. It's probably going to be, more involved as far as taking care of one of those kind of leveling rakes. You probably got to feed it and take it to the vet and, spend time with it. So in other words, like my leveling rake, when I'm done with it, I can just stick it in the garage and it just stays there until next season and it's perfectly happy. This leveling rake, like the active leveling rakes, like the self-leveling leveling rakes, this is more involved, unfortunately. So it's your call whether that's worth it or not. All right. OK says, can you overseed after leveling with sand? You could, but I would ensure there's like organic material in the process. So what I would say is this: if you are going to do a renovation, and as part of that renovation, you're going to be putting down like a top dressing mix, right? In that top dressing mix, I would ensure that if you only have some sand, fine. But if it's primarily sand, that's great. But I would want to make sure that some of what you're applying is like a compost or some kind of organic material. So I'm a fan of like a 70-30 blend. And if you were to do that, then yes, you're not going to have too much trouble with getting the seed to germinate. If you go with 100% sand, it's not going to work out as well. I mean, it's just because sand doesn't really in itself doesn't have a whole lot of nutrient. It's great for structure. It's great for like making areas that are bumpy smooth and them remaining smooth. But as far as like offering a lot of nutrient to the soil, there just isn't that much. So if you're like burning down a lawn and as part of your renovation work, you're also going to be doing you can do like leveling as well as part of that. I would ensure there's some organic material in there. So an option for that, you're probably going to say, well, what organic material? So an option for that is this. If you go to the shop and then remember to green biostimulants, and then you have two ways you can go. If you have like a leveling rake and you have the time to do it, carbonized PN is what I would say to go with. This is strictly this is like a compost and biochar product. So as far as like a very good compost, it's really hard to beat carbonized PN. Really tough to beat it. But then if you say, you know what, too much work, I don't have to get out there with, I don't have to mix this, or I don't have to go make two passes with a leveling rake over the lawn, like one for the organic material and another one for the sand. Too much work, too hard. Then what you can do is you could go with Essential G. This is essentially carbonized PN with other ingredients in a prill form. So you can spread this with a broadcast spreader. So if you got like a Scott's or an Earthway, whatever you're using, a Lesco, you could use this guy because it is a prill. So I can show you here. Yeah, see, it's like a prill. So this will spread just like the same way like fertilizer can spread. So it's there's a benefit to Essential G that carbonized PN does not have. So it's really your call. Either of them will work well. It just depends on your particular preference and the amount of work that you feel like doing, you know? All right, UNV Poke, let's see here, says, at Ron Henry, I was told not to water my lawn, existing or new seeded areas after 10 a.m. or else it would promote fungus. I'm in the Chicago burbs area, by the way. I've not heard that one. I've not heard that watering after 10 a.m. will promote fungus or disease problems. What I have heard is that if you have like, let's say you're in Southeast United States, you're here, you're in Georgia or you're in Florida, and you do a heavy watering at like say 7 or 8 at night, 7 or 8 p.m., and to the point where it's like you've really drenched the lawn, and that sits on the lawn overnight, those conditions I have heard can help promote, you're creating conditions where you are, I won't say will cause disease, but if your lawn is predisposed to have a disease problem, like having the lawn stay wet, damp, and humid for like 10 hours at a time is going to promote that. Is going to create conditions that are more susceptible for that being a problem. I've not heard that if you water after 10 a.m. in the morning that's going to cause disease problems. I mean, watering after 10 a.m., the negative to doing that is that you're just not going to get as much out of the irrigation. You know what I mean? Because the sun's going to be out, and it's going to, as far as evaporation, you're going to lose some of that water to evaporation versus if you water it 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, that's going to give the water adequate time to get into the soil before the sun comes up and begins, drying out the lawn and burning all that off. So that's what I've heard as far as watering in times of day. That's what I've experienced. I've not watered. I mean, in other words, I've watered my lawn after 10 a.m. before. I've done that. And I've not had disease problems in my lawn. So I would, I'll do some research into it, but this is the first I've ever heard that. I've never heard that watering after 10 o'clock in the morning will cause disease problems. I've heard doing it in the late evening, like doing it like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, heavily, not just like a regular irrigation cycle, like a heavy irrigation cycle and if you live in an area where it stays hot and like hot and humid at night, so like Southeast United States, Florida, South Texas, stuff like areas like that, that can create conditions that if your lawn is susceptible, again, not saying it's going to cause it, but if your lawn is susceptible to disease problems, having the lawn staying wet for extended periods of time like that can make it easier for disease to take root versus watering later in the morning, like 6 a.m. So I'll look into it, but again, I've not heard that one before. UNV Poke, not sure about that one. And you're saying true or false? I'm going to lean towards false. I could be wrong though. I've not heard that one. I'm not sure if Devin's here and he can chime in, but I'm going to, if I had to make a choice at this point, I'm going to lean towards false for the reasons that I explained. But again, I very well could be wrong. All right, next up is CS Mike. Let's see. Says heavy perennial ryegrass mixed cool season lawn seems to be greener and healthier mowed at 1 inch with the Greensmaster 1000 compared to the section rotary mode at 1.8 inches. Any advice, product recommendations for consistency? Okay, so you're saying you have an area of your lawn that's mowed at 1 inch with a Greensmaster with a reel mower, and you have another section of your lawn that's mowed with a rotary mower, and the reel mode section at 1 inch looks better than the rotary mode section at 1.8 inches. That's not surprising. Reason being is that reel mowing, again, assuming that it's sharp, if you think about the way a reel mower works, right, it's literally cutting your grass like a pair of scissors. So if you think about the amount of injury that you're causing to the lawn, reel mowing doesn't do nearly the amount of injury that like having the lawn being hit with basically a machete can cause. Now, if you have a rotary mower and you keep the blade sharp, you can get a pretty good cut, right? You can, but most people don't sharpen rotary blades nearly enough. Like if for most folks, the only time a rotary mower blade is sharp is when they take the mower out of the box. Like the people that are really serious about it will sharpen their rotary mower blade weekly. You know, guys that like run like lawn care services, they change the blades every day. It's a fresh blade every day. Worst case, every couple of days. So what I would say is this: if you're seeing that I'm not surprised that the reel mowed section looks better, because just reel mowing in general is healthier. It's better. It's healthier for the turf, for the reasons that I said. It causes less injury. But if you can ensure that your rotary mower blade is sharp, like either replace the blade or make sure it is nice and sharp, what you will find is that you'll close the gap somewhat between the rotary mode section and the reel mode section. The reel mode section is still likely going to look better, but it should be less of a disparity between them if the rotary equipment is sharp. So that would be my guess without seeing the lawn. I don't have a picture of it, but just the fact that you're rotary mowing one area and you're reel mowing another area, you got to make sure that the rotary mower is sharp, and you can tell by looking at by the edge of the grass tips. If it's a nice clean cut, I mean, it won't be nice and clean like a reel mower cut, but if it's nice, like even at an angle, it's a nice straight cut, then you're doing something right. But if it's jagged, it looks like it's being torn, like kind of like you're trying to cut the grass with like a machete, like a dull knife. And again, that's what's happening whenever a rotary mower blade is running and you are and the blade is not sharp. It's tearing at the grass. So it's like hitting it and it's like tearing it. So it's like more of a shearing it off versus cutting it. You know what I mean? So it's really important that you keep your equipment sharp to get a good result with a rotary mower. So that's what I would check. I would check that. And what I think you're going to find is that once you freshen up the rotary mower blade, it's going to look a lot better. Again, not as good as the reel mode section, but it's going to look much better than it does. It's not going to be that much of a difference or disparity between them in appearance. And again, I'm giving this advice based on what I would assume the problem is. I haven't seen the lawn. I mean, you haven't sent me pictures of it, but I mean, given what you're describing, it makes sense to me. That's likely what's going on. And you said it's only been a few days since I started using the GM's 1000. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about. I mean, rotary mowers are fine, and really they are better for taller mowed grass, right? So if you're cutting St. Augustine, fescue, ryegrass, and you're mowing them at taller heights, and by taller heights I mean over 1.5 inches, over 2 inches, then a sharp rotary mower is a great tool for that job. But there's a reason why golf courses use reel mowers. There's a reason why like the appearance that's produced with the reel mower, you really can't match the rotary, because they're less likely to scalp. The way they cut the grass causes less injury to the turf. So you're able to mow at shorter heights more frequently and not have the lawn get discolored or look like it's got scalp marks in it. So it's a different thing. You know what I mean? They're comparing a rotary and a reel mower. It's really not a fair comparison. You're not just comparing any reel mower. You're comparing a Greensmaster, right? So you're talking about you're talking in the hierarchy of reel mowers. A GM is right up there. The Greensmaster, John Deere, an Owlet. Like you're talking like a top tier real mower versus, I don't even know what kind of rotary mower you said. I'm not sure. You didn't say, but even against a very good rotary, like one of the Toro recyclers or the Honda HRX, one of those mowers, just fundamentally, just due to the way the machine works, the real mode section of your lawn is going to look better. It just is. It's going to be more consistent. The cut's going to look better. There's not going to be stragglers. It's going to look better in general. And that's just because of real mowing. So just real mow all of it, man. That's what you're telling me here. You started real mowing and you really like the way it looks. And I think you just got to just, save the rotary for scalping and just real mow the whole thing. That's what I'm hearing. And then Archie is saying, I slightly disagree. He says, he's coming at me. He says, slightly disagree. Rotary mowers can be made to mow low. I recently added a 3/16 washer between the blades and body, and I am at 5/8 with my Ego mower. Poor man's solution. Okay, Archie, you got to send me pictures. I got to see a rotary mowed lawn at 5/8 inches. That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting to see. And I think you've done some leveling work at some point, right? Because for you to get away with 5/8 with a rotary, the lawn's got to be really smooth, man. Because at 5/8, any kind of low spots, any kind of dips, you are gonna get scalping. So there is that. So that's another reason to Mike CS, right? Like as far as a slightly uneven turf, real mowers are more tolerant of that, of producing a good cut than rotaries, as far as the lawn not being injured, not getting scalped by an uneven section of the lawn. For the reason I explained it all last week in when someone asked me, but so you can just go back to the live stream last week and find that. But it's just the fact that just look at the live stream last week. Real mowers are just awesome in every way, except they're more expensive to take care of and maintenance is a bit more. But I mean, as far as like if all you care about is the best quality of cut, and you have the grass type that is designed to be cut shorter, and by shorter I mean 1.5 inches or shorter, then a real mower is what you should buy. And you have the time. To do it. That's another thing there too. And then Mike CS Mike says, GM is definitely a workout with the turns and not slowing down or stopping for a moment. I imagine something like an Allet is more user-friendly. The GM is actually now, here's the thing, you just started with it. So right now, Mike CS Mike, you are overworking the machine. Like you are doing more work than you should be. Once you get used to it, you will be able to run a Greensmaster and turn the mower with like once you tip it back with like 2 or 3 fingers. Like you could pinch it like this, tip the handle back, and you'll be able to just literally you just push. And because it's got a differential, the way the roller will actually turn the mower for you. You know what I mean? So it's right now you're getting used to it, and you're probably muscling the machine around a lot. And once you get more used to it, you'll be able to do whip turns, and you'll allow the machine to do a lot of the work as far as the turn. So it gets easier as you get more proficient with using a reel. And an Allet's the same way. Like that Allet mower that I use is well north of 300 pounds. And it's a dream to mow with. I mean, it's nicely balanced. I mean, you tip it back and literally like you take one hand and just add pressure and it will turn itself and make another pass. So, but it's something you have to get used to. All right, so we have a question here from Instagram. We had a couple of points here from the gram. The first one is BMBGC, says brand new mower, owner of a 2018 GM 1600 for prairie turf. Nice. So they took care of you. Get the guy. I think his name is it Gary or Gus? I forget his name. But nice. So you got one. Very cool. It says less than 500 hours. Will be here Thursday. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm sure you got a 2018, so you probably paid a little bit more for it. But their mowers are they tend to be lower hours, and they are going to service the mower before they send it out to you. So if it needs any kind of paint touch up, they do that. If it needs it needs a fresh bed knife, they'll do that. They'll make sure it's nice and sharp. The only thing that I would say is if you can get the serial number from them, BMBGC, get the serial number for that mower and order yourself a set of belts. Like the side, like on the Greensmaster, there's some the way the drum is propelled, there's like 2 covers on the side. And those belts are a wear item. I recommend replacing them every year. And it's just good to have a couple on hand. You can get them from Jerry Pate Company. You can get them from R&R, but you want to have the serial number to make sure you're getting the correct belt for the mower. So while it's on its way here, I would order a couple of those. They don't cost that much. I've got, actually, I can show you what it looks like right here. 1 second. It looks like this. They look like this. So on the side of the Greensmaster, there are 2 belts that look like this, that drive the drums. And what'll happen, because I've had one break on me before, is if you allow these to dry rot or just let them go too long without replacing them, you'll be mowing along, having a grand old time, and all of a sudden the mower, boom, will just lose propulsion. Because if one of them breaks, the mower's not gonna move. You're not gonna be able to move it. It's kind of like a car with a open differential. If one wheel's off the ground, the car's not going anywhere. Same thing with the mower. So you want to have some of these on hand. It takes, like, if you're really slow, it takes like 10 minutes to change it. It's not that hard to do, but you just want to have some. And they're not expensive. They're like $10. They're not pricey. So get some of these while you're waiting for your mower to show up. Congrats. Oh, and by the way, we got to clap it up for you. We'll do it real quick here. You might be able to hear this. Congrats on the new equipment. Very nice. BMB says the legend, turf tamer is in here. Presence of giants, awesome, very, very cool. Let's see here. Let's see. It says, Ron, thoughts of me trying to copy you with a post aeration top dress with the Yukon seed of my Bermuda existing hybrid? I would not. I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because there's no guarantee that it's going to match. It's almost guaranteed that it's not going to match. Like Tifway 419 and Arden 15 look pretty good together. Like those two, you can't. I mean, they at a distance you can't really. If you get really close, you can see a slight difference in the thickness of the leaf. But they look really good together. Any other grass type, I would not. Any other Bermuda with anything else, I really wouldn't recommend it. And the reason why, too, BMB, is most people are trying to use throwing out grass seed as a way to solve a problem that's like a thin area in the lawn. So with a warm season lawn like Bermuda, you're really trying to solve the problem the wrong way. You know what I mean? Because really, if the grass isn't growing in this bare spot now, then when you add grass seed there, the same, whatever's causing it to not grow is still going to be there whenever you put grass seed. So in most cases, I say not to do that. Let's see here. The Maestro says the single serve Celsius pack makes 2 gallons, but that's more than I need. Can I save it once I've mixed it? I'm a big believer of mixing what you intend to use. So if you only got a few I'll put it this way. If you have so few weeds in the lawn that you don't need like 2 gallons of mix to get rid of it, why not just manually weed it? Like whenever I walk around my lawn, if I see a weed here and there, I don't go out and mix up Celsius and blast the lawn with when I see a small weed here and there in the lawn, I'll just pluck it. I'll just manually pull it out. So what I would say is this: if I would mix the single serving, this pack with 2 gallons, and I would say if you're planning to use it within a week, that would be okay. But I wouldn't go mix it up and then have it sitting around in your garage for months on end until the end of the season. I would mix what you intend to use. When it comes to herbicides, I wouldn't leave them sitting around. And also just for safety reasons, you don't want someone going into the garage or, mix what you intend to use, spray it, clean the sprayer, and then put it up for the next time. All right, let's see what else. I think we are good. So thanks. If you need anything else, let me know, guys. Appreciate the questions from Instagram. Okay, next up, we have a super chat from LG. What pray tell? I'm almost afraid to ask. Is he after? Let's see here.
Super chat received.
He says, can we please get to the giveaways? Yes, I meant plural in reference to giveaways. Yeah, we need to do a giveaway. We haven't done one in a while. I can't do one tonight. Let me reach out to some of the channel sponsors and see if I can get some swag, and also put some thought into what the golf course lawn store can give away. We can see about that. Yeah, we might be able to do some stuff. Make it kind of fun. So yeah, thanks for the super chat, LG, and I will work on it. We will get one done during this growing season. I normally do them in the winter time, fall time when it's in the off season, but we'll get one done here. We'll get one done here during this time of year. All right, next up is if I can find where I left off. Can I do it quickly? I am nope. I'm lagging. Okay, there we go. So found where I left off. Okay, so next up is David Hollingsworth. He says, Archie, doesn't that seem a little dangerous? LOL. Oh, you mean like adding washers to the mower to lower the blades? I mean, as long as that's a good point, because yeah, the bolt is a certain length. I guess if you use a longer bolt, it wouldn't be bad. But yeah, you don't want to have it's a good point. You don't want to have two little thread holding that blade on. So that's it's a consideration, Archie. That is a fair consideration. You may hopefully you went to a longer bolt that to hold the blade on if you're putting a spacer in there to drop it down a bit. All right, next up is Bermuda Guy DIY. He says, North Atlanta here. This weekend, planning to spray with a Primo Nutri combo. I have a ton of sedge. Sent you a pic via email this week. So spraying sedge hammer. I have a section with dollar spot. We'll spray fungicide. Sounds like you got a plan, man. Sounds like you got some options for taking care of the problem. One, you're doing your Primo, which I like that, and you're using sedge hammer to take care of the sedges. Sounds like a plan. All right, so Archie, not to be outdone, has sent pictures. He said this is a picture of his lawn. Let's see here. So this is a picture of his lawn, I think at 5/8. He's saying mowed with the rotary. So let's take a look here. Let us see. Let's the audience decide. And I gotta say, not bad. So this is a far away shot of how the lawn looks when mowed with his 5/8 rotary. That looks pretty decent. Okay, looking at it, I can tell it's not real mode. I will tell you that much, Archie. I can tell it's not real mode, but it does look good. It does look good. And then next, you've got, put this one away. You've got a close-up. And I mean, it looks good. I mean, it's a little difficult. I didn't know over an angle shot. It's difficult to see from here, but again, it looks good. I can't hate on that. I mean, that is definitely better than most. That's better than most. Like, I mean, you ask most people and they would take that lawn all day long, all day, every day, no problem. You know what I mean? And then I see you got some leveling mix there. So you're gonna level it, so it's gonna look even better when you continue mowing it. So yeah, I stand corrected. It can look good when mowed with a rotary. If you take one, like I said already, this lawn is already fairly flat. You know, there's not like a lot of uneven areas. So that definitely helps. And then you're about to level it, which is going to make it even that much better. So you can have a rotary mow shorter and it look decent. However, a real mower will produce a better cutout. I will still stand behind that. Reason being is if a rotary could do as good a job as a real mower, golf courses would use them because I mean rotary mowers are less expensive and they're less expensive to buy, less expensive to maintain, and but every tool has its design, its intent. You know what I mean? Like I'm not bagging on rotaries. Rotaries are fine. But they are designed to do a certain thing well. And for what they're designed to do, they do it better than real mowers. And for what real mowers are designed to do, they do it better than rotaries. So they both have their lane where they excel. All right, next up is Mike CS. He says, have you heard anything about new real mowers coming to market? Nothing that I can talk about yet. How about that? So yes, but nothing that I can talk about at this point. Besides, you just got your Greens Master. You're good on mowers. You don't need another mower right now. You got the 1000. You're still getting. You guys are still. It's a new relationship. You don't want to bring another mower into the mix yet. You gotta give it some more time. But yeah, there's always real mowing is getting more popular. So there's always people and companies trying to bring new machines, new options to the market. So yeah, just hang out there and eventually it'll, whenever it comes to market, you guys will see and hear about it. All right, next up is Bermuda DIY Lawn Guy. Says, any issues spraying all these within a day or two of each other? Nope. So I think you were saying you were going to spray liquids and you were also do a fungicide. So what I've got for you is a video that talks about this very topic. It's a short, it's like 60 seconds. And it explains how I apply a mixture of granular and liquid products. And what's funny is in that video at the end, or in that video, one of the products I'm spraying is acelepryn. Right? So I talk about how I space out spraying the acelepryn versus spraying the foliar products, because acelepryn soil-based, and then the Primo and Nutrikelp and all those products are all foliar-based. So how do you solve for that, right? Because you really don't want to spray, you could, but really you don't want to spray them at the same time. They really should be done separately. So how do you solve for that? And this video that I will link right here, titled what order to apply lawn products, will answer that question. But the long short of it is, Bermuda DIY Guy, is do the granular first. You can literally do the foliar liquids right after doing the granular. If you want to do the fungicide the same day, give it 4 hours or wait till the afternoon. spray the fungicide, and then you can run your irrigation to water the fungicide in, and also water the granular fertilizer that you sprayed earlier in the day in as well. But with the foliar, you just want to give it, a good, 3 to 4 hour window for it to dry, so that you're not washing off the work that you're putting down. And the video for you is right there. It's a short. It's only 60 seconds, and it talks about the exact scenario that you're discussing. The only thing you have to do is substitute acelepryn, which is an insecticide, for whatever fungicide you're spraying, and that's how I would go about doing it. Mike CS says, my spoon feeding plan is to lay down a granular and liquid at the same time. And by at the same time, you mean the granular first, and then right after you're done, you mean the liquid. You don't mean like at the same time. You mean granular first, then liquid, but like within minutes of each other. How about that? Then 2 weeks later, only liquid, and repeat throughout the entire season. Will this keep things really green? Advice. Yes, that will keep things really green. It will keep it'll keep even color, and you won't have any flushes of, you won't have any surges of growth. You know what I mean? That's what I do on my lawn. It's what I teach in the Golf Course Lawn Academy. There are lots of videos on that I have on YouTube on that show how to do that. And there's also like the schedule, that's the free calendar that's on the Golf Course Lawn Store. We'll talk about products you can use for spoon feeding. And I think I'm trying to find the spoon feeding video. Can I find it? I did. There we go. I did. Here it is. All right, so I'm going to link this to you as well. See Mike CS, and that will help you out. This is a video from a couple of years ago, but the content is still valid, still just fine. So watch that. It covers spoon feeding, and you'll be all good to go. Need anything else? Let me know. All right, John Rob Wills says, what's up, Ron? Any recommendations for wild Bermuda control? Have cool season lawn in the transition zone. So wild Bermuda. Look for any. if it's by itself, where it's not in with your cool season lawn, you can use like glyphosate. You can use glyphosate and fusilate, and that will get rid of it. If it's intertwined with if it's like mixed in with your cool season lawn, then use like and it's actively growing, you could use tenacity. You can use any most selective herbicides that are safe for cool season grass will injure Bermuda. It's not gonna, as far as killing it, I don't know if tenacity will, at least not in one round anyway. One round of tenacity is unlikely to kill Bermuda. But you could do that to start suppressing it and keeping it at bay in your lawn. If you want it dead, like dead and gone, the non-selective way of doing it is to use fusilade and glyphosate, or a couple of rounds of glyphosate. But you can't do that if it's mixed with the grass you want to keep, because it's gonna. That combination is once you add the glyphosate, it becomes non-selective. It'll kill anything that you any grass that you put it on. So there is that. So next up is, let's see here. Mike CS says, what's your opinion about the PACE turf appraisal spreadsheet? I filled it out last year, and I'm following the calculated recommendations, but I'm wondering if it's recommending too much nitrogen. I don't know. I have to look at it. I don't know that I've ever used that, Mike. So I'll take a look at it. I'll screenshot it and I'll take a peek. But it sounds like if it's an Excel spreadsheet where you put the data in, and based on that, it gives you recommendations, largely how good of a job it does. Assuming the formulas are good, right? Which they probably are. It's what you put in. So like garbage in, garbage out, right? So if you're giving it the right data, it should be reasonably good. But I've never used it. I've never looked at it, so I can't comment it from direct experience to be able to say whether I would agree or disagree with the rates that they use. Again, what way I do things is not the only way to get great looking turf, right? But again, I would be very careful and ensure that whatever data you're putting into a calculator that's supposed to give you application rates for products, that the data that you're putting in is as correct as possible, because again, like garbage in, garbage out. Calculator is only as good as what you feed it. All right, quality assurance man says, hey Ron, when leveling my lawn, how much sand should I try to increase it by? An inch? No, way too much. And what's the duration when I can go again? So there are many ways of doing top dressing, quality assurance man, QA man. I am a fan of limiting the amount of material to between a quarter inch to half an inch. And half an inch is really on the high end of as much material as I would put down in one setting. If you were to do the first top dressing, say this weekend, you could do one now. You could do another one the end of June. And if you really had one more in you, you could do another one in late July if you wanted. So you could do several in a season. What you're going to find is each time you top dress, it's going to take less material to get a good result, and the lawn's also going to recover faster from it. But to answer your question, yes, you can go several times in a season, and no, I would not do an inch at one time. That is way too much. Whenever you apply top dressing, you want to see the tips of the grass exposed. You want to see, like, it should look, who sent me pictures of top dressing? It should look something like, no, it should look something like that. That's how it should look. So you see there's plenty of sand on that lawn, but you can still see the grass tips exposed. So that is how I like to do it. You could go maybe a little, if you wanted to, you could go a little bit heavier than that, but not much. That's a good job on top dressing of a lawn that's going to recover relatively quickly. So an inch, no, I would not do that at all. And here's why. So could you put down an inch of sand on top of Bermuda and have it live and eventually grow through? More than likely, yes. But here's what you're going to run into. If you get any kind of heavy rainfall during that time when you put the top dressing mix down, it's going to wash out. It's going to move all over the place. It's going to make a huge mess. The reason being is there's no grass, there's no plant to help hold the top dressing mix, that sand and soil mixture, in place. So it's free to move around whenever you get a heavy rainfall. So one, it takes longer to recover. It's harder on the turf by going super heavy, like it stresses the lawn more, and it makes more of a mess if you get heavy rainfall if you go too heavy. So for those reasons, I just recommend against going super heavy when it comes to top dressing. Like multiple rounds of top dressing is better than one really heavy one. Dwayne's World Party Time Excellent is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. Boy, it's definitely heating up. Time for PGR." It is. Yeah, if you've not done growth regulator and you are so inclined to use that, and now would be a great time to bring it to get it going, man. And what I recommend, the one that I use and love, is Primo Max. It's a handy 4-ounce size with a built-in measuring cup. Makes it super easy to measure out, saves time, makes sure you get an accurate results versus trying to use a traditional measuring cup. All right, so we have a question here from Always Bermuda. It says, "Ron, I'm putting down new Bermuda sod this Tuesday. When can I fertilize it? I was thinking of using a starter fertilizer." So if you want to put down, so here's what I would say is this, right? Whenever you put down new sod, typically what happens, you put the new sod down, you roll it in, and then you rope it off, you water it, you rope it off, and you tell people to stay off of it for a couple of weeks until it begins to establish, right? So if you wanted to put down a starter fertilizer, what I would say is, as you're doing your prep work, do the fertilizer then. So I would do all the prep work, make sure you can rake the area, make it as smooth as possible, get down like a nice granular biostimulant, like create a nice good area for the lawn to root into. Put your fertilizer down on that bare area, and then lay your sod down. Like lay your sod down and then water it and stay off of it until it's ready to mow. That is what I would do. Because think about it, you put brand new sod down, you're not really going to want to spend, walk on it a whole lot. A good way, and this is how I'm gonna start answering this question. When you know it's time to start fertilizing new sod is whenever you're planning to start mowing it, then you can get out there and start like putting granular fertilizer on it. That's a good sign. Other than that, doing it before as part of the establishment process, the next time you fertilize is when you plan to start mowing it. And for Bermuda, I don't know, 3 weeks, a month is when you can get out there and get the first mow in. So yeah, that is how I would go about doing it. Always Bermuda. It says, "Love the t-shirt too." Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You can get one of these. We've got a merch store, shameless plug, since you brought it up. If you want one, you can go to here. I'll drop a link in the chat if you want a Stripe Action shirt, because copy, will it work? It will work. Man, you gotta love Apple. Like the clipboard across devices is awesome. So right there, yeah. And for any of you guys that are on the live stream on YouTube, and if you want merch, if you want your clean Stripe Action shirt, you can get one right there at the updated merch store. All right, next up we got David Duncan says, "Will do. Thanks. You're welcome." Let's see. CTM says, "Ron, can you speak on the systemic fungicides in the lawn and mycorrhiza fungicide? Basically, does the fungicide have an impact on the effectiveness of the mycorrhiza?" So pretty much what you're asking is fungicide harmful or hard on the beneficial bacteria and fungi in your lawn? Yes, it is. It's like dropping I mean, one, I've heard people say applying fungicides like dropping an atom bomb on the beneficial bacteria and fungi in your lawn, which is part of the reason why, as part of the carbon kit, we include this, right? Biospectrum, which helps to stimulate and improve the fungi and beneficial bacteria that help break down fertilizer, that help soil do what it's supposed to do as far as make with nutrient availability. Biospectrum is hugely important to that, which is why we included this. Like whenever I was working with Miramichi Green to put together the carbon kit, it could have just been Release Zero and NutriKelp, but I wanted this as well, because I know that, you know, part of what I teach in the golf course lawn program, what I also recommend to people is to apply preventative fungicide, and restoring the fungi and beneficial bacteria using a product like Biospectrum. Is a good thing, which is why it gets sprayed every couple of weeks whenever I spray my lawn. So it's a great question. Yeah, you are right. Fungicides are hard on the beneficial bacteria and fungi in the soil profile, which is why we use products like this to help restore it. And in case you didn't know, this treats, it's like 17 ounces, treats like 4 to 5 acres depending on how you apply it, and which is a lot for most people. So now there's a smaller version. This is like 8 ounces of it. So figure like 2 acres, right? Two acres and change. So if you're, in case you're interested, these are now on the store as well. So if you go to the golf course lawn store under, oh, I can show you guys really quick. If you go here under shop and then Miramichi Green, and you go to Biospectrum, you will see here there's a 17 ounce, is the large one, and there's also this 8 ounce, which is the small one. So if you have a smaller lawn, you can go with this guy and save yourself a little bit of money. So there you go. CTM. Hope that helps as far as your question. So yeah, fungicides. I mean, that's an unfortunate side effect, but we have a compensating control. How's that? We have a compensating control to offset some of the negative aspects of fungicides. All right, next up is Matt Johnson. No, I think I already showed the pictures of your lawn, Matt, that you sent to me. I think I already did that. So I already showed those. Next one we got is Tom V. He says, hey, Ron, can you talk about the safety of the products you typically use? I put down Turflex, Nutrizolve, T-Nex, growth regulator every 2 weeks, and so on. I also wonder if it is safe while applying an hour for the kids. So the general rule when it comes to, an hour, I would give it more than that, Tom. Ideally, whenever you're applying liquid products to the lawn, you want them to dry on the lawn. So the way that most turf services will do, what you'll find is if they go out and they spray a lawn, they'll stick a sign in the yard. They'll say, stay off the lawn for 24 hours, because that pretty much guarantees that the lawn is going to be dry. It'll be like keep people and pets off the lawn for 24 hours. So as long as you allow the lawn to dry, an hour I would give it more time than that. I tell people that if you can, whenever you're spraying foliar products, you really want to aim for a 3 to 4 hour window. So yes, if you want to spray in the morning and then allow them back on the lawn in the mid to late afternoon, that there shouldn't be a problem with that. I would not. An hour is not quite enough. It's not quite enough for me. I would not do it that. I would not let them out there that quickly if it were me. All right, next up is Tom. He says, at Devon, I've been using that TJet tip and found that it works great. I am, however, having issues with my Ryobi sprayer as it is sort of losing spraying pressure while applying Turflex. That's weird. Maybe a bad sprayer, maybe, I don't know, battery's low, because, I'm not sure why. Sounds like a sprayer issue, more so than the tip issue. All right, Archie says chicken crumbles sold at Tractor Supply. Okay, I have to look into it, man. I do not know about that, Archie. I learn something new every day, so I'll have to research chicken crumbles. All right, next up we have Progression Decimal says Bermuda. And next up we have Jordan Galson says, hey, Central Alabama here. Been in the mid 80s. So I've been hitting the 90s this weekend with Bermuda. Too early for Governor G and Hydrotane? Nope. I think Governor G is a granular growth regulator. I believe that's right. I think that's correct. If that's what it is, not too early for that at all. And then Hydrotane, not too early for that at all either. So no, you can do both of them. I think it's a great idea, Jordan. Go for it. All right, Jonathan Torres is up next. He says, Hey, Ron, first time asking a question. It better be a good one. It's your first time asking. Listen, I judge people very harshly with the first question they ask whenever they're on the show. So let's hope it's a good one. All right. He says, "Hey, Ron, asking my first question. Part of my Bermuda lawn didn't quite fill in all the way, and yet I applied 0.25 ounces of per thousand of Primo Max. Okay, will my yard still fill in? Yes, it will still fill in. Or just not reapply next month. It will still fill in. If you want to accelerate it filling in, you can just stop applying growth regulator. What you're going to find is when it wears off, you're going to see a surge of growth. You're going to see the wild's going to bounce back and start growing pretty quickly. So yeah, if you want to accelerate the process, you can. If you want, you can stop using growth regulator and pick up your mowing because that will help with it filling in. On my lawn, been on Primo since this month, beginning of this month, and I mow it a lot, and it looks really good. I mean, there's still a few areas that are still going to thicken up a bit more as it gets hotter, but it really depends on you. Just what I'm trying to say, Jonathan. I don't have pictures of your lawn to know, but if it's bothering you and you want it to fill in faster, you can stop using growth regulator. Just be prepared that if you do that, you're going to get a flush of growth, and then you're going to have to, reintroduce it again and get the lawn under regulation again. So, yep, that can absolutely work. The nice thing about Primo is that once you spray it, it only takes a day or two to begin taking effect. So, if you stop and then you start it up again in mid-June, there's no problem at all with that. All right, let's see here. Offered NV says, "We love you, Ron. Heading out to mow at 7:15 in the West. Go forth and conquer, man. Appreciate the love and support. Have fun mowing. Okay, Noek 95 says, "Hey, Ron, how often should my reel and bed knife be sharpened / ground? It depends. I mean, really, most people are able to get by with a sharpen once per season, depending. And here are all the caveats, right? As long as you keep the mower out of sand and dirt, and all you cut is grass with it, you should be able to keep the mower sharp. Maybe do a back lap at some point during the season, but I mean, you shouldn't have to grind the mower. You shouldn't be having to grind the mower all the time, especially if you are keeping it. If all you're cutting is grass with it, meaning you're not running over pine straw, you're not running over twigs, like all you're mowing is grass. It really should, a good grind at the beginning of the season should last you really throughout the cutting season. And again, worst case, you can always do a back lap if you find that. Here's how you can know. No, I should probably walk through this. Here's how you can know when it's time for a grind. If whenever you go to check your mower, let's say I'm going to use like a Greens Master because it's easier to, like, more people have those and it's easier to explain it. So if you have a Greens Master and you check if it's cutting paper all the way across and it's not, what you can do is there are two adjustment screws on either, like there are ratcheted adjustment screws on each side of the mower, and it's like a 5/8 wrench, I think, that you use for those. Turning them clockwise will tighten the tolerances. It will bring the reel and bed knife closer to each other, right? So if you find, hey, it's not cutting paper all the way across, you can go one or two clicks. Like one, I do like I just do it one click at a time. So one, check it again, and check it's not cutting paper. You do another click, one, check it, and what you'll find will start happening is if you start getting contact. So when you're turning the reel, you're hearing more than. It really should be very, very light, like almost like whisper type contact. If you're hearing it where it's like, it's hard to describe. If it sounds like heavy contact, if it sounds like it's like when you're turning the reel, it's like being stopped by the bed knife. You know what I mean? Like it's like it takes effort to turn it. That's a good sign then that you should consider backlapping the mower. If after doing that it still doesn't cut paper, then it needs to go in for sharpening. So the first thing I would say is check it across the board. Make some adjustments with the reel, with the bed bar adjustment screws. It just takes seconds to do that. If it cuts paper, good. Go off and cut your lawn, enjoy your life. Happy days, right? If it doesn't, consider backlapping. If that doesn't do it, then it's time to go in for a grind. Most people can get by with one sharpened grind at the beginning of the season, big thing is as long as you keep it out of sand. Like if you top dress your lawn and you're impatient, you start mowing again too soon and it gets into sand, like that will, I mean, it takes like one mow and you'll take the edge off the mower where it's going to have to go in and get freshened up, depending on how bad you run it in the sand. So I think Devin was even saying, like, you talked to some golf courses. He was saying on the live stream that we had few weeks ago that on his golf course they have reels that are designated, they call them sand reels. They have reels that are designated for cutting after a green has been top dressed, and they have reels that are like after the lawn is, or the lawn, after the green is fully recovered, is in great shape, that they cut the green with. So they have ones that are like almost like sacrificial reels that so they can still mow, but they realize that these ones are going to get torn up. They're going to get a lot more wear because they're touching sand. Because that's how, I mean, sand is very abrasive. You know what I mean? So that's the big thing. As long as you're only cutting grass, you should be able to get by with once per season and maybe a backlap here and there. But big thing is you only got to cut grass with it. All right, next up is Daniel B. He says, hey, Ron, sorry if I missed this, but what are the biweekly rates for your Turfplex Primo apps? Almost out of Turfplex, so I'm ordering both. Thanks. Yeah, so what I will do is, so I do the on the back lawn, I may up the rate as the season progresses, but right now I am using the equivalent of the quarter 0.25 ounces per month rate. So what I will do is, if you want the Ron Henry program, like what I'm doing in my sprayer, is I will fill the sprayer half full with water. I will add whatever fertilizer, liquid fertilizer I'm using. So in the case of Turfplex, 6 ounces per 1,000. So it'll be 24 ounces of Turfplex. I don't have a thing here to show you. It'll be 24 ounces of Turfplex. That goes in the tank. If I'm doing, then it'll go the NutriKelp. With that, I do that at 3 ounces per. So that'll be 12 ounces of that goes in the tank. I'll take BioSpectrum. I'll get like a measuring cup. I'll put like some water in it. Doesn't really matter how much. Take a little Dixie spoon, a white spoon. Put a little scoop of BioSpectrum in there. Get that suspended. That goes in the tank. And the last thing I add to the tank is 1/2 ounce of Primo. So I will take this, right, this guy, and I'll go just like this. It'll go all the way up, like it's just close. It's hard to do it. It'll go all the way up to like right there, and then that much goes in the tank with 4 gallons of water, and I spray that over 4,000 square feet. And I repeat that as many times as I need to. In my lawn, typically it's 3 times 6, 3 backpack sprayers to do the entire thing. So I repeat that sequence, and I left Nutrizolve out. Nutrizolve, if I'm doing Nutrizolve with Turfplex, Nutrizolve is 3 ounces per 1,000. So it goes in at 12 ounces of that. So I forgot about that one. But those are the rates that I use on my lawn. So just to recap, 24 ounces of Turfplex, 12 ounces of Nutrizolve, 12 ounces of NutriKelp, right? So the kelp product, BioSpectrum, like a little spoonful, a little white spoonful, in some water. Doesn't really matter how much water, you just want enough to get it suspended. That goes in the tank, and then 1/2 ounce of Primo. This much goes in the tank, and that gets sprayed over 4,000 square feet twice per month, 1st and the 15th. And that is what I do for Bermuda grass. But that rate will also work for zoysia as well too. So hope that helps, Daniel B. If you need anything else, let me know. Let me know. All right, next we have, and Shiles says, I keep getting weeds with the seeds on my lawn. I live in Houston. What can I do? Weeds with the seeds. Okay, so unfortunately, this time of year, you could try using pre-emergent, but it's not going to do a whole lot this time of year, especially being in Houston as hot as it is. So you're really going to have to do post-emergent herbicides to knock the weeds back. And then what you'll find is, if you the idea behind using products like Celsius and Certainty, right, are to injure and or kill the weeds. And then if you couple that with regular mowing, what you're going to find is you're going to weaken the plant that you don't want in your lawn, the weeds, and by regular mowing and a good fertilization program, you're going to strengthen the plant, the grass, that we want to be the dominant plant in our lawn. So when we kill the weeds and you start mowing regularly, and by regularly I mean twice per week, you're going to start growing a thicker stand of turf. Like the turf is going to start thickening up, and that becomes like natural weed control. It's much more difficult for weeds to establish if there's not bare dirt, or if your lawn is nice and thick. You know what I mean? The way you get it nice and thick is by regular mowing. So given that you have you have weeds, and the ones that if you have weeds that are flowering, so they have seeds, so they can spread. If you're using a rotary mower, use a catcher. Use like the basket that it comes with, or whatever they call it. I guess the grass catcher. Use the grass catcher that the rotary mower comes with, so you're not like blasting the seeds or the weeds all over the lawn. So use that, and then empty those seeds out somewhere that's not. If you have a compost pile, don't put the compost pile. Don't empty that stuff into the compost pile, because you don't want to put that back into the lawn. If you have a real mower, put the grass catcher on and capture and catch the clippings. So again, you're trying to minimize how much of the seeds, the flowering part of the plant that we're throwing back into the lawn. So that way you can also help you to get ahead of the game. So long short is, to recap, use herbicides to get ahead of the weeds. Make sure you have a good nutrient program so you're fertilizing properly, and then mow a lot. And when you mow during this process, when you're trying to eliminate the weeds and get the grass to be thicker, catch your clippings so you're not giving the weeds new opportunities to reestablish in the lawn. Does that make sense? So I know it's a pain, but it gets better. I mean, the longer you do it, the better it gets. And what you'll find is your lawn will predominantly become the grass that you want, and the weeds will become less and less and less. But it takes time. It's a process like everything else in life, right? So hope that helps. And if you have any questions, just drop them there in the chat, and I'll do my best to help you out. All right, Sweet Chulo says, happy Friday, everyone. Just stopping by to say hi. I can't join the live stream, but you kind of did. But we'll be catching the replay tomorrow while at work. That's okay, Tuchula. I appreciate the love and support. And hopefully it was entertaining when you're watching this tomorrow while you are at work. All right, Nikita says, hey, Ron, yard is coming in slowly. Yay, I'm thinking about putting down some iron to green up fully. I put out iron out last year. Is it too soon? Would love your product recommendations. Okay, so I don't apply strictly like a straight iron product. I tend to use my lawn gets plenty of iron, but it's applied with a fertilizer that has iron in it. So in other words, iron is like a byproduct versus like iron, like applying there's ironite. There's a couple other products that are just strictly iron. I don't really use any of those, and I haven't had the need to. So I'll show you a couple of options. If you go to the store, you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer. If you want a micronutrient product that has, I want to say it's 2% iron, then what you're going to want to go with is Nutrizolve. This has got 2% iron in it, and it also has, in addition to iron, you've got boron, copper, manganese, molybdenum, a little bit of sulfur, and some zinc. So as far as the nutrients that your soil needs in small amounts, and let me fix this because it's too, yeah, there we go. That your lawn needs in small amounts, Nutrizolve covers that, all right? So if you say, you know what, Ron, I don't want to use Nutrizolve because if I use Nutrizolve, I still got to go out and I still got to buy a liquid fertilizer to supply NPK, right? To supply the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, assuming your soil needs that. So that's where Turfplex comes in as an alternative. The thing with Turfplex is that it has, and why people like it so much, and why it's a great product, is that it has your macros, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, but it also has a bit of iron, not that much, a tenth of iron, but still some, has some iron, has some manganese, has some zinc. So you can use Turfplex, and that is going to help your lawn to green up. What I do is I will take Turfplex, I'll take these two. I'll give you a couple of options here. You can take Turfplex and apply it at 6 ounces per 1,000, and if you're mixing Turfplex with Nutrizolve, you can mix Nutrizolve at 3 ounces per 1,000 when you're doing the two of those together, because per the label, this product, the micronutrient, tells you to apply it at 6 ounces per 1,000. But Turfplex already has some micronutrients in it, so there's no reason to overdo it. So what you would do is you're just going to back the rate down on Nutrizolve just a little bit. I find that 3 ounces per 1,000 of this works great when mixed with 6 ounces per 1,000 of this. All right, so these two together, that's going to produce, great color, a great green up. You're going to see a color response from applying these within a couple of days. Another fertilizer option is to use 901C as your to supply your macros, and combine that with Nutrizolve. So either release 901C and Nutrizolve, or Turfplex and Nutrizolve. Either one of them can work well and can produce great results. 901C is kind of nice in that it's also a biostimulant. You know what I mean? So it really depends. You can get a great result with either of those, but I would make sure that I added Nutrizolve along with them to get that extra boost of iron that you're after, versus using like a pure dedicated iron product. If you already got iron out, if you already have it, use it. You already bought it, you already paid for it, you make use of it. But I'm just telling you what I do. I don't use a pure iron product. I get iron as a byproduct for the other stuff that I'm putting into my lawn. So hope that helps. Sounds like you're on your way. You're excited about it, which is the most important thing. Sounds like you're having fun with it, which is good. That's going to make you stick with it. And yeah, if you need anything else, let me know. Sounds like you're on your way. I did get your pictures, Isaac, so thank you so much for that. We already showed everyone. And then next up is Ravi Patel. He says, hey, Ron, I have some mushrooms growing in my lawn. Is that a good thing? Yeah, it is. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's a sign of good things going on in your soil. One thing I will say is if you want to reduce mushrooms and mushrooms, and the reason why I tell people not to really worry about it, because in most cases, mushrooms are something you'll see in the lawn in the early morning. And in my lawn, when I used to have them a lot more, by 10 o'clock, 10:30, they were gone. As soon as it gets hot, they get hot and they would like shrivel up and they go away until the next day. Something I noticed is ever since I started doing turf raking, like when I got the outlet, I started turf raking and reducing the amount of thatch, that spongy layer in my lawn. And I still have some. I mean, when just reducing it quite a bit, I don't get near the amount of mushrooms in my lawn, starting from like the middle of last year through now, that I did in years past. Like this year, I don't think I've seen a mushroom on my lawn this year as yet at all. Yeah, not at all. I mean, so that's something to consider as well. But to answer your question, no, it's nothing to worry about. I wouldn't worry about it. It's nothing. It's a sign of great soil. If it really bothers you, whenever you mow, you can run over them, or just wait till like after 10 o'clock in the morning, and they typically will shrivel up and go away. So I wouldn't worry about it. If you want to minimize them growing, you can reduce the thatch levels in your lawn, reduce that spongy layer. And I found that I mean, as a byproduct, you get less mushrooms in your lawn. So we got Mark from Hawaii. He says, listening to everything while I clean the garage. Aloha, y'all. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it, man. Chiming in all the way from Hawaii. Very nice, very cool. Thank you for all the love and support. Johnny Cruz is up next. Says, Ron, I laid down some Tifway Bermuda sod last Saturday and already have baby roots coming in. Look at that. It's so precious. The baby roots are already coming in. We love that. He says, when should I throw down fertilizer, if any, this year? Whenever you want to start mowing it. So I get that it's growing in, and it's we're all excited. You're likely not going to start mowing it until you get to be 3 to 4 weeks in. So from the time it was established, you did it, when did you say again? You did it last Saturday. So that's sounds like the beginning of May to me. June, first part of June, beginning of June. If you want to start fertilizing, by all means, go for it. Whenever you would go on the lawn is when I would say you can start fertilizing. Because right now you're likely staying off of it. You're just watering it and allowing it to root in and get established. So whenever you want to get out there and start mowing, great time to start also fertilizing the lawn. Start feeding it. All right. Did you see if we have any questions here on Instagram? We got Mackenzie Jones in the house on the stream. Jay Barbary, we got BMBGC mushrooms over here. Yep, got the problem as well too, or that situation. I won't say a problem. It's not really a problem as well. Very cool. All right, next up we have Juris L. Eiler. I think that's correct. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Because I have a new house with sod that was placed in the front lawn. It's uneven and areas with small patches. I've used Scott's Easy Seed to fill in patches. Okay, all right. For a novice lawn caretaker, what's the next best steps? Okay, so the next thing I would say is this: the one thing you left out is what kind of sod you have. You didn't tell me what kind of sod you have. If it was Bermuda sod, I would not use Scott's Easy Seed to fill in patches. I would not do that. I mean, if you already did it now, but I would not put any more down. I would once the Bermuda begins establishing and roots in, you start mowing it, it's going to start spreading like wildfire, and the areas that are a little bit thin will thicken up. The grass will go in there. That's what Bermuda does. It's really hard to get rid of that way once it gets heat, temperature, the same thing, temperature, sunlight, and nitrogen. As far as a novice lawn taker, what are the next best steps? So what I would say is this. If you're brand new, if you've not done one as yet, I would get a soil test done. So I'll show you here, like in the high level, here's how you get a great lawn. So first thing is eliminate weeds in your lawn. Doesn't sound like you have that problem because it's a brand new lawn. It was established, so that's good. No weeds, which is great. We like that. Do a soil test. The one that I recommend is the one that we sell here on the Golf Course Lawn Store. This one from My Soil. I'll send you a link here in a second for the one that includes the core tool for grabbing cores, soil cores. Based on that, back to the infographic, back to here. Based on that, you will then fertilize your lawn based on the soil test results, right? and then you'll do a lot of mowing. And by a lot of mowing, I mean you'll mow twice per week. So I know you're brand new, you're new to lawn care, new to the new house, but if you can commit to mowing twice per week, you're really gonna like how your lawn looks. So that's the big thing. Eliminate weeds, which you don't have that problem. Hopefully you won't have that problem, not yet anyway. Do a soil test, buy a fertilizer and apply it properly based on those soil test results, and then just mow. You know what I mean? Mow, and mow some more. That's gonna be your way of doing it. So what else can I tell you? If you want to also introduce a granular biostimulant like Essential G, that's not a bad idea. So that's going to be under shop and then the Miramichi Green Biostimulant section. This product is all about improving the quality of the soil. It's going to help whatever fertilizer you apply to your lawn work better. So this you can use in addition to fertilizer. It is not a fertilizer product. This I apply monthly. That's something you can start doing on your lawn as well. And again, it's not like if you apply this, you can't use fertilizer. The two of them work in concert. So then it's not like you're not overdoing it if you have that and fertilizer. And then outside of that, the big thing is just mowing. So commit to mowing. If you really want a great lawn, mow it at least twice a week. Mow at least twice a week with sharp equipment. So if you have a brand new mower that you got when you got the new house, as you go throughout the season, make sure you learn how to sharpen the mower blades, or have a like a set of mower blades, and the one that you take off, you can take it to a place that have them sharpen it, and you can put a fresh one on and just use a rotation where you're always mowing with sharp equipment. Because cutting your lawn with a sharp blade, one, it's going to look better. It's going to look better. You are going to, and also probably more importantly than even this appearance, you're going to minimize the chances of you having a disease problem. You know what I mean? So, so make sure you keep your mowing equipment sharp. Cut the lawn with sharp equipment. That's hugely important. And just enjoy it. Enjoy the process. You know, it's a fun game. It's a fun thing to get into. It's a point of pride. So yeah, keep at it. All right, LG is having. You guys don't encourage him. Like, the force is strong with LG. This is at Isaac U, the real MVP. You guys have no idea. Why are you guys encouraging LG? All right, next up we have Mike CS says, what's your opinion about Irrigreen and the auto irrigation systems now that you've learned a little bit about them? Oh, I have seen it. Yeah. Do you know of anything else that's smart or alternative to traditional irrigation? I've never seen one myself or whatever. I mean, looking at the videos and their infomercials, it's like, you know, it can change its spray pattern based on like the size of your lawn. If wind starts to blow, it can compensate based on that. So it sounds pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what installing it is like. Like, here's the thing. For my lawn, I think for smaller lawns, based on what I've seen. Okay, here's my opinion of it. And I don't have one. I've not seen one in person. I've only looked at the commercials. The thing you will notice when you watch those commercials is that, for one, the lawns are smaller lawns, and then second, there's some kind of a flower bed, or there's some area that is not grass where this thing is mounted. So take a lawn like my lawn, right? Take like the back lawn, which is like here. So like, we'll look at Exhibit A. Like, there's nowhere for me to install one of those things on the back lawn. Like, my lawn is huge. There's no way one irrigation head is going to cover that entire thing. So where would I install one? You know what I mean? So I think for a smaller lawn, again, I don't have one of them, so I can't. I'm just making an observation based on the common theme I see in all the videos for these types of irrigation systems, is that they seem better suited to smaller lawns, and you know, where you have like a bed, a flower bed or something, or an area like that, or somewhere you can mount this thing that is not your lawn, and where it can just kind of shoot into the lawn. But for a really large lawn, I don't know if they would work well, because I have nowhere to put one of those in my lawn. You know what I mean? So that's my thoughts on it. I've never used one myself. It's if they work as well as they show in the video, they look like a cool way to save water, right? Because you're not watering your patio and sidewalks, and you know, it sounds like they are better from a water consumption standpoint than your traditional like rotary sprayers. So that's cool. But I mean, there's no free lunch, right? I mean, they're more expensive. You have to set them up properly. There's the challenge of a larger lawn like mine, where they are likely not going to be a good fit. So, and there's probably other challenges that I'm not even aware of with them, right? So, like most things in life, there's no free lunch. But I think for what it's designed to do, a smaller lawn with a smaller area, I think it looks like they work fairly well from what I can see. So there's my uninformed opinion of it. He says, I wish there was a robot I could connect a hose to, but I will be traveling. My traveling sprinkler will have to do for now. Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, that would be cool. I guess. Like you mean like you can robot that will drive around your lawn and water it? Maybe could be a thing. Could be a thing. Isaac says like at LG game recognized game. Someone watched. Man, that's old school, man. That's like you used to watch the Boondocks. That was who said that? Is it Riley? I think it's Riley. He's like game recognized game granddad. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was it Riley. I think it was Riley that said that. Maybe. Anyway, next up is Breck T. No, it's JC105. And there's a question. It says, "Hey Ron, the first week of June, I'm scheduled for sand leveling. Should I wait till afterwards to start with primo? If it's your first time leveling, yes, the lawn will recover faster. The lawn will recover faster. If you've gone through several rounds of top dressing to where when you top dress now, it's not very much. It's a light. It's more of like a maintenance type thing. Then I would say you can go ahead and still have the lawn under regulation. I'll put you this way: in the last, I can't tell you how many years, at least the last three, minimum the last 3 years. Every time you guys have seen me, any kind of content of me top dressing the lawn, especially the back lawn, it's been under regulation. It's had primo on it, and it recovers. You know, in my case, the back lawn, the last big one was that I did myself. I was mowing Thursday, and I top dressed the weekend before. You know what I mean? The last one that happened here, where the service came and did it, it took a bit longer to recover because they top dressed a lot heavier than I would. So there is that. So if your first time, JC, I would say just wait. The nice thing about primo is, you know, you spray this stuff. It's not like you know, you apply this and in 3 days it's going to begin working. 2 to 3 days, the lawn's going to stop growing very quickly. So it's not like you are missing some window if you wait till after the lawn recovers from top dressing to start introducing growth regulator. So there is that. All right, Ben Raham is here. I can see that LG, he's coming here to terrorize LG, and why not? It's been a while. So we have a super chat from Ben. Thank you so much, Ben.
Super chat received.
He says, glad to see you, LG EW, tonight for me. Hoping to see pics of your sweet turf. I'm really struggling with last year's Bermuda seed renovation. Looks like because it was not fully established, even though it looked awesome September, I had winter kill forage going on. Huh, so you lost some of it. Oh, you lost some of it to winter, huh? That's unfortunate, Ben. I'm sorry to hear that. So I mean, I don't have pictures of me, but hopefully, so what's your plan? Is your plan to seed again this year? Is it to just start over and use a to go with sod, or what's the plan? How are we going to recover from this? But yeah, sorry dealing with that. You know, hopefully you've got a plan to recover it, and I appreciate the super chat. And based on the value, you are another show sponsor, so your name in lights, whatever that means to you. Let's all hope and pray that LG will behave. We'll see. All right, next is Breck TV. He says, seriously considering rotary scissors. Any recommendation on not so expensive power head? Also, finally retiring my old 25-inch McLean. 27 years of real mowing. Wow, man, you've been at it for a while. You've been in the game for a while. It's awesome. Brand new 25-inch arrives today, South Gwinnett. So here's the problem, Breck TV. The only rotary scissors that I have direct experience with are the ones that that are from Stihl. So I have the Stihl combi system, Stihl, however you pronounce it. I have a Stihl combi system, and my rotary scissors the power head is all one thing, and that works great. I've never used any of the other ones to be able to tell you how well they are. I've heard them, and they can be a bit loud. But as far as doing what they're designed to do, like produce like a real mow type cut when you're over your edging, all the ones I've seen accomplish that. Some are just louder than others. And you know, as far as getting the shaft to drive it, I'm not going to be a ton of help on that because I didn't have to do that with mine. With mine, it all came as a unit, all assembled, and you know, I didn't have to go get the you know, I didn't buy just the power head and go have to source a shaft separately. So not going to be a ton of help, unfortunately, on this one. So I apologize for that. Congrats on the new mower. We can't acknowledge that. That's awesome. Congrats on it. Hopefully you'll get another 27 years out of the new one. You didn't say what it was, but it's probably, I guess, another McLean. Is it another 25? I think McLean makes a 25-inch, right? I think so. I believe that's right. So yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy the new equipment. Enjoy the new equipment. All right, Mike D says, checking in Ron with a like, smash the like button. So yeah, guys, we're dwindling down, but if you guys have joined the show and you have not hit the like button, please do so. It's a free way to support the channel. So if you would mind hitting that like button ever so gently, please do so. It's a free way to support the channel, and I would most appreciate it. All right, let's see. Andrew Phillips says, JC, you want to wait till the left ear lawn recovers. Grass goes back. Do not mow, then apply Primo as Ron suggests. Yeah, so just wait. It means your first time, wait for it to bounce back and then apply it. Let's see here. And then we have Casey Baker says, if I apply Dimension 2 EW herbicide now, will it prevent Bermuda runners from spreading? No, I think I already answered this, Casey. You should not. As long as you stick with the correct application rates, you should be absolutely fine. All right, let me make sure I answer the question here that I have in Instagram, because Instagram is about to go away because we're almost coming up on 11 o'clock. May 152 says, what should I put down for May, June? I have Tiff Tuff Bermuda in North Carolina. If you're doing what I do, you're doing Essential G, you'd be applying your granular fertilizer and your liquid fertilizer. And if you're someone that wants to do the growth regulator, like if you're real mowing or you just want your grass to go a little bit shorter, you could use Primo. So what I will do, May in 152, is I'll just get you a link to the calendar. We have a calendar that's a free schedule that's on the Golf Course Lawn Store with a month-by-month breakdown, and you can just look at the May. Where am I? Right there. You can just look at the May June section. So I'm pasting that in the chat here now. Hopefully it's a clickable link, so you can look at that, and that will take you to that'll show you, hey, on March do this, April this, May this, June this, and so on and so forth, as far as what I recommend and do. So hope that helps. That should but then what I described is exactly what I would, what I described in a nutshell is what I would recommend doing. Keep feeding the lawn, mow it, growth regulator, Essential G. Next is Mike Harvey. He says, hey Ron, I have a bunch of firewood or burnweed and dog fennel. Not sure why my pre-emergent failed so bad this year. Can I mix Celsius, iron, Turfplex in the sprayer together and hit the lawn? Yeah, you could do that. You could absolutely do that. If you're doing the entire thing, I mean, I guess you're gonna broadcast spray the entire lawn. Yeah, you absolutely could do that. You could do that, Mike. There'd be no issues with that. Just make sure, again, sprayer's calibrated, that you're mixing the right amount of Celsius, you're applying it at the correct rate. And if you got 4 gallons of water and you're spraying it the way that I recommend, which covers cover 4,000 square feet, make sure you're covering 4,000 square feet so that you're putting down the right amount of active ingredient over the lawn. And if you do that, that should be just fine. Should be just fine. You're very, very welcome, May in 152. If you need anything else, let me know. And again, there's also the blog too. If you'll see that you go to the store, you'll see guides section. There's like the blog, which has more detail on different topics. And then there's also the free calendar, so the free schedule. So, and there's gonna be even more. I'm working on some more content that if I can get some pieces that I need finished done, hoping to launch this month. We'll see. I'm trying my best. It's only it's a lot of work, and there's only so much time in a day. All right, let's see here. So we got Casey Baker says, I just purchased Nutrizolve liquid soil micronutrients from the store a few days ago. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can I apply to Bermuda that has only been down for a month? Yes. Also, is it safe to apply a light coat of 16-4-8 to it? I guess, is it a liquid product? Are you asking if you can mix the Nutrizolve along with it? Yeah, here's the thing. I have not come across any liquids that Nutrizolve does not play nice with. If you want to be super conservative, you could do a jar test. Get like a jar, like a mason jar or something like this with no fertilizer in it, and put some water in it, a little bit of Nutrizolve, a little bit of fertilizer, get it suspended, get it mixed together, and let it sit there for 10 minutes and make sure nothing crazy happens, like it doesn't separate out or gel. It's more than likely not going to. Once you pass that, then you can go ahead and mix up whatever the 16-4-8 is and Nutrizolve and spray that over your lawn. It shouldn't be a problem to do that. But just if you want to be safe, do a jar test first, because the last thing you want is like 4 gallons of like stuff you can't use, and then you got to get rid of it, right? So yeah. Next up is Nixa Eagle. She says the HRX lowest setting is 1 inch. I keep 2 sets of blades on hand to always stay sharp. I like it. Very nice. That's exactly what you should do. So you're cutting nice and low, and you got a blade you can rotate in and out, which is just what you want to do. That's just what you want to do. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see. We got a little more time here. 7 minutes, guys. Guys, and on Instagram, if you have questions, you have 7 minutes before the stream on Instagram is going to end. YouTube will continue. YouTube and Facebook will continue to go, but Instagram, they have like a 4-hour limit, so I'm gonna get cut off here in a little bit. So if you guys have any questions, you got like 6 minutes to get them in. Let's see here. Juris Elder says, "What's the best initial product to use to level the lawn prior to using the coarse sand with a leveling rake?" I live in Maryland. So okay, if you're looking to level, sand is what you would use. There's not really something you would use. I mean, I'll put it this way. I guess you could, if you wanted to, you could top dress the lawn with like a compost of some sort, but that's not really going to do a whole lot of leveling. In other words, if your goal is to level, to get the lawn smooth and for it to stay that way, you're going to want to use a top dressing mix that has some sand in it. You're going to want to do that. You're not going to want to just go with a compost. So hopefully that helps. What's the best personal product to level? Yes, I mean the product you use to level is sand, and then ideally with some organic material blended with it. That is what I would recommend doing. All right, next up is Smoking Legas says, "Hello, gotta get." Let's see. Okay, well we'll move on. Move on from that. Let's see here. How often should I apply? Let's see. Washer is RCM says washer is not too thick enough to lower the blade below. Okay, below lock washer. Okay, so you're good. You're still good to go there. No problem. Gotcha. And let's see. The next question is JD says, "Hey Ron, I have a common Bermuda lawn, 2,000 to 2,000 square feet. What's your recommendation? Comes to purchasing a reel mower for common Bermuda CB. I'm guessing. I think that's right. I have a Scott's reel mower. And Smoking Legos, I'm going to come back to you. I see you have your question was about POA, I think. So give me a second here. He says, I have a common Bermuda. What would your recommendation purchasing a reel mower? So you have the Scotts. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Scotts. I mean, you can roll with that. If you're looking at a powered reel mower, depends on your budget. I mean, if you can go into a True Cut, you can go into a McLean, you can go into a California trimmer. Those are all really good mowers. If you want the best, I mean, and again, best is subjective, but I think that most people that have reel mowers would agree that a greens mower, like a dual drum mower, right, or a mower that's propelled by a rear drum, like a Greensmaster, like a John Deere, like those are going to produce a cut that's better than like a True Cut or a trimmer or a McLean, right? So depending on your budget, you can decide whether one of the, a trimmer or McLean, because True Cuts are kind of hard to come by these days, are what you want to go with, or you can step up to a greens mower, a pre-owned greens mower in good shape, $2,000, $2,500 for one that's in good shape, where there's still plenty of life left on the reel and bed knife, hasn't been beat up too much, as in not a ton of hours on it. That's what you're gonna expect to pay. For a trimmer or a McLean, I mean, it's going to be a bit less than that, unless you buy one brand new. If you buy one brand new, then you're about in the same ballpark, probably even a little bit more expensive. So a pre-owned greens mower can be cheaper than a brand new McLean or trimmer. So it again depends on your budget. But if you say to me, Ron, my only criteria is I'm uncompromising is in the cut quality. I want the best quality of cut possible. Get a greens mower. Get either a Greensmaster, a John Deere, or an Alex. Get one of those two. One of those three. And really, if all you care about is cutting, the Greensmaster is what I'm gonna. I mean, a little biased, but that's what I'm gonna say to go with. But John Deere's are fine too. They produce a great cut. It's more of the PGA Tour, right? All right. Next up is Smoking Legas. He says, I have a lot of Poanua this year in a creeping bent lawn. How often should I apply PGR to get rid of it? You'd apply it at the rates that are prescribed for bent grass. So whatever the bent grass rate is. And here's the thing: if you're going to want to do this prior to the flowering, prior to the seed heads becoming a thing, right? Smoking Legas. So you're gonna want to do that. So whatever the rate is for creeping bent, you're gonna spray Primo at that rate. And what I would do is, instead of spraying the monthly rate, take whatever the monthly application rate is and cut that in half and spray it every 2 weeks. That way the lawn is never going to come out of regulation, or your green or whatever you're spraying is never going to come out of regulation. And you're also going to ensure that the POA is always seeing growth regulator. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be fresh. It's always going to be exposed to it. I think you're going to get a better result with that versus doing one heavy application once per month. So whatever the rate is for bent grass, I don't know off the top of my head. I guess I can look it up here really quick and tell you. So for while I'm doing that, for the guys and gals that are here on Instagram, the show is coming into an end for you guys because we are, they have a rule about 4 hours, so I have to end the show now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys next week. If you guys want to continue with the madness, feel free to come over to YouTube or jump on Facebook as the show will continue from there. I will see you guys next weekend. Take care. All right, so for T-Nex or for Primo, I'm not sure which one you're using. You just said PGR, so because for Trixapac Ethyl, depending on which one you're using. For bent grass, the rate is, let me see, is there a rate for it? Let's see, bent grass. For bent grass, it says 0.75 ounces, so 3/4 of an ounce. 3/4 of an ounce over 1,000 square feet is what it calls for. So if you were going to take that, if you're going to take 0.75, 75 divided by 2 is, so 0.375. So to make the math easy, we'll call it 4.4. So if you were going to spray this at 0.4 every 2 weeks, that is the rate. That's approximately the rate that bent grass will tolerate. So if you spray like half of the monthly rate twice per month, so 0.4 twice per month, that should do a pretty good job. One, suppressing the growth of bent grass, but also as far as suppressing seed heads in the POA. Double check the label, but I just looked at it myself, and that's what it says. But that's around what you're going to want to go with. So if you get Primo, right here, there's a measuring cup built into it, and there happens to be a mark for 0.4. So that with that goes with a gallon of water and gets sprayed over 1,000 square feet. That is what you're going to want to use for bent grass. All right, but again, double check the label, double check my math, but I believe I'm correct. All right, Nixa Eagle says, at what rate can Quinclorac be applied to St. Augustine but not injure Bermuda? It's to kill. So you're trying to get rid of St. Augustine in Bermuda grass. So here's the thing. I've not done that personally myself, but Quinclorac will damage. It'll damage and or kill St. Augustine, or there's another one, the weird one that you can spray tenacity on, centipede grass. So centipede and St. Augustine do not tolerate Quinclorac very well. So what I would do is I would check the label, Nixa Eagle, because I've never actually had to solve that problem myself personally. Check the label for the rates that they recommend for spraying on Bermuda grass, and also look for the rate that they recommend for using an MSO with it, a methylated seed oil. That's going to enhance the performance of Quinclorac. It's going to help it do a better job of knocking back and killing the St. Augustine. It may take a couple of rounds, but that will do it. So let me get you a link here to Quinclorac again. Look at the label and please read the label for the ratios that it specifies for how much methylated seed oil to use with Quinclorac to make sure you get the best results. So here you go at Nixa, and that is it. I could also take a look at the end of the show and see if I can figure it out for you as well, give you some options, but just that's the product that I would use, and just read the label and use an MSO along with it, and that should be fine. In other words, Bermuda tolerates Quinclorac very well. St. Augustine does not, and centipede grass do not. So if you just apply it at the label rates, Bermuda should be just fine, whereas St. Augustine is not going to be fine. And if you add like a surfactant, if you add like an MSO with it, it's going to make it that much worse for the St. Augustine. You're very welcome, quality assurance man. And let's see. JC says, I just emailed you a picture of my super bumpy, unlevel slope lawn cut at 1¼ inches with a rotary mower. Do I have a picture from you, John? JC? I think this is you. I think this is you. Yeah, so this is your lawn. So this is cut at 1¼ inch with a rotary. That's not bad, man. I mean, that's not, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, once you level it, I mean, that doesn't look bad at all. I mean, you know, it looks like what you said. It looks a little bit bumpy and you're cutting it with a rotary. So it's just not going to produce as good a cut, but it doesn't, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't be too mad about that. Especially once it greens up a bit more and we get a little more temperature, it should be just fine. So yeah, I mean, it looks, given that it's bumpy and you're also cutting it with a rotary, it looks good. All right. Next up, Quality Assurance says, Ron, I have new construction. The satellites are not updated. Any tips on getting correct square footage on my lawn? If you don't have you can't use the satellite tools, you just got to measure it. You just got to get out there and measure it. Get a tape measure and measure it. You know what I mean? I mean, you only have to do it once. So even though it's kind of a pain, you know, that's going to be your best answer. And frankly, that's going to be more accurate. You know what I mean? You're going to be spot on if you measure it yourself versus if you use the satellite tools. Depending on where you drop the waypoint, it could be off some, but I mean, you know, it's just a tape measure. Get yourself a tape measure, and that will that's going to get you the results. So all right, let me get let's see here. Let me see. Add, flip to story. And back up, cancel, and yeah. All right, so let's post it on Instagram so folks can check that out. All right, next up we have DeMarculis Thompson. He says, hey Ron, I'm noticing some powdery mildew on my Bermuda. You sure? And you're sure already on Bermuda? Okay. Here in Dallas Fort Worth, what are my options to resolve? Thanks for your advice as always. You can use a fungicide. I want to say Pillar is labeled for that. It is. So this is an option. You could use Headway, or if you want to, you know, get going faster, you can use Pillar. You can see that this is a liquid fungicide. It covers up to 43,000 square feet. It covers an acre, and powdery mildew is right there on the label. The nice thing about this is that it's really easy to apply. 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. So whether you apply it with 1 gallon of water or 2 gallons of water, so if you want to use a little bit more carrier, the rate is still the same. 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet is what you're going to need to get a good result. So, and when you use that one, DeMarculis, you're going to want to use a larger droplet spray tip. So at DeMarculis, I will put this in the chat for you now. So there you go. You're all good to go. And if you and so as far as steps, you also asked for steps. So apply the fungicide, and just wait. Apply the fungicide and wait. And then what will happen is if in 21 days after the initial app, apply it again. So you're going to do it once, and then you're going to go back and in 21 days, you're going to do another application of it. And that really should clear it up. If you can, in the meantime, when you're mowing the lawn, if the powdery mildew is only in one location, one area of the lawn, if you can, mow that part of the lawn last. So mow the rest of the lawn first, mow the area that's infected, that has the disease problem last, and then wash the mower when you're done. So like get a hose and rinse off the mower when you're finished with it, just to lower the chances of spreading it around. So that is what I would do. Apply a fungicide, plan for a follow-up app 21 days later. If you can, and again, if it's isolated to an area, mow that area last so you minimize the chances of spreading it's powdery mildew or any other diseases around the lawn. So that is what that's the steps that I would take. And when you do the fungicide app, do the entire lawn, not just the area that is suffering from the disease problem. Make sure the entire lawn is done. All right, next up is Noek95. He says, thank you for the heads up with reels and sand. I just leveled with 6 tons of USGA sand this past Saturday and planned on mowing over the weekend, but I might hold off. Yeah, I mean, unless it's grown through, man. Unless it's grown through and it's looking like a lawn, you know, if it's still, you're still seeing quite a bit of sand, if you want to mow it, I'd say make sure you like raise it up, raise your height of cut up. But if you're going to go and mow the lawn at the exact same height that it was at prior to you top dressing it, and it's only been leveled when you said 6 tons of sand, like you passed Saturday, so like a week, not even a week yet. You're asking for it. I mean, you're not going to damage anything. You're just gonna have to go out and get your mower resharpened, which is not cheap, and there's the time associated with it being down. So, if it were me, I would wait. There's still plenty of time. If it were me, so I would give it time. I would wait. Noack 95. All right, Mind Business says, I have clay soil. What process treatments can I use to help my Bermuda rapidly fill in the gaps? Okay, so rapidly, just make sure it has the correct amount of nitrogen. So make sure you're feeding it properly, and make sure you are mowing it. So feed it and mow it. Feed it and mow it. Those are the big things. Yeah, that's the big thing. Make sure you're feeding it properly based on soil test results, and mow the lawn regularly, at least twice a week, and it will fill in. It will fill in. It doesn't take much for Bermuda to really take off. If you have if the lawn is very compacted, you didn't say it is, but if you have any kind of compaction issues in the lawn, then consider doing an aeration. Do like a core aeration. That would be good as well. But yeah, as far as like helping it spread, feed it and mow it. Feed it and mow it and wait, because as it gets hotter, Bermuda's really going to take off. So I really wouldn't get too I wouldn't get too wrapped around the axle worrying. As long as your nutrient program's in place and you're mowing it regularly, you're going to be just fine. All right, My Business says, also my neighbor has a fine fescue lawn. What can I use to define the line between, how do I get the domination line? What can I use to define the line between my Bermuda lawn and the clumps of fescue that tend to grow near my Bermuda lawn? If you mow it, if you're mowing the Bermuda shorter, right? I don't know what height you're mowing at, but if you're mowing the Bermuda shorter, Bermuda tolerates being mowed short better than fescue does. So that in itself is going to stress the fescue and not stress the Bermuda, and will help establish the domination line. You could also use a herbicide. You got to get like a piece of cardboard to make sure you do not get any of this on his lawn. Like you're only spraying just the fescue that's encroaching. You could use that to kill off the fescue, right? And then again, same thing, keep mowing it, because that's the area where the fescue used to be. The Bermuda will spread in there. Or if it's just a small amount, you can dig it out. That's also that. Again, allowing the Bermuda to spread in there and become the dominant grass. But primarily, if you are mowing the Bermuda shorter than the fescue and you're mowing regularly, it should easily outcompete it. It shouldn't have a problem. You shouldn't have a problem getting a strong domination line. What will likely start happening is your lawn will start moving into his lawn. You know what I mean? So there you go. Lady says, do you plan on experimenting with Monaco Bermuda seed, previously Riviera? No, not really. I don't have any plans to experiment. Not at this point. I mean, if I do anything else with the lawn at this point, as far as different grass, it would be like a renovation. And given the amount of work that would take, the cost and the amount of work, and I'd have to go through like multiple rounds of top dressing to get it nice and smooth again, it's probably not gonna happen. So no, I'm not gonna. No plans to experiment with any other types of seed. I was toying with the idea of doing a rye overseed in the fall, but seeing what's happened to some of the lawns around here, I was like, I don't know if I don't want to have those problems next spring. All right, Billy Gilbert says, mowing now in Washington. Haven't mowed in weeks. It's huge. Wow. So what time is it? Well, it's 11 o'clock here. So 3, I guess 8 o'clock. I guess it's staying, not getting dark yet there. Well, cool. Glad you're getting your mowing. Very nice. But then again, given that the live stream goes forever, you probably put that comment in an hour ago. So it might be, I might just be behind. Okay, Mike D says, so for split spoon feeding, fertilizer is the low rate listed on your description for the product. I don't have to divide the low rate in half. Okay, so I'll show you. Yes, so for the granular fertilizers, if you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, and if you look at like Humic Max, right? And if you look at the label, let me get this up here. I have a different one because it's, all right. So if you look at the label, what you will find is there are two rates. There is the 1 pound of nitrogen per month, or 0.9 pounds of nitrogen per month rate. And then there is our calibration setting is more accurate. And then there's the 0.5 pound rate setting. And this is what I use. I use the one here on the right. The 0.5 pounds of N per 1,000 square feet is what I run. So for an earthway, a setting of 13, thereabouts, 12 to 13 is what I use for Humic Max. to put down 1/2 pound to N. And so if that's the question you're asking, yes. And the same is true for all the other Lebanon granular fertilizers that we carry on the store. So it's true for Humic Max. It's true for the Complete. So it's the same kind of thing. They have the dual rate thing going on, and it's also true for the Stress. So you can see there, right? So you're good to go. So yeah, they both have a low and a high rate. So yes, so for the granular, there's no the rates that I have on the website on the store for the product descriptions are the rates that I use, and they are the bag rates, and go with the 1/2 pound of N rate for your lawn. That is what I would do. And then for the liquids, I've already gone through the rates for that as far as for the liquid products. All right, let's see here. G Harris is up next. He says iron levels were high when I did my soil test this year. Is this still available to be utilized by the grass for better color? Other micronutrients such as manganese assists in the uptake of iron, right? Yes. So if there's iron in your soil, in other words, if you went and did a soil test result, you did a soil test here recently, in the last couple of months, right? And it showed elevated iron levels. Yes, that is what's available. That's what's available to your grass. So if you don't want to add more iron, you don't have to. So yeah, I think what you're asking is the iron. Yes, in other words, if the soil test results are measuring it, it is available to the grass. So yes, assuming that your soil pH is in good shape, so as long as you don't have like a very alkaline soil where it causes iron and a couple other micronutrients in the soil to become less available, as long as your pH is where it needs to be, yes, you're going to be good to go as far as your lawn making advantage of the iron that's already in the soil. King Khan is up next. Says, hey, what's going on? Just checking in. What's going on, King Khan? Appreciate you. And then BioAdvance says, BioAdvance Bermuda control will keep it suppressed, but it will come back. Yeah, if you want to kill Bermuda grass, it's not non-selective fusilade and glyphosate. Like that blend will do it. But again, you have to be careful because it will kill any kind of grass it gets on. It's not just Bermuda, but that's like a one and done for Bermuda grass. All right, Ben Grant Raham says, I'm gonna keep on pushing what survives 60%. Mow, spoon feed, and carbon kit by monthly and steel plugs. That's what I would do, man. I mean, I know you did the seeding project, and yes, it's not growing in as nicely as you want, but this is part of the reason why I said like seeding is literally hard mode. Establishing a lawn from seed is not easy because there's nothing that says that it's all going to grow in evenly. It's more than likely not going to grow in all evenly. It takes a ton of water to do it. Takes more time. But you're already here. You're already in it. So just if you're good with that's what you said, continuing to mow and transferring plugs in once the lawn gets the areas get really strong, and use that as a way to spread and get the entire thing established, I believe that can work just fine. And you're like, I'm superly confident by September it'll be okay. I'm with you. Confidence is high. Confidence is high. He says, seeding Bermuda is not the easy way, but even though the struggle and fail hurt, the wins are satisfying. Yeah, it's a process, man. It's all fun. You have to enjoy it. You got to enjoy this stuff, or you wouldn't be here at 11 o'clock on a Friday night I'm talking about lawn care, right? We got Phil West. Hey, Phil, I know Phil pretty well. He says, thanks for what you do, Ron. You are turning me into a lawn geek. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so Phil is someone that I work with, and appreciate you coming in just to come say hi on the live stream. That's cool. We need more lawn geeks, man. There's nothing, you gotta set the standard in the neighborhood, or at least in your street. So if I'm converting you, I'm happy to do that. Chandler Ross says, what do you recommend for fungicide? Depends. There's two products that I would recommend. And really, which one to go with depends on whether you want granular or liquid. So I'll show you here really quick. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go to shop and then go to the fungicide and insecticide section. So if you like liquids, go with Pillar SC. The nice thing about this is that this one bottle treats an acre. So, what you're paying, you've got plenty of fungicides. It'll do 4 to 3,500 square feet. And the nice thing is that it's very easy to mix. There's one application rate for everything, for prevention and for curative. 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet is how you're going to apply this. So if you want liquids, Pillar SC. If you want a granular, I would go with Headway G, because much like Pillar, this has 2 fungicides. It's got a group 3 and a group 11 fungicides. It's got 2 active ingredients, so it's going to cover large patch, and it's also got something to cover like dollar spot, right? So propiconazole to cover dollar spot. Same thing for pillar SC. It doesn't have the same active ingredients, but it has coverage for the same sets of diseases, common lawn diseases that headway does. So really, Chandler, it really depends on what your preference is. If you like liquids, go with pillar. The nice thing, one advantage to going the liquid route, right, is if you have not done your preventative insecticide as yet, you could get pillar, and you could also get like a Celiprin SC, which is a liquid fungicide. You can mix them and spray them you can spray them at the same time, right? So they can both go in the tank at the same time. You can do your fungicide and insecticide at the same time. So that's one advantage, you know, one feather in the cap for going the liquid route versus the granular route. So it really depends on which one you are more comfortable with. Either of them will work well. And I'll put the link here at Chandler Ross here in the chat for you to be able to pick up what your you can see what I was just looking at. All right, you're welcome, JD. Let's see what else we have. Quality Assurance says, thanks, Ron. Have a good weekend. I appreciate it. Quality Assurance. And then Sean Houston says, Ron, please help me. Oh boy, here we go. Call for help. My California trimmer is cutting paper on each side, but not in the middle. In my opinion, I'm no engineer, but how is that possible? It's possible if the bed knife is warped. If there's like if the bed knife is warped, or I mean, it could be the reel, but more than likely there's some kind of deformity in the bed knife that's causing it to not cut paper in the middle. Yeah, so you might be due for a new bed knife. Could be. I mean, does it cut paper? Because here's the thing too. When you guys are doing your paper test, some of you guys are running your reels way too tight. So if you take what I do the paper test is I don't take you take a piece of printer paper, right? Just regular like printer paper, just regular stock. And I take that and I fold it in half. And that is what I use to test cutting paper across the reel. You can use a single piece, right? And that will work when the reel is freshly sharpened or just freshly backlapped. But what I found is if you double it, if it's cutting that, then you're not going to be injuring the turf. You're still going to get a good cut. You're not going to have like any frayed ends or anything or any problems like that. So make sure that you're not using a really fine piece of paper and say, hey, it's cutting everywhere else, but in the middle it's not. But if you find that it's still not, like you take a piece of paper, printer paper, fold it in half, and make sure it's nice and tight. So it's like, it's as thin as possible, but it's doubled. And it's still not cutting paper in the middle, then you may have to take it in and get another bed knife put on it. And in which case, that's going to mean a grind, right? It's going to mean a grind of a reel to marry the two of them together, and then it will cut paper all the way across. So, but that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like there's your bed knife is again some kind of deformity going on with it. I mean, again, it could be the reel too, but more than likely it's a bed knife. Let's see. Mike D says liquid fert rate. It depends. It depends. So I'll show you real quick, Mike. If we go back here and we go to the liquid fert section. So for 901C, release 901C, 3 ounces per 1,000. So in a 12 ounce, in a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, you will use 12 ounces of release 901C with 4 gallons of water. That'll cover 4,000 square feet. If you're using Turfplex or Bloomplex, the rate for both of these, I believe, is 6 ounces per 1,000. So you'll use 24 ounces of Turfplex with 4 gallons of water to cover 4,000 square feet. So as you can tell, the Miramichi, this is a lot more potent, a little more concentrated. So 3 ounces per 1,000 for this, 6 ounces per 1,000 for these guys. That is the rate that you'll use for liquid fertilizers. All right. And Miraculous says, thanks, I sent you a picture of the powdery mildew. Cool, man. I'll take a look at it here after the show. And awesome. Guys, gals, I think that is it. I think we have come to the end. Got to cue the outro music, like as you guys say. Well, hope you guys are having having plans for an amazing weekend. There's no Formula One this weekend. I'm trying to think. I think there's hockey on this weekend if you like hockey. There's that. There's probably going to be some European soccer if you like that. And what you can do is also get up in the lawn and have some fun. Get out there and definitely mow. If it's time for you to do your middle of the month feeding, we're getting close to that. By all means, get that done. And share this content, share the video with anyone that you guys think can benefit from it. And if anything that we've listed that we carry on the golf course lawn store can be helpful, feel free to support us that way too. and I will see you guys next weekend. Take care.